almost there.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. And damn, DMV traffic is bad.
Well, when you have an accident, JP, you need to stop turning over those dump trucks on the American Legion Bridge, man.
Listen, man, that looks like a bad enough accident. I just hope everybody's all right.
Uh-huh.
We'll go left hand up and explain how the program works. The plan for Brian and I was to start Ashburn today. Dan Quinn and Adam Peters are going to talk at 10:30. We were going to be live in Ashburn, so everybody, we're going to play the audio live here. You're going to get it, but I wanted to be there to see it myself, get some questions asked, that sort of thing. And when I was up early dealing with the kids, doing all sorts of stuff. I finally, how long have we been doing this show now? 5 years? This is our 5th football season. You know what I took care of today, B?
What?
I finally figured out my withholdings for my Odyssey W-2.
You finally did it?
Got it done, man.
What the hell are you doing the other 4 years?
It's been kind of jacking me up. So I finally,
if it was jacking you up, you should be getting all that back. I know when you do your taxes, you damn sure added your...
Yeah. The final number has been right, but arriving at it has been difficult. So now, going forward, maybe it'll be much better. Only took me 4 years.
Yep. That seems like JP.
So, dude, I was ready to rock, and the girls had to go to swim team. So it was like 8:30, and Tischler texted me. He's like,
"You're lucky I answered the phone this morning.
You sounded like you were still asleep."
No, I was chilling in the tub, dog.
All right,
I was relaxing. I normally when I'm going to the park, I normally just put my phone away, and I don't leave my house till like 9:30.
Right. So I was getting ready to leave just because I wanted to get. So we were out there yesterday. We did a little walkthrough, did this little media happy hour thing the team does to open training camp, which was a very nice event. Shout out to Eddie Merlot's. And Tischler texted me. He's like, "Dude, check the traffic. It's effed." And obviously, doing the show, doing B. Mitch and Finley 10 to 2 is the number one priority. So I checked the traffic, and there was no chance I was getting to Ashburn to set up radio and everything. I would have set it up yesterday, but they didn't have the electric turned on in the tents yet. And you got to make sure you're connected and doing everything, and I couldn't do it without the electric working. So I was going to just get there early this morning, make sure everything was set up. And we've done it now enough years. Like, it's not a hard process, but when it showed me an hour and a half from my house to get to Ashburn, that usually takes me like 30, 35 minutes in the morning. Everything was just a mess. You said your ride in wasn't that bad, though?
No.
Just
mine's about the same as it is every day.
Just had to pay for it.
Well, I pay for it normally, but I just know what time to leave to make sure I catch the lower prices.
What's that cost from your house to? You're paying basically.
If I hit right about 9 o'clock, it'll cost from my house to the Beltway will hit you about $20-something, $30. And then from the Beltway into D.C., about $7, $8.
Okay. So $15?
No. Totally about 30, like $20-something, $30-something.
Damn.
Talking about getting ripped off, man.
Do you have to pay it going home?
No. But I don't. I calculate.
Why they have to make toll lanes? Why they can't just make more lanes? Why you got to charge?
Bro,
hey, somebody got to build the roads and spend money.
Yeah. And honestly, for me.
And normally they will go out and get a private contract instead of doing something else because they don't want to have to do it. But you know what? I made net money. I look at the reads. I'm good.
Well, dude, it's also forget like the
write off as well, baby.
Hey, look, B.
Hold on, Jeff. There's a time money valuation, and the time you save.
Yeah, I'm not sitting in traffic all day.
Dollars, right?
And I am not getting up and leaving my house at 7 to get here for 10.
Right.
I'm not doing that.
And I think the reason
I leave about 9.
The reason you make it a toll is so that it kind of diminishes the amount of people in that lane, and then you get your time versus money valuation.
JP, we pay taxes and all this other stuff. We already getting taxed on our check.
I don't know why you arguing. You don't must ride on the toll road. What the hell are you talking about?
I do ride on the toll
No, you
road. But
don't.
I got an easy pass because I was tired of tickets coming to my house. Like I was just fed up. I was like, all right, because sometimes it's not working.
So in other
But
words,
all
the
I'm
toll road,
saying-
you thought they weren't gonna find you.
No, I knew they were, but I was just like,
Jeff
but
riding around with dummy plates.
I forgot. My mom. I got my mail going to my mom's house,
Uh-huh.
so I had left one day and it doubled. I was like, where did this come from? But the thing I'm saying is, you already added the lanes on the toll road. Just take the median down. It's more space. More people can move through it.
It
Then-
wouldn't be more space. Seriously,
Somebody's got
it'll be way more traffic, and we'll all be landfill. Will be like, damn, B. Mitch, where you at? I'll still be on the toll road. I'll still be on the road if it wasn't no toll road.
For me, coming downtown.
I do it every day. It don't bother me.
Yeah,
It's a net benefit, believe me.
I think sanity. Like anytime I get on 95 South,
Uh-huh.
I'm getting in the express lane.
Oh hell yeah.
Period. The Beltway. If I'm going Tyson's to Alexandria,
Mhm.
express lane. Period.
Oh, yeah.
Like it's just
Hey, this ain't the only country that got tolls.
Yeah, I know.
I'm telling
I
you.
know. I understand tolls like going state to state and things, but God, we already got to pay for everything else. We
I'm basically going-
got to pay to get into work
I'm
fast.
basically going state to state. You don't. I'm coming from Virginia to DC.
But see, we a tri-state area.
But you don't even go on the toll, dude, to come to work. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about for the people, bro. Like in general, we shouldn't have to
Look.
pay. And it's still lanes on the road. You could just add those lanes. If I
those
was the
lanes,
president,
if you add those
I
lanes,
would take
they
them
get
toll
paid
lanes away.
Something has to be paid some type of way. So if the city or the state is not going to do it, and then you get a private person to come in and do it, they are going to charge and get their money.
But we have.
all right.
we
We're gonna
have-
move forward from the tolls. We're gonna move forward
The
because
dude that don't use the toll,
in-
he
yeah,
argued for it.
yeah.
Thank you,
In-
Jeff.
in
I
tw-
appreciate that.
in 20 minutes
advocate
now,
for all people.
in 20 minutes, we're going to hear from Dan Quinn and Adam Peters. I think it's going to be very interesting. Commanders veterans are reporting today. I was out there yesterday setting up the tent, doing like the little walkthrough stuff. And B,
Uh-huh.
you're out there long enough, you kind of start to know who drives what car. Some of them drive big trucks, some of them drive sports cars.
Mhm.
A lot of guys just drive regular ass cars. Like
Mhm.
the bottom 30 of the NFL roster is driving like a Toyota Highlander. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Especially if you're like a young guy coming out of school. But some of the high end cars you happen to notice. And I saw a car pull out that I recognized yesterday. And I was like, oh. So I texted somebody. I was like, hey, I just noticed that gray SUV, very, very high end gray SUV.
Mhm.
I was like, is that who I think it is?
Hell no.
And the person was like, nah, Tunsil got the same one. So there was a brief moment yesterday. I thought everybody's concerns were answered, and it was quickly shot down.
And you wonder why they don't like certain media to be over there on certain days. They're like, yeah, that's the reason we didn't let them come over here.
I think, obviously, the largest question here is going to be Terry McLaurin and what happens. There's plenty of discussion around the league about who's going to be where. Trey Hendrickson is not reporting in Cincinnati, even though the owner and the GM yesterday said we're hopeful to get something done. The Micah Parsons situation seems far from settled in Dallas.
Mm-hmm.
You're dealing with Jerry Jones down there. I don't know what the hell's going to happen
You
with
know
that.
I'm going to side with his players, so he may, he might be in that camp.
It's remarkable because then he generally ends up paying, but he sure as hell makes it acrimonious. I would
well,
say.
that's for Jerry to be in the press. He wants to be the guy. You're talking about him. He loves that.
It's just interesting because Terry, we're gonna know soon, right? If you look at how the Niners have operated, and I think it's important for us to expand our prism on Adam Peters' career because he came up in New England as a scout, then he was in Denver as a scout, and really started to work his way up the front office ladder with the Broncos.
Mm-hmm.
And then the last, 6 years, been with the Niners. I am not necessarily comparing Terry McLaurin to Nick Bosa. Healthy, Bosa is among the best DNs in the league.
Mm-hmm.
You know when Bosa got his deal done with the Niners? Labor Day weekend,
Okay.
September 8th, 2023.
Whenever it got done, though, right?
Got it done.
That's the thing I'm taking from that story. It got done. It got done with Ayuk as well, right?
Do you know when Trent Williams signed his contract and ended his holdout?
Kind of late.
September 3rd.
Yeah, that's around Labor Day.
Right.
So that's their thing. Labor Day, they make Christmas in September. Yeah, that's what we do.
I know a lot of fans probably aren't going to like hearing that because it's just going to continue this level of concern. And there's growing, like a lot of fans are freaked out right now. Just because it's not done, and I can understand that. And then depending what reports you believe, are they really far apart? What does really far apart constitute? 5%? 10%? Is it about years and guarantees? Is it about guarantees in the later years?
It's complicated, Jay, and I would say to most fans, don't try to figure that out. Because believe me, as much information as you get and I get, we don't even understand it. So why would someone that doesn't have a clue of that information will try to understand that? For me, ultimately, they have a tendency of getting things done. What I care about is the first game, okay? And I understand the angst right now. I refuse to have that angst.
Yeah, I think you have a particularly unique viewpoint, right? I think in general, fans are going to be pretty angsty about this. I think ideally, people can try to take the big viewpoint. I thought Zach Ertz really nailed his comments a couple weeks back when he talked to Kay Adams and was like, it's the middle of July. We need him when we get to September.
Mm-hmm.
At some point, it does become like you want guys out there practicing in training camp.
Yeah.
This is the real stuff now. We just got the subsequent roster move. So the Commanders announced the official signing of Von Miller yesterday.
Yeah.
And they've just released a player to make room for Von on the roster.
Mm-hmm.
It's a player we discussed yesterday in our conversation with
Running
Logan.
back?
Yeah.
So probably which one? Rodriguez?
Nope. Further down.
What was the little kid? Now you said we were talking about him
Last year, we talked about him a bunch.
Yeah,
People were excited.
Yeah. I can't think of the name right now.
Mike Wiley.
Yeah.
Breaking news, the Commanders have released running back Michael Wiley. Undrafted guy, had a good camp last year. Listen, man, you draft a kid this year. You've got B-Rob Eckler, McNichols, Rodriguez already. You draft Bill Merritt.
Got old Bill.
You got to make room. That's how it works.
Yep.
So there's your roster spot for Von Miller. That's not a big surprise.
Nah.
I think Mike Wiley never. I mean, if anybody's upset about that one, call Jeff's cell phone.
Well, it'll be somebody. Look, it's like they always say, somebody for everybody. It's somebody for every little argument. Believe me.
Sure. It's going to be really interesting what we hear. I don't think they can just talk around this at this point. I think AP is going to have to say something. Do you think there's any chance he goes kind of the hey, man, it's training camp, Terry needs to be here route? Or do you think they all just kind of play it cool?
I don't think he's going to go that route. But I think he's going to be like AP normally is. I mean, he may use one of the docisms where talking about the people that are here. I mean, I don't see that as being something negative. I just think that we're working on this thing. We're going to try to figure it out, see what happens, but we got to deal with the people that are here right now. Because ultimately, you got to get ready to play football. You can't stop getting ready to play football because one person's not there.
It's just like in season when you're dealing with injuries, right? Like you gotta.
Mm-hmm.
you got to get ready for the guys that are there. The fellas that are out there are going to be working hard. And practice doesn't start till tomorrow, as a matter of fact. Here is the plan.
Somebody called Jeff phone for real.
That's funny.
You're getting Jeff in trouble.
I never get. Jeff gave out his own cell phone number.
Yeah,
I
you
didn't
did
give
got
that
your number
out.
one time. That's your fault.
Here's what we're going to do. We are going to take a break to get ready for Adam Peters and Dan Quinn. We're going to take it live right here on The Fan. Mike Wiley, unfortunately, just got released by Washington. Might be looking to move.
Mm-hmm.
Mike, if you need an expert, you should call John Leahy.
Yep, Mike called John Leahy because Javier and Alma, they sure did that. They wanted a new home, something updated to help them serve as a new beginning. But first, they needed to sell their Silver Spring property in order to buy it. And while it was stressful, Dustin, a member of the John Leahy's team with the Fine Living Group, showed them the strategy to execute both transactions at the same time and hassle-free. Alman and Javier's home ended up selling for top dollar, almost $20K above their asking price. And thanks to the Fine Living Group, that's what enabled them to buy something both newer and bigger. Looking for a new stress-free transaction? How about a guaranteed offer on your home? Check out those details and more at johnsellsdmv.com. We're talking about John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. John offers you flexible fees, customized to your needs.
You might ask, how does he do it? Well, John is so confident that he's going to sell your house that he can give you an instant cash offer within 24 hours. Why is he so confident? He's got a deep bench of buyers in waiting, more than 10,000 folks ready to buy. They're ready to move, pre-approved, everything they need. Just call John, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. So as the Commanders get set to open up training camp today in Ashburn, still uncertain what's going to happen with this Terry McLaurin situation, as he and the team are still at odds over a possible new contract. We'll find out maybe a little bit coming up soon. Head coach Dan Quinn, GM Adam Peters getting set to speak. We will carry it live here on The Fan. Baseball, Nationals open up a 3-game set against Cincinnati last night with a 10-8 win, 15 hits for the Nats. They jumped in front 7-0 after 3 and hang on for the win. Nats and Reds again tonight, second of 3 against Cincinnati, 6:45 here on The Fan. Tennis, Venus Williams is in town this week. She's in action tonight, 7:30 p.m. this evening at the D.C. Open, the Rock Creek Tennis Center. WNBA Mystics are back on the floor after the All-Star break, home against the L.A. Sparks tonight. 7:30 tip-off on the Team 980. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Everybody's waiting to hear from Adam Peters and Dan Quinn. One thing I've learned in my, 10, 15 years in media working with pro sports, nothing is done till it's done. Like,
Hey, dog, now you're learning.
anytime I book an interview with like a high-profile person, one thing I've learned, especially in television, don't tell anybody until it's over. Like don't tell
Well,
your
you book it with me, you know. You can count on me.
sure. What?
But you never call me, so I must not be high profile for you. Like
B, you deserve to get paid for your work.
not all the time. I do stuff for friends sometimes. Sometimes.
Um,
Don't buy and start calling me.
So here we are. We're waiting to hear from Dan Quinn and Adam Peters. For anybody that's unaware, there's been a terrible accident on the Beltway. Of all the places the Beltway cannot sustain a terrible accident, it's in Tyson's where GW comes in.
What
And
word you just used? Sustain.
sustain.
That's not what you said, but okay, go ahead.
Okay. The Beltway in where GW hits the Beltway north of Tyson's just before the American Legion Bridge
Yeah.
is a mess all the time in the best
That's a
of
mess without an
circumstances.
accident.
Right. So there's a bad accident, and the Commanders, in an effort to be cool to reporters trying to get there for the presser, have moved back the press conference to 10:45. So
All right.
if you're wondering why you hear me and B right now and not DQ and AP, that's why. So as soon as that goes, we will have it. I I was a little curious. I was at the owners' meetings. When did Lamar hold out? When did Lamar get his big contract? Do you remember? Was that 2023?
Like 2 years ago. 3 years ago.
So one of the most interesting things I'd ever watched unfold, because I was in the hallway as the AFC coaches meeting started to happen. And I watched John Harbaugh walk down the hallway and then walk into the conference room.
Mm-hmm.
And I watched as the reporter who broke the news of Lamar's holdout watch John Harbaugh walk to his table, and right as he sat down, that tweet went out about Lamar's holdout, like instantaneously. This reporter was watching as soon as he sat down just to maximize the effect. The whole room went nuts. Everybody's looking at their phones, and the amount of media surrounding John Harbaugh in that moment quadrupled. It was like people were coming out of the rafters flocking to John Harbaugh's table. So I wondered today, as we await news for Terry McLaurin,
Will something happen?
there's a couple reporters I've been waiting to see if they have a tweet right as AP and DQ are sitting down.
Mm-hmm.
And then I was kind of wondering, like a lot of times some people will schedule a tweet. So
Yeah.
it's going out because you scheduled it because you might be busy, right? And so if everybody knew this presser was at 10:30, if the tweet was just going to go out at 10:30, even though AP and DQ haven't sat down, maybe that's not the case. Maybe they are really in the middle of negotiations and everybody's just going to play this cool and Terry's going to be there. And maybe he's not practicing, but, he's there.
We're going to find out.
We are going to find out. I don't think they're going to tell us a whole heck of a lot. But it is remarkable that this traffic is bad enough. You and I had to change our plans is one thing. But now,
I mean, you got reporters from everywhere. And let's be real. The one thing about the NFL and any entity of the NFL, they don't want to do anything without coverage.
Yeah.
A lot of times they would rather not have the coverage around, but they understand that coverage makes them sell.
sure.
So
I also think DQ is always very gracious with his time. As long as his schedule allows it, he will kind of chill. Like, he's like, all right, yeah, I can take a couple. Like, he'll often, so PR runs all the pressers, and he'll often be like, I can take a couple more. Like, DQ is always very cool with his time. AP is a little, like, just very, very schedule driven. So I think they're going to push this thing back 15 minutes based on, so everybody understands there's a big WhatsApp thread that a lot of the Commanders media group is on. And I think a lot of people aren't going to make it there in time. And so they're trying to help. And I applaud the effort. I don't know how much of an impact it's going to make. What a day for traffic. Have you ever had something like can you think of something like this where the one incident would impact like an NFL GM giving a press conference?
I'm sure it has happened. I haven't thought of one when it's pertaining to me, but you just living in big cities and you know you have traffic, anything can go down. And I believe all of those GMs will probably wait. They don't want to go do it. They don't want to speak to an empty room because they want their message to go out.
Sure.
And then they don't want to have to give extra time because if they go do it in the empty room, all the people that missed them are going to want to talk to them later anyway. So they'll just make it easier by doing it one time.
Yeah, and I think they can allow a handful of minutes just to kind of get this done and out of the way. I think Peters, we won't officially hear from him again after today. I mean, I don't think he'd be required to talk again for quite some time. Maybe if there is a future press conference with an all-pro receiver, maybe AP will show up and talk again. But the way it is, we won't hear from him at all for a while. Now, we do hear from Dan Quinn almost every day of training camp. This is funny. So I just tweeted out, because I think a lot of people are looking at our program waiting to hear from DQ and AP. If you just got in your car, one, you're probably sitting in traffic. Two, the presser's been pushed back to 10:45 because of this major accident on the Beltway. So I tweeted that out, B. And you remember our old friend Matt Paris?
Yeah.
Used to cover the Skins, now covering the Saints. He replied to me, nice of them to make time for Russell. Landfill. Last night was the Commanders media.
Russell's the only person dressed up.
Commanders media happy hour. It's a pretty casual affair. Like
people had on, even AP had on shorts.
Yeah, AP had on shorts. I mean, Charlie had you would know the right term for it, but kind of like a trendy T-shirt. He didn't even have a collar on, Russell showed up, slacks, button-down, blazer. Just, and the highlight. So I'm standing there. Actually, it was me and CK standing there talking with Mark Klaus, the team president. And we look over, and Russell's very animated talking to Adam Peters. And then Adam Peters, maybe he had to go. I don't know. But a moment or two later, you see him leaving. And then he's like, and then he comes over to Klaus. He's like, I got to get out of here. I think they had another engagement or work to do, whatever it was. And I was like, Russell, what are you talking to him about? Chris Russell was telling Adam Peters about his high school baseball exploits. And Rooster, and I believe him. I want to be on record. I believe him. Rooster was telling AP that in high school he could touch 80 miles an hour pitching. Do you believe that, Landfill? Rooster throwing gas.
I would have taken him yard.
And he said he was really cruising as a baseball player and then got an injury in his arm and didn't want to have Tommy John surgery.
Tommy John.
That is your Chris Russell high school baseball update.
Are you buying that the Tommy John stuff?
Roos has told me before he was a really good baseball player. So
Oh no.
here's what we're going to do. Adam Peters, Dan Quinn, when we return, before we go, you got to check out Door Pro America for all your garage door repair and replacement needs. They put a new garage door in my house, and it has helped me tremendously. I am an idiot, folks, if you didn't know. I always forget to close my garage door. But you know what? Now I got the MyQ app, and I can close it from anywhere. I can make sure it's closed from anywhere. I can let repair people into the house from anywhere. It is so dope having the new garage door from Door Pro America with the MyQ app. But it's not just new garage doors. Based locally, Door Pro America has been proudly serving the DMV for over 50 years. They can do it all, including repairs, maintenance, or a new installation. Right now, you get $60 off any repair or a tune-up for just $89. Do what I did. Call 877-DOOR-PRO. That's 877-DOOR-PRO. Or visit doorproamerica.com. Make sure you tell them JP Finley sent you. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. In moments, we expect to hear from Adam Peters and Dan Quinn. Commanders were kind enough to try to push this presser back as much as they could because of the traffic. Major accident in D.C. I mean, everything's just nuts. And we should hear from these guys ASAP. You know, they're going to get peppered with questions about Terry McLaurin.
I'm sure about that.
I think they will probably have a couple honest answers and then just be like, all right, we want to talk about who else is here. They're walking in now, Landfill, so we should be on high alert. Plan is to take this presser live right here on The Fan. Also wondering if we'll get some Terry McLaurin news as this comes down. You know, veterans report today. A lot of guys were in there yesterday taking physicals, whatever might be going on. Rookies reported last week. A lot of guys are in the building just all the time. So it's like lots of moving parts. We ready to rock there, Professor Landini? Not yet. Okay. In just moments, we're going to have Dan Quinn, Adam Peters addressing the media. Here we go.
All right. Welcome to training camp. And as you get started in a training camp, everybody looks at the schedule and who's the first opponent. And we look at that differently as we are the first opponent. And honestly, it's a pretty tough matchup. And I know you hear a lot of coaches through the years have said iron sharpens iron, and there's a lot of truth to that. And we have a hell of a lot of iron that's going to be on this field. So thanks to Adam and his crew, like, we're ready to get this thing rocking. At the start of it, competition, that's what drives training camp. And that's over the next 5 to 6 weeks. And if you really love ball and your teammates and like a really hard-ass challenge, like training camp's kind of the coolest part to do that. You can imagine a DB trying to match wits with Jaden, or being a running back in the open field against Bobby Wagner and that kind of tackle, like the guy's absolute tackling G. You know, can you beat him? Or a defensive end going against Laramie Tunsil, or a guard against Payne. All these little matchups helps you bring out your best going against their best. And each summer, everybody asks me, hey, what's your favorite part of training camp? And I point to that. I say, it's always the competition and seeing these matchups and seeing what goes on. And so that's why we love it so much. It's that time, and we get to do that together. So I'm fired up to get rocking with you guys. I know AP's going to have an opener as well, and then we'll get into some questions and get the whole thing rolling. Cool?
Thank you. Your opening statements are always a lot better than mine. I just want to start and say thanks for you guys for all being here, and really excited for this year. I know there was a lot of excitement last year, and this year feels even more for myself in terms of just what we've built here and what our ownership has allowed us to build. And you see, you won't be able to see everything right now, but as you guys get into it, we've done a lot of improvements to really everything here. We got a new bubble. I'm sure you guys have seen that out there. The fields look incredible. Shout out to Pete Benevento and his crew. But really, when you guys get into the building and the things that Josh has allowed us to build for the players, really proud of that and really thankful for that. We have a new locker room. We have new meeting rooms. We have a new nutrition center. Like I said, new bubble. It just goes on in terms of the things that we've been able to do. Tons of new recovery stuff for our players. So we're really proud of all that and really thankful to Josh and Mark Klaus and his crew for making this all happen. So just touch base on the recent signing. We signed Von Miller yesterday, and just really excited to add him to the fold too. Not only is he one of the best pass rushers of all time, but he's equally incredible in the locker room, and we're going to continue to bring guys like that in the locker room. So really excited about that move, and really with that, take your questions and get rolling.
All right, Adam, this one, we'll start off with the fun stuff right away for you. What has been communicated to you about Terry, whether reporting or not reporting? What's been communicated to you about him?
Yeah, we haven't spoken about that, but just like with really all of our players, we're expecting everybody to be here today.
And then for both of you, he talked a lot last week about his situation, a lot of frustration. He talked about wanting to feel valued. I'm curious what you guys thought about that. And then, Adam, if you can talk about where things do stand with him as far as an extension.
Yeah, I mean, first, I think, without a doubt, I think everybody in this building values Terry very much. And we knew that coming in, and we knew that even more after spending a year with him. In terms of where we're at, we've had conversations recently, and we'll look to have some more conversations, and we're going to do everything we can in order to get a deal done.
Adam, with regards to Von Miller, how much was just obviously his career speaks for itself, but how much was it like watching OTAs and minicamp thinking we need a little more, or was it sort of the plan to kind of add somebody all along?
Yeah, I think just in our conversations with DQ and myself and the staff, we did see, pass rusher is something we still wanted to add throughout the time. During free agency, we looked to add a few guys and didn't work out. So, but we saved some money aside really in order to do this and find out the best guy out there. And I've had a lot of history with Von and know the type of person he is. Obviously, his play speaks for himself, and when you turn on the tape from last year, I was like shocked to see how good he still was and how well he got off the ball and just what type of impact he had on the field, and knowing the type of impact he had in the locker room in Denver, and then getting unsolicited calls from the teams that he's been on since then talking about what a great guy he is. That really made it a really easy decision for us to bring him in. We brought him in a couple weeks ago, or I don't know, it's been a few weeks now, but had a great meeting with him and just knew he was the right guy to bring in, so we were thrilled to have him.
And for both of you, apologies in advance, you guys had a pretty distraction-free season last year for the most part. There's been some news lately involving the stadium, the president weighing in on that. Does that get to any part of the building? Is it something that you guys even think about, discuss, or what do you kind of react to that?
Yeah, want me to take that?
Sure.
So, look, we're really focused on everything in the building and getting ready for this season and getting our guys in here and getting the building ready, as I talked about with everything. And in terms of anything, whether it's the stadium or anything else, those things aren't really, they don't come to our, they don't really make it to us. So we really just try to focus on what's going on in here and getting ready for the season.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Coach's questions for you.
Okay.
I go back to last year, Sam Cosme's comments on Frankie Louvu, kind of getting to know him, and then kind of, I don't know, being surprised, but maybe being kind of just impressed by he's not just a linebacker, but he can rush. Like that was kind of Sam's words. When you see that type of maybe an unexpected characteristic about a player you brought in, what as a coach, kind of how does that strike you?
You know what's cool, David, about when you go from year one to year two, they've now realized what other things can a person do, and highlighting how we feature players into different spots. And so I think that's a good example of that, where he doesn't always have to be exactly the position that he had. What we found is this collaboration, amongst teammates, offense, defense, on teams, the way they help each other, support each other. That's what we'd hope to build. That's the standard of a commander of traits in one another, and then saying, hey man, that's hard when you line up there or do this move, or I can see how you tipped it away, so be careful of that. So the feedback across the ball, in the locker room, outside the locker room, is what we'd hope to create an environment. It doesn't happen right overnight, but it does take place once you get to know each other better and find their strengths. So that's what's going to be fun to me about going into this camp for 5 to 6 weeks, because we've also added some new players into that mix, and to see them into that spot, I'm really excited. This is a number of players' first training camp here with us.
And then you talked before about second-year players in the NFL, just general second-year players taking that biggest leap this season. How early can you kind of hope to really see signs of that expansion of their talents?
Yeah, we had about, 10 rookies or so that were on the roster, maybe the 53, either at some point or most of the time last season. And that's pretty traditional that you see this jump happen from year one to year two. So this spring, man, did we see it in Sinnott, and we saw it in Newton and Jordan McGee and others. One I think that's unusual, and they'll get better, but Jaden and Mikey, they kind of corrected it in season. They didn't have to wait till the off season. I think that speaks a little bit to their rarity. Like, it's normal to fight your ass off in the season and take your lumps, and then in the off season, I got to get better at this, I got to work on this. Those two, with the experience they had, they kind of self-corrected faster. That didn't mean they didn't get better this spring, but we are really excited to see Javante and Brandon and some of the others in this role that they're going into their second year. It's a big deal, and most of it, David, is confidence. You know, I've done this, I know what to do, I worked on this skill. And once you get to that space where you're not relying on just your talent anymore, but the skill that you've developed at the position, that's the secret sauce, man. If you can get those skills right, and it takes oftentimes into that second or third year to do that. So we're excited to see the work they put in take place out here on the field.
Hey there. Is it good morning or afternoon? Adam, I think you're off the hook with me. Both of my questions are for you, Coach.
Okay.
So what's the focus for this week or the next couple of days here with camp?
Yep. So we start off, we're going to emphasize from a team standpoint, we're onto the practice field, and it's a ramp up. So you don't want to go 0 to 100 miles an hour that fast. So the practices will go in length. We'll even start on more of a condensed field. So the ramp up is designed to maximize, you know, the player for their safety to where they're going, and then we'll build up into it. So the first 3 days, first one is just helmets, and then we call it shells, where it's just lighter pads. And so we'll work our way into pads. So we're not going to miss one step along the way of their development, and that'll really go all the way through the next week, and then the following week we'll go up to New England. We'll have a practice there before the preseason game. So we're just not going to miss the steps. The installing of the system, that's what it's all about, Kenny. If we can get that part right and find the right drills and put the people in the right spots, everybody has a lot of the same plays. It's not what's called, it's how you do it, how you can execute it. And so that's what the real teaching goes on here over the next few weeks. How sharp can you get at your skills?
And just reflecting back on OTAs and minicamp, can you share any examples of how you've seen some of the returning players and the new players, right, how they've been able to build camaraderie and just getting used to this system?
Yeah, I think when you ask the question of, like, what did I see on the field, like, on the offensive side, like Sinnott and Coleman, they jumped out to me in some different ways. Brandon moving inside the guard and, like, putting in the work to do that. Sinnott coming off of shoulder surgery. He rehabbed so hard where during that off-season part, he and Sam were two of the ones we saw every day still while they were getting themselves ready. And I saw that confidence come out onto the field. As far as onboarding new players, it was the rookies who arrived a few days early here. But in the off-season, the veterans who were new, the rookies who were new, knowing this is our standards, this is our expectations of how we do things here. To see that take place, that was a big deal, because you do have to fast-track those relationships, Candy, to be as strong and committed as we can.
Hi.
Hey, Dave, welcome.
Wow, it's such an easy commute today. It's amazing.
We're glad you're here.
Yeah, one for each of you. You just mentioned Brandon. Obviously, Sam and Biotish had a great chemistry last year with the line calls and the checks and everything.
Right.
I just wonder, how up to speed is Brandon with that already? What has to happen for that to start being seamless as you go getting ready for the season?
Well, the first thing is the communication, you know, playing next to somebody. And so with Laramie and Biotish and the voices and the calls, making sure those happen. The good news at that position, it's in the meeting rooms, it's in walkthroughs, it's on the field. And so I was pleased to see all that development take place for him. And he's had experience at it in college, so it wasn't so far off to change that. But we didn't move him around in the spring. We really said, hey, this is where we want you to lock in and go focus on.
For Adam, you have a lot of moving parts with Terry. You have history, you have future, you have philosophy. I wonder where all of those points meet for you and the organization in terms of trying to find a deal that's fair for the organization, but also fair to Terry and what he means to the team.
Yeah, that's always a probably the tricky part of any negotiation is figuring all that out. And, in terms of understanding the market, understanding our team, understanding, our financial situation and all that. But, I don't think I've been a part of a negotiation where it's been really linear and smooth and everything like that. But I think, understanding where they're at and understanding where we're at and trying to close that gap and come into something is really the kind of all the nuance of it and staying really above board and negotiating in good faith. All those things come together and that's how you come to a deal. So as long as it fits in the construct of what you want to do and how you want to build it and what the player would, Terry in this instance, is comfortable with. So that's what we're working towards, and we're having some good conversations, and we'll continue to.
For Adam, you had mentioned your past relationship with Von Miller and his kind of value in the locker room, but from the outside looking in, he's also someone who's had a couple of off-field suspensions in the past. So when you're maybe talking to fans, how heavily do you weigh those kind of off-field concerns and try to relay that to fans when you're making those kinds of decisions?
Yeah, it's a great question, and certainly, there's a lot of people, a lot of players. You look into we always look into everybody's background, right? And some are more public than others, but there's always things where people make mistakes. We're all human beings, and you look at those each kind of individually. Each situation individually. Try to get the most information you can and make the decision based off that. It's not always, what you read. It's not always, what you hear first off. We all know that in the news. You really got to do your own work, and we have a lot of people that do that for us. And then you either are comfortable with it or you're not. And with Vaughn, knowing the type of person he is, knowing, the nature of situations, we felt really comfortable with that. And we did a lot of research to back that.
Yeah, and also for you, I'm sure Coach would hate saying win now because every season's a win now season. But the moves that you guys made this offseason, trading for Debo, trading for Laramie, signing Vaughn, those are all very, trying to capitalize off of last season. When you're looking at building this roster to contend, how much do you weigh Jaden's contract, whereas how valuable it is now and how much he's probably going to be making in a few years?
Yeah, that's a good question, too. I think, you always want to build your roster to win now and then win in the future. And I think the moves that we made, those allow us to do both, really, with the nature of those, whether the deals or the contracts or however you say it. But, we're always looking to field as good of a team as we can every year. And however we can do that, we'll do that. And without mortgaging the future. In terms of Jaden's, he's on his rookie deal, so that does give us more financial flexibility. But we were just talking about this the other day. I mean, out of the 4 teams that were in the championship game, we were the only one that had a quarterback on his rookie contract still. So it's still possible to win after you pay a quarterback. And so, whether you talk about a window, I don't know what a window is in terms of that. Hopefully our window is as long as we're here, and that's what we're building for. Yeah.
Adam, if I'm not mistaken, I think you were involved with a couple of kind of longer holdouts in San Francisco, Bosa and Trent Williams, that didn't end until early September. Is this just part of the process for you? Are you calm about it, or what's the sense of urgency when a deal hasn't gotten done and camp is starting?
Yeah, I think those were I wasn't so much directly involved, but I was a part of it, so I understood how it went, and a lot of contract. I think that's just kind of the nature of our business. You obviously you would like to get these things done quicker than longer, but it's not always going to happen that way. So I think for me, just seeing those things secondhand, really not firsthand, but understanding how that went, just understanding that first of all, we're dealing with a really, in the case of Terry, a really good player and a really good person. So really understanding that and never losing sight of that, and making sure that every conversation we have is very straightforward, honest, and in good faith, and just keeping that mindset throughout, because there's going to be twists and turns, but just having that confidence and just understanding that our goal is to get a long-term deal done, and so just keeping focused on that, and whatever happens along the way, just understand that he's a great player, and we want to keep him here.
And Dan, what's lost if he's
You
not
are
here,
listening
just in
to
terms of
Adam
working with
Peters
Jaden
and Dan Quinn addressing the media live in Ashburn on the eve of training camp kicking off.
Or whatnot. So let's better question for now. It's a part. So we're planning, like Adam said, for everybody to get here and get rocking. Okay. Sam, yeah, he's doing great. He's had a really strong off season, and we're not going to miss one step of him along the way. So the guys are doing their physicals today, and so I can give you a follow-up of where he's at tomorrow. But he's really hitting all the markers, Nikki, that we had set, that we'd hope to see, and so that's a really cool thing.
Yeah, I think with Debo, what I've seen is and I didn't see him as last year in San Francisco, but just he's always had a great joy about him, and it seems as good as it's ever been in terms of his love for being around football, playing football, being around his teammates, and being on the football field. And it was almost enhanced this spring, just the way maybe he's, and I don't want to speak for him, but maybe being in a new offense and having new challenges, he seems like he's really revitalized, and he's been an awesome teammate, and he's really in, you guys will see him, he's working his tail off to be in excellent shape. But the one thing that probably every player that comes here, and when we play in our offense, it's fast. So understanding that it's a little different than a huddle-up offense where you have to. So he's taken that challenge on and really worked on, having great wind and being able to play over and over and over again. And he's really worked his tail off this whole offseason. So really excited to see where he's going to go. But in terms of how he's been so far, I couldn't be more pleased.
The word I think of for him is for Debo, I think of joy. Like he has it. Like you see it on the practice field, you see it in the meeting rooms. There's an energy that he brings to our team that is, you feel it, and I certainly did right from the beginning.
This question's for Dan. Obviously, you're a rookie quarterback, not a rookie anymore. Jaden Daniels had a pretty good year last year. So what's the next step, the evolution of Jaden Daniels? What does that look like?
Yeah, I think more growth. And one thing I've learned over the year from Jaden, and there's no limits on him, because this is somebody that absolutely is a savage from a work standpoint and just absolutely puts it in. So the skill work, the techniques, the knowledge of the offense, all of those things are going to be enhanced. And he's thrown himself an excellent offseason. We had a good conversation on the phone just the other night, chopping it up about the team, the summer, the offseason, and you can feel his energy. And just walking out here, when you walk into our building, there's a lot of energy with our team, and he's right in the middle of all that. But I would never count him out or, put him, mistake him for not doing anything other than absolutely emptying the tank to go for it.
And Adam, for you, comparing your feelings about the roster construction last year at this time versus to where you are today going into your second training camp in Washington. Give me your feelings, differences about just how you feel overall about the roster construction, what this team looks like right now compared to where it was last year.
Yeah, I'd like to think we're better. I would, but really just it was cool to see the players that we hadn't been with last year get so much better and get so much closer last year and work together, and then all the players that we drafted get so much better, and then bringing in a lot of guys from through trades or free agency this year and see how those guys mesh together too. So really like impressed with the job that DQ's done in bringing everybody together. I think that's probably the coolest thing. And from year 0 to year 1 and then year 1 to year 2, continuing that. So I think we have a better roster. That doesn't always mean you're going to have more or less wins, but certainly really excited about the group that we have together, not just the talent, but just the people.
For Adam, the Commanders have the oldest roster in the NFL. I guess first, how does that hit you? And second, is that kind of based on the dearth of talent or playable players that were here when you came in? How does that go? How does that happen?
Yeah, I'm sure there's a ton of factors that go into that, and there are a ton of factors that go into that. But I think really, signing guys like Bobby or Zach, those guys, I think we showed last year. People thought we brought them in to be like coaches on the field, but and certainly they are. They pass along a ton of knowledge, not just to the guys in their position group, but to guys across the whole defense or the offense. And Bobby and Jaden have a great relationship too, understanding and making each other better. But we saw with those guys, they're still really, really good players, and that goes the same for a guy like Vaughn. He's older, but he's still got a lot in the tank. So we're going to look for great players that fit us, and whether they're 22 or 35, if they can help us win, we're gonna bring them in.
Before you two guys arrived, this place wasn't exactly a desirable place for a lot of free agents to come. And talking with agents and talking with the players, are like, yeah, we're good. What have you found in this last year talking to agents and players about coming to the Washington Commanders?
Yeah, that's a great question, and it really helped me a ton last year. And I think I've said this before, but not only players but coaches wanted to come coach for DQ, and players wanted to come play for DQ. Tyler Biadasz wanted to come play here, and he wasn't a defensive player. DA, Dante Fowler. There's a lot of really good players. Bobby Wagner that would not have come here if we didn't have DQ. So I think it starts there. And then the culture that he's created, guys talk, and he's guys that are going to be free agents that we see and that we play against. I want to come play for you, and so I'm very proud of the fact that to be a part of something like that, and to be a part of something that DQ and his staff have created, and that people want to come here and play. And obviously, it helps when you have a quarterback like Jaden. Guys want to come play and catch passes from him, and guys that want to come block for him, guys that want to come play on the other side and get sacks at the end of games to close out the games if we're ahead. So that makes it a lot easier. But certainly it started with Coach Quinn and the culture that he built.
Together with Adam, we're proud of the culture and the environment that's getting created here, and it's through the players and their connection to one another, how hard they're going to go for one another. And so as special as last year was, like, it's on to this and this journey with this crew, and we're so pumped to do that, and so we're not going to miss one bit of it. So it's an awesome time to be here and get rolling with everybody. But I think together, that's one thing that we're really proud of, and we work hard at that part to make sure this could be a place where you can absolutely be your best self, and also as a team. And that's a really lofty goal, but we're going to go after it as hard as we can. All right, thanks, guys.
All right, that was Commanders General Manager Adam Peters and Head Coach Dan Quinn addressing the media. Training camp set to start tomorrow. Veterans report today. Asked if Terry McLaurin was coming to camp. Adam Peters was simple. He said, just like with all of our players, we expect him to be here today. AP also said, we'll do whatever we can to get a deal done with Terry McLaurin. We're reacting to everything you heard, opening these phone lines up. It is B. Mitch and Finley. What a half hour that was.
Earl Forsey, we're brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. So you just heard from the head coach and the GM out in Ashburn as the Commanders open up training camp today. We heard live press conference, Coach Dan Quinn, GM Adam Peters speaking for the first time this season to the media. Peters, of course, asked the million-dollar question whether or not he expects Terry McLaurin to report on time this afternoon, despite yet not having a new contract.
Yeah, we haven't spoken about that, but just like with really all of our players, we're expecting everybody to be here today.
So the other part of it was that Peter said they are talking and that they will continue to try to make progress and get a deal done. So in very general terms, speaking about the McLaurin situation, veterans coming in today. There's a joint practice with the Patriots 2 weeks from tomorrow. First preseason game 17 days away now at New England. We're getting close Friday, August 8th. Some other NFL news, another contract situation. NFL sacks leader Trey Hendrickson. He is a holdout for Cincinnati Bengals training camp, not reporting on time there as they start things up today. Baseball Nationals open a 3-game set against Cincinnati with tons of offense. 15 hits, a 10-8 win last night. Nats try to keep it going tonight with another one against the Reds. 6:45 start from Nats Park here on the Fan. Mystics back in action home against the LA Sparks. 7:30 on the Team 980. This July, get $120 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Yeah, I mean, first I think, without a doubt, I think everybody in this building values Terry very much, and we knew that coming in, and we knew that even more after spending a year with him. In terms of where we're at, we've had conversations recently, and we'll look to have some more conversations, and we're going to do everything we can in order to get a deal done.
B. Mitchell Finley, 106.7 The Fam. You just heard from Adam Peters and Dan Quinn. Training camp set to start tomorrow. Veteran players set to report today for the Washington Commanders. By far, everybody wants to know if Terry McLaurin's going to show up.
Mm-hmm.
We knew Adam Peters was going to get drilled with a bunch of questions about it, B. What did you hear?
About Terry, you mean?
Yeah.
Like I said, we're working on a deal, trying to get it done. We hope he'll be here. That's it. I don't think anything they said, I don't think the questions went too crazy neither. I think that it was relatively like Adam always is. He's kind of straightforward with his thing. He's not going to answer anything that will get him in trouble. And DQ's ready to go. I think a deal will get done.
I do too. I have thought a deal would get done. I don't think Peters was asked about, if you just look at recent 49ers history, where AP was prior to last year, the Bosa deal didn't get done until September 8th. The Trent Williams deal didn't get done until September 3rd.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was really interesting when Peters was asked about the nature of holdouts and how you've got to stay committed to the goal of a long-term deal. And specifically, if Terry said he's a really good person, a really good player. I've never been involved in negotiations that are linear or easy, but you have to have the driving presence that this is a really good player and our commitment is to get a long-term deal done.
Yeah.
And to me, that means the process is annoying as hell. Both sides are fighting like crazy, but their focus is on remembering how good of a dude and how good of a baller Terry is, and to get this thing finished.
They're trying to get a deal done and not like it used to be where they were trying to win the negotiation. You get what I'm saying? When you try to win the negotiation, you forget about that. You just want to win. And that's how things get messed up. But when you're trying to come together on a deal, somebody will find a common ground.
Now, at some point today, we will get news if Terry McLaurin shows up. If he arrives for training camp, reports, if he holds out, if he holds in is a possibility. I didn't get the feeling today that this deal will get done today or tomorrow, but that could change too. All of these things are fluid, man.
They are. And I mean, that's what negotiations are. So, I mean, that's why I keep saying I don't get two up or two down based off of a word or two being said. Because, in essence, we feel the deal is going to happen. Can't react to every comment, every sentence, every day. It's going to happen when it happens. And then you just hope everything keeps moving straight.
Outside of the McLaurin stuff, really not that much. There's not a ton of intrigue going into this camp, but one thing I loved that it's like we're all so focused on the Terry deal that DQ, I think, nailed. I thought it was really funny when DQ gives his opening statement and then AP's like, man, your opening statements are always way better than mine. Like, DQ just gets you fired up. Dude,
yeah, he's energetic.
I talked to him for 2 minutes on my way out of the party last night just because he was kind of getting mobbed, and I like to just, Coach, good to see you. We're going to spend the next 6 months together. I don't feel the need to bug you tonight. And I was like, you ready? He's like, you know it. And there may have been some choice language along with you know it. Like, that dude lives ready to go. And I loved his comments about Jaden Daniels, just like, yeah, year 2, he's going to be better. All that dude does is eat, sleep, live, ball.
And he had Mikey with that.
Right.
It's kind of hard to separate those two. You know, they came here back to back, boom, boom, and they both have the same type of mindset.
800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. We've now heard from Adam Peters. He's explained that the goal is a long-term deal. We're going to do everything we can to get it done. But it doesn't sound like it's happening tomorrow. How you feeling about the Terry McLaurin situation? Your calls next on The Fan.
I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening. You heard GM Adam Peters and head coach Dan Quinn speak live with their press conferences just a few minutes ago here in the Fan. Obviously, the big situation, Terry McLaurin, the contract issue he's having, still uncertain whether or not we're going to see him hold out and show up when players report this afternoon. GM Adam Peters, though, when asked about it, said we've had conversations recently. Quote, we're going to do everything we can to get a deal done. First preseason game only 17 days away at New England, Friday, August 8th. Nationals open up a 3-game set against Cincinnati, pulled out the offense last night. 10-8 win for the Nats as they bang out 15 hits. Another one against the Reds tonight. 6:45 start here on the Fan. WNBA Mystics in action. First one after the All-Star break. LA Sparks in town tonight, 7:30 on the Team 980. And tennis, Venus Williams in the nation's capital this week. She is in action tonight facing former NCAA champ Peyton Stearns, 7:30 p.m. for Venus playing some singles tennis at the D.C. Open at the Rock Creek Tennis Center. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
It's always probably the tricky part of any negotiation is figuring all that out. And, in terms of understanding the market, understanding our team, understanding, our financial situation and all that. But, I don't think I've been a part of a negotiation where it's been really linear and smooth and everything like that. But I think, understanding where they're at and understanding where we're at and trying to close that gap and come into something is really the kind of all the nuance of it and staying really above board and negotiating in good faith. All those things come together and that's how you come to a deal. So as long as it fits in the construct of what you want to do and how you want to build it and what the player would, Terry in this instance, is comfortable with. So that's what we're working towards, and we're having some good conversations, and we'll continue to.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. I'm not surprised. Adam Peters, as long as I've known him, and certainly since he has been the public face of the Commanders, the GM, he carries himself with a level of grace and humility that I think is really important to be an NFL executive. And we've seen some fairly arrogant fellas run through Ashburn that have been in charge of stuff. And Brian, you said this and it stuck with me that they had to feel they won the negotiation.
Yeah.
Like when you operate in a zero-sum world where there can only be a winner and a loser, and you approach everything through a binary prism, you leave yourself with no wiggle room.
Yeah.
And I think AP's all about wiggle room. Yo, Terry's a great dude. He's a great player. Our goal's a long-term deal. We're going to do everything we can to get there. But we know this is tricky.
Yeah.
I would think.
Look, trying to get a good deal does not mean, get a guy everything he wants. I know I hear a lot of fans, give him whatever he wants. Okay, somebody come to your house and they're trying to do something with you. You going to give them whatever they want? Or you want to deal with both people feel good about it? Do I think Terry should get paid? Yes. But I also understand that it comes down to the little part where you're asked for a lot and the team wants to not move there. They got to come to a point where you just say, okay, cool, I'm cool with this. And both people be happy about it.
Yeah, it's
not always easy.
Right. Like a lot of people, hey, pay him. Okay. But what if they're asking for $38 million a year? Right? Like there is some middle ground that needs to be found. And my theory, perhaps informed, perhaps not, but my theory is they made an offer. There has been an offer sent from Ashburn to Indianapolis. And that offer may have been so damn low that they're like, we're not responding to this. And that's how you end up with
you got to respond.
A month, 5 weeks, 6 weeks gap of conversations. And then you get to the break. People don't like yesterday when I saw a bunch of people I hadn't seen, including like staffers and people that like equipment guys. Everybody around the NFL talks about the break, and that's between minicamp and training camp. That's the only real downtime. You know what everybody does? Travels. Terry McLaurin went to Italy for, I don't know, 2 weeks. I'm guessing Adam Peters took a vacation. Dan Quinn has a home in Hawaii. Like, everybody probably unplugged from this for a little while. And it's like, all right, we're making no progress. Let's talk about it at camp because everybody, these are adults, is just going to be honest. We know this thing's going to camp, so we'll deal with it then. So everybody gets to enjoy their vacation.
Totally.
That is my speculation.
Or call me when I'm on vacation and tell me, here's the number. Right. Make me have even better
If the
time.
number's good enough, hell yeah. You can get a hold of me. I want to ask people on the phones, 800-636-1067. We've heard from Peters. Last week we heard from Terry. How do you feel about this deal getting done? We'll start with Dan in Fairfax. Dan, how you feeling about the Terry situation?
Hey, guys. Great to talk to you again.
How you doing,
Thanks, bud.
JP, I just want to say I saw you on TV, man. Great show. All ears.
Thanks, bud.
You do a really good job on TV.
Appreciate it.
And, Terry is my favorite player, so I guess I'm a bit biased, but I understand it's a business. You got to work through these things. I would pay him at least $30 million. But the thing is, I see the other side of it too, and Brian has made me aware of that. I see, JD5 and Terry are my favorite. I love Dan Quinn. He gets me psyched up for the season. I just can't wait. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
Hey, man.
Thanks, Dan. Dan hasn't sung for us or rapped for us in a while, B. You notice that?
Yeah, we got to get it done.
He used to call in with raps and songs. Jeff's mad about Sports Grumpy making him a song. That was bizarre. Let's go to Jacob in Texas. Jacob, you feeling better about the Terry McLaurin situation?
Hey, guys. How y'all doing?
Well, great.
All right. So last week when I watched Terry's press conference, I was honestly hitting panic mode. But hearing from Adam Peters, I'm very optimistic. But at the same time, as much as I want this deal done, I gotta see it to believe it.
That's understandable.
I think that's a reasonable space. Like, you were freaked. Now you feel a little bit better, but it's still not, the hay's not in the barn, right?
Yes, sir.
Appreciate the call, Jake. Thanks, man. Phones are open, 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. How you feeling about the Terry McLaurin contract situation? I'm going to go to Eric in Silver Sprung. Eric, how you feeling, dude?
The wild streets of Silver Sprung. But let me just say this. B. Mitch, man. You think Terry came into this season with a little bit more wiggle room making the second team All-Pro?
What do you mean a little bit more wiggle room?
Meaning, I need a little bit more money. I'm second team All-Pro.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm sure.
You
That's
know what
how
I'm
it
saying?
works.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if he's not second team All-Pro, I don't think he comes into the season demanding what he's wanting on the market. You know what I'm saying? Like, Terry, and B. Mitch, you said it. He's going to get paid. But I think the local radio stations and people around it, we have to talk about it. But if everybody had the same attitude as you, he's going to get paid. Like, I guess there's nothing else to talk about right now. But I'm just saying, I think, making second team All-Pro also helped his cause for getting the bag, too.
Yeah, definitely, dude.
When you get an All-Pro or something, that's when you ask for more. You ask for it when you're not having All-Pro, they get laughed at.
Thanks for the call, brother. We're going to keep the phone lines open. Nobody go anywhere.
What has been communicated to you about Terry, whether reporting or not reporting? What's been communicated to you about him?
Yeah, we haven't spoken about that, but just like with really all of our players, we're expecting everybody to be here today.
Well, we'll find out soon enough if that's accurate, if Terry is there. Listening to Adam Peters, I think a lot of folks might feel a little bit better. I think some folks might not feel better until it's done. Now's your opportunity. Tell us how you feel. I do think AP and DQ, for that matter, run a tight operation. Like, they knew what was coming.
They were prepared for that.
Yeah, and they
didn't get no trick questions. They knew.
They handled it well.
Yeah.
Let's go to my man Anthony.
What's up, Ant?
Ant, how you feeling about the Terry situation?
What's going on, guys? It's been a while since I called in. Ultimately, man, I feel like the deal gets done. You know, I wish it would have happened a little bit more sooner, because I hate for our star receiver to be feeling like he's unappreciated, you know, and go ahead on and get the chemistry started. So ultimately, I think a deal gets done. But I do understand both sides, from AP and Terry. So that's why I'm at with it, guys. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it, bro.
Appreciate it, man.
Gotcha,
Thanks, bud. Good call right there.
Yep.
Let's go to Alex down in Lorton. Alex, how you feeling about the Terry situation?
Lorton.
Yeah, I feel good. I like the AP appreciation for Terry, the word that you said. I think definitely that would mean a lot for the player. I just hope they meet his demand. And I just listened to Jeremy Fowler. They said he's asking for around $30 million, and they're not meeting. And I definitely believe that's the floor for the market of the wide receivers. And he's been amazing, and I think he deserves to get paid that amount. Thank you very much.
All right,
Thanks,
man.
dude.
Appreciate it.
I think they're not getting there now. Doesn't mean they won't get there.
Yeah.
And I think, again, let's call it informed speculation. I think there was an initial offer that was low that they thought would start a conversation, and it just didn't.
Yeah.
So then you land.
And when you throw out an offer like that and you get no conversation, you know, okay, we were way too low.
Right.
You know that.
Like, I think that you've heard these reports of Mike Evans who makes 26, and it's just like, that is not the number. And I think.
And he's not at the range where Mike is. Just like you want to say he's not, Debo is younger than him. Well, he's younger than Mike. Mike has played, 10 years? 11 years? So.
Right. I think it's a different situation. Totally. And the caller that called in and was like, oh, do you think it's different because he's coming off this second-team All-Pro season?
Yes.
Yeah. That's when you do these things.
You got second-team All-Pro. You got a quarterback that you know you're very successful with. You're in the last year of a deal that don't have no guarantees. That would be the time when you decide to ask. You know what I mean?
Let's check out Bob in Alexandria. Bob, how you feeling about the Terry situation now that you've heard from AP?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hello,
Love
man.
you, JP and B. Mitch.
Thanks, dude.
Been listening to your show for years and a Redskins fan / Commanders for most of my life.
All right.
So my take on our man's situation, contract situation, one, just a couple of negative vibes, and I know this is a business too, but our Adam Peters to not have any contact or send out any positive vibes for this long, I think could have been done a little bit better. Secondly, I think when you're dealing with only perhaps maybe $3 million difference, let's split the difference and then give them an incentive package. I mean, Ertz and a couple other big boys, they made quite a bit of money last year on their incentives, and I think that might get the deal done.
All right.
Appreciate the call, Bob. I mean, maybe it is incentives, but what players want are guaranteed.
Yeah.
That's all about compromise.
Yeah, they got to compromise. But I think Adam doesn't really talk when he's not required, and he's not going to be talking to the fans. So, but I think the deal with he and I don't know if I take it 100% that was said about no contact, no communication. They communicated. Mm-hmm. It just wasn't something that they liked.
Well, and I think, again, a whole lot of people were traveling, so maybe they're just not going to deal with it during that period. I think we haven't talked in a month can sound way worse than, yeah, like he and my agent texted, I haven't actually talked to him in a month, whatever. You know what I mean? Like you got to allow for nuance in all of this. I think that's one thing AP said that was pretty relevant. And he said, we've talked, it seems like in the last week, because it was this time last week we were at Eastern Motors. Wasn't it last Tuesday, B?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
A lot could change in a week. Even if a deal was far away, that could change really quickly. You might be right that there could have been a better way to handle this. I think there's an understanding. I think we got an important thing in this negotiation that I think fans really need to understand is if you're, like you said, sir, Bob, you've been a Washington fan your whole life. You've been rooting for this team, I don't know, 30, 40 years, whatever it is, right? And with that, you know everything Terry went through. He was drafted to this team in 2019.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there was ugly, ugly times, ugly, ugly situations. Terry was the face of the organization through some dumb stuff that he had nothing to do with. And so with that is significant emotional baggage. Like you're all in on Terry McLaurin.
Mm-hmm.
Adam Peters got here last year.
Yep.
And he got here, Josh Harris hired him. Like Adam Peters, now is obviously he's aware of what transpired here, right? Like it's not like it was a secret. But the emotional baggage, the emotional lift is so significantly different. His job is to approach this as a negotiation. His job is to put together the best football team, football organization, and to do so properly, you have to remove the emotion. So I think so many fans are like, oh, man, they got to handle this. They got to do this differently.
Can't remove the emotion. That's why I always say, stop trying to go off of every word and everything that's said. You know, if you ever learn that, your whole life going to get better.
Yeah.
Can't be
I
on
learned that real quick when I started watching YouTube videos, and everybody couldn't even get the facts right. What players we have anymore?
Appreciate you, Bob. Thanks, buddy.
All right, man.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys. I appreciate it. And yeah, I'm gonna definitely be applauding like crazy when he gets to the finish line and gets that contract signed.
I like
right,
that.
All right, Bob.
Good
Thanks,
stuff.
brother.
Thanks, Bob. I just got this tweet from Malcolm.
Mhm.
I think this is pretty smart here. He said, this is a professional negotiation. Sausage making is unpleasant. That rings true to me. Like, AP did nothing but take the high road. I don't think Terry said anything he couldn't move forward from at Eastern Motors.
Mm-hmm.
And I doubt we hear from either of them directly until they're sitting down. Terry's got a suit on and a big smile, and he's got a new contract.
Yeah.
I believe this thing is going to get done. Phone lines are packed. We're taking your calls, 800-636-1067. Here's the question. I just tweeted this out. Last week we heard from Terry McLaurin. Now we've heard from Adam Peters. For months and months and months, we hadn't heard from either of them, and everything was speculative. Now we've heard from both of the people in charge. How you feeling about the situation? Better? Worse? Somewhere in between? Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley. If you're on hold, stay there.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're sponsored by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. Go ahead, step outside, take a deep breath. Can you smell the football in the air? Yes, training camp opening up for the Commanders today out in Ashburn. We had the press conference of Coach Dan Quinn, GM Adam Peters earlier today. You heard it this morning here in The Fan, of course. The GM asked about Terry McLaurin's current contract situation.
First of all, we're dealing with a really, in the case of Terry, a really good player and a really good person. So really just understanding that our goal is to get a long-term deal done. And so just keeping focused on that, and, you know, whatever happens, you know, along the way, just understand that he's a great player and we want to keep him here.
Elsewhere around the NFL, defensive end Michael Parsons, Dallas, did report for training camp for the Cowboys as he looks for a new contract. Still uncertain if he's going to take part in practice, though, as they begin workouts today. NFL sacks leader Trey Hendrickson is a holdout in a contract dispute, not reporting to training camp today for Cincinnati. Nationals with a big 10-8 win over the Cincinnati Reds last night. We'll have another one tonight, game 2 of that series, 6:45 here on The Fan. WNBA Mystics will play their first one after the All-Star break. Back home tonight, the LA Sparks in town. That's a 7:30 p.m. tip-off on the Team 980. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal, call 877-DOOR PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, west. Just see this tweet from Tom Rousey. Hope I'm saying that right. According to Consumer Affairs, the D.C. area has dethroned Los Angeles for having the worst traffic in the nation. They see the DMV's average commute time is now 33.4 minutes versus 30.5 in L.A.
I can agree.
In previous years, D.C. had been number 2 to L.A. We're number 1, B.
Be honest with you, though, Jay, when we were out there, that traffic's crazy out there, though, dog.
Yeah.
I don't know if ours is that bad.
I mean, we were supposed to be in Ashburn today. Instead, we're in studio.
I was already there, dog. I mean, I'm just saying.
Yeah. You were in the bathtub.
I'm just saying, dog. It wouldn't take me that long.
Obviously, Terry McLaurin, as of now, I suppose we don't know, but Micah Parsons reported to Dallas. Trey Hendrickson did not report in Cincinnati. We'll see how this shakes out.
That thing been 2 years in the making, though.
Oh, yeah.
So Trey is like, look, man, enough is enough.
Phone lines are lit up. Here was my question. Here's kind of how I phrase it. A week ago, we got to hear from Terry. He's pissed. He's pissed, but absolutely left the door open to come on back. Nothing he said is something you can't walk back from. And in the NFL, I'm not sure there is a line of something you can't walk back from. Nah. Adam Peters spoke today. Nothing but the high road from AP. The only thing, if you really reach, is to say he did say he expects Terry to show up because everybody's got to show up today. What else is he supposed to say, right? I tweeted out. Now we've heard from Terry and from AP. How do you feel about this contract situation? I gave 3 options, B. I feel like these are fair. Better, worse, or man, I don't know. As of now, 49% of votes are man, I don't know. 42% say they feel better. Only 8% of voters say they feel worse about this situation. I think that's pretty.
But my question is, where are those 8% coming from? What did Adam say to make you feel worse? I can't see that.
Let's hit these phones. My man Emac is on the line. What's up, Emac? How you feeling?
I felt good before, and I still feel good now. I think that 8% are Dallas fans who have to listen to Jerry Jones take shots at Micah Parsons. But Brian Mitchell, man, I appreciate you real quick, and just wanted to say how much I appreciate all you've done for DC and the memories that you made for me as a kid growing up and for my late father, man. It's an honor talking to you as well.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, Emac.
But I feel great, man. Terry is still under contract, and he has all the incentive in the world to stay with us with Jaden Daniels in the direction the team is going. It's business. You know, it may go till September 1, but he'll be here, and he'll be fine. I trust him to be in shape and ready to go when it's time. And I'm sure he's not too excited to get back in camp early August. It's hot.
That's a great point, Emac. I ran into an NFL veteran over the weekend that is currently unsigned. And I was like, dude, what's your plan? And the response was, man, I don't want to do all the camp. I'm probably going to sign mid-August.
It's that, yeah.
I doubt.
Man, Terry was working out on vacation. Dude's going to be in shape.
I think. Now, would Terry prefer to have this done and be there to open camp? Yes, that's who he is. But you miss a couple weeks of camp, nobody's too upset. Thanks for the call, Mac. Appreciate it.
Eric Williams only signed after camp, and he only signed 1-year deals.
Let's go to Bradley in Kensington. What's up, Brad? How you feeling?
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call. I'm still in the man I don't know category, but obviously Adam has to say something today, but he's not going to say something that's going to cause some drama. But I think a deal will get done, but I just think it's going to take a long time, like you guys said. But I think Terry's worth every bit of $30 million, and I just hope the team and the front office realizes how important he is. I think he's just as important as Jaden. All the late game wins, the catch against Cincinnati, the 2 late touchdowns against Dallas. So I think a deal will get done, but man, it's going to cause us some anxiety waiting this long. But yeah.
I mean, heck,
Hey, man, I'll just say go get you some chill Casamigos, take a cup shot. You'll be all right.
you like the Reposado, B?
Yeah, get some Reposado.
Thank you, Brad.
What's the one the guy told yesterday? The
Patron Canito or something.
Something it was.
Yeah.
It was Neho that was clear.
Shout out to Matchbox. The Buffalo wings were quite good. Hell, Terry caught the game-winning touchdown against Dallas from Marcus Mariota.
Yeah.
Let's go to our guy Blake down in Wilmington. Blake, we haven't heard from you in a while. How you feeling about Terry?
Blake?
What's going on? I feel good. I'm with D. Mitch, and I'm not too worried. I feel like this is going to get done. I just want to look at it the perspective from Adam Peters. I know you said JP, he just got here. He was hired last year. Look at it too. He's on contract through this year, and Terry's not a guy that's going to miss games. You can tag him next year. So you're probably looking at Terry's agent going, do you want to be a 33-year-old free agent and sign 2 years down the line because we still got team control for 2 years, or do you want to take whatever the number is, 31 million now, and we can handshake this and we can go do training camp. So I feel fine about it. AP's just playing a little bit of hardball, but this thing's going to get done. Thank you, guys.
All right,
Thanks,
man.
bud. Appreciate you. I think AP might be playing hardball, but it's possible Terry is too. Hey, man, my number's 32, and it's not a dime less. Does that constitute as hardball? I don't know. I think both sides have their points, and they don't want to get off them. Eventually, they get off this stuff, but, it does land in a real spot. Landy, how are you feeling, dude? You've been pretty neutral on this throughout, I'd say.
I still think that a deal is going to get done, but it doesn't feel great that, training camp is here and they haven't got one yet. I know that we don't officially have word as to whether or not Terry's going to show up or not, but that would suck if he starts missing camp because, the team won't just throw in the couple of extra million a year or whatever that he wants.
And I think eventually push starts turning into shove, and somebody will probably compromise a little bit more than the other. Like that. That's kind of when AP said these aren't always linear, these aren't always easy. Like that's what he's talking about. Linear would describe a nice smooth line. This thing's going to have ups and downs.
It will.
Russ is in Charlestown. Russ, how you feeling, dude?
Hey, fellas, I feel pretty good.
But like you say, with Adam, he was talking about, I wish a presser during the presser, he was saying that, guys want to come here, and then the word gets around and everything. But you look at Terry doing the Commander way and everything he does. I mean, if you can't get him signed, them guys are gonna talk too. Like, hey, they take a while to get their contracts done. But it's his first year. I mean, this may be. I know he's had contracts in the past, but he's learning probably. I mean, he's learning. Everybody learns something new every day, right? And but Terry's just the Cowboys game, like you said, JP. I mean, and then the Cincinnati game. I mean, they paid that guy what, $41 million, one of them guys over there, and Terry catches that winning catch, and then all the emotional stuff for the year. I'm an old fan, and that old drunk I was playing cards with the other night, he was like, well, they're going to trade him. Dan's going to bring Michael Parsons up here. They're going to trade him to Dallas. I said, man, look, I called him Smirnoff. I said, listen, man, you got to quit talking that stuff. You don't want to start that stuff on the internet. But I'm feeling pretty good, man. They'll get it done, and yeah, so that's what I got to say about it, fellas.
All right, man.
Thanks for the call, dude. We'll keep these phone lines open, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. I think we also got to keep this in mind. If you're Adam Peters, this is your first time going through a high-profile contract extension conversation as GM. Now, he's been involved in these talks, right? But he's never been running the show. Some of this is about precedent being set. And you got Tunsil, Debo, Lattimore, Luvu, a whole bunch of guys are coming up next year. Do you want the precedent to be set? Oh, you're going to skip minicamp and then you get your deal? They may not want it to look like that.
I don't think they must think it that far, Jay. I mean, that's what people do. It's been going on. Even when he was in those meetings, he saw that happen.
Let's go to Jim out in L.A. Jim, how you feeling about Terry?
Gentlemen, thank you very much for taking my call. JP and B-Mitch, you guys do a fantastic job. Even Landini and Jeff, it's a great group, and I'm happy to listen to you guys on the Odyssey app.
Thank you, man.
From the outside looking in the worst traffic in the country is still L.A.
I believe that too.
I'm so thankful that we have professionalism, class. 5 years ago, this would have been an S show. You would have had the owner barking. You would have had coaches giving their input. You would have had GMs pounding their chest. And we probably even would have had some players that were being unprofessional. Everything here is happening above the bar. Terry's got a right to express himself, and I'm happy that he did, and I don't feel he's incorrect in any way. Adam Peters has got a business to run, and I think everybody's going to save a little face. Everybody's going to put their foot down, and it's all going to come together. And I'm even okay if he skips all the training camp because we got 46 days until week 1. So I think the fact that it's being quiet and under wraps is going to drive the crowds crazy because we're used to that mudslinging and the speculation and the leaks. And I love that we don't have that. I love it. I'm so proud to be a Washington fan right now. I think it's going to work out just fine. And you're right, it's going to set a precedence for the other players too, because one side cannot be viewed as dominating. It's got to be the success comes when everybody comes together, and everything that Terry said is demonstrating that. Everything that Adam Peters said is going to demonstrate that. You watch, just like B-Mitch said, man, when it comes time when the rubber hits the road, a couple of zeros, it's all going to be okay. I'm pleased. I'm not happy because I want Terry to be signed, but I'm very pleased at how things are progressing because it's professional, man. This is the way it should be. Thank you so much.
All right, man.
Thanks, bud.
I think the precedent set is don't come asking if you're not that good of a player.
Yeah.
If you are damn good, then they know that's going to happen. That's just how the things happen these days. But, can't get too overly concerned and worried.
Neil is in Virginia. Neil, how you feeling about the Terry situation, man?
Hey guys, look, I'm optimistic that Terry's going to be signed. I just have a slightly different take on what Adam Peters might be doing. I think he's keeping his powder dry. I think he's not signing Terry because right now there are still some generational free agent talent that might be available, like Hendrickson, maybe Parsons. So if he wanted to make an offer, if he had a chance to make an offer and they were going to accept it, structuring a deal after you've already committed to Terry would just make it more complicated. So, I mean, you know, there are deals that are done where
Neil,
the
can I
teams
ask a
restructure.
quick?
Sure.
Micah Parsons rather reported to camp in Dallas. I don't think he's available at all.
Okay.
I honestly don't think Hendrickson's available, but I definitely don't think Parsons is available.
Jerry not sending.
Yeah, but it just seemed like that. You know, the book wasn't closed on the Hendrickson. I mean,
I mean, you might be right on that. The book might not be closed, but I think we gotta, just for like the intellectual honesty level of it, I think we gotta shut the book on Parsons.
Okay, fair enough. But even still, if you had a chance at Hendrickson, it would be a lot easier to structure a deal and work the get some cap space and maybe restructuring some other places. I don't know the details that well and how it's done. I just know that it's done. I think Adam Peters is just maybe waiting, and he's going to sign Terry. It's like I said before. If Terry McLaurin was available from another team, Adam Peters would be looking at shops to go sign him. So he's not going to let Terry go. I mean, he's going to find a way to make Terry happy. I just think he's waiting to see if he has to, figure out some other large deal that maybe, that may be possible. That's all I'm saying. It's just, I think it's just a little bit of a wait, but it's going to happen eventually, I'm sure.
Thanks for the call, bud. Appreciate you.
All right, guys. Take care.
All right. Last one for now. Our guy Deacon is in D.C. What's up, Deke? Deke, you there? Deke, you go. I did want to let my man Jeff weigh in on this. Jeffrey, at various times you've been quite shook about the Terry situation. Terry spoke last week. Now we've heard from Adam Peters. How you feeling about Terry now?
Yo, I'm way more calm. Like I don't have no
calm.
Yeah, I'm way more calm. Like
why?
Because so when we heard Terry talk and we heard his disappointment, just being in that room and just feeling the energy, because energy don't lie, it felt bad. But now, they had talks since then, and for AP to come out and say that in front of everyone, it's like, all right, it's going to happen now. It's just a matter of when. To me, I'm good now. The thing is, you all been around here longer than I have. Before, so much information would leak out. You know how they say the fear of the unknown? That's what it was for a lot of the fans, because nothing leaked out. Reporters didn't know. It's a good feeling, but it's crazy to see in Washington nothing leaks out, because
it's been like that since he taken over now.
Yeah,
it's been a little bit over a year.
Yep. So
and I like that. I don't like.
Yeah, I like.
I don't like leaks.
It's cool because it shows that everyone in the building is on the same program. They have faith in the people that's in that building. I love it. I'm not worried at all anymore.
I can tell
damn time. You were getting on my damn nerves, just to let you know.
All good.
As a reporter, I kind of miss the leaks. But what I can tell
this dude right here, the JP likes the leaks. JP hypes up everything.
I don't think I've hyped this up at all.
You part of the issue.
No, the Terry stuff I've said throughout, they got plenty of time.
You say they got plenty of time, but then you go into let me know. Like, this is going. You part of the issue.
You got to explain all the angles, but throughout this, I've said they had plenty of time.
Yeah, but you hype it up a little bit.
At this point, we don't even know if he's at training camp. Like, it's an issue.
I don't care.
But you have a unique perspective.
I care that he plays. I don't care if he at training camp, because I saw one dude miss training camp every year. Signed the deal after training camp, came in and was the best down. He played well.
Who was that?
Eric Williams. Every year. Eric showed up, 1-year deal, did not come to after training camp. I said, hell, I might try that.
Did you ever hold out into camp?
Nah, my stuff came early. They didn't want to hear my mouth. They knew I'd talk a lot.
Jeff, I'm glad you feel better, because I know you were And dude, being in Eastern Motors and seeing the emotion in Terry's face, there was like an emotional, visceral reaction to it. Like he was clearly upset.
That's why that little vein right here popping out.
Yeah, and
that when I knew he was serious.
The thing was that kept me
see that
on
little
this,
vein right there?
Yeah.
this roller coaster ride was. I went in and when he was there putting on the stuff, laughing and smiling, I'm like, oh yeah, we gonna get this done. He wouldn't be doing this Eastern Motors stuff. But then I was like, hold up, that's a sponsorship. And then to hear that, I was like, oh, my heart dropped to my stomach. It did, because I was like, this is really getting real now. But I'm good now.
Probably bounce right back up though once it hits your stomach.
But I'm cool now. I'm not sweating no more.
Oh,
I'm glad you feel better. Here's what I'd like to do. I feel like we've had a really good conversation about Terry McLaurin. At some point, we're going to get information that he has or hasn't reported, that he's holding out, holding in. Maybe a deal gets done. Who knows, right? Like that information is to come. But I do think AP explained everything quite well, high road the whole way, and I think it's reasonable to feel better about everything. Like I wouldn't have expected it, but had Peters gotten up there today and said, "Oh man, we're super far away, and I don't know what's going to happen," then
if that were the case, he wouldn't even say that.
I want to switch gears a little. A lot of talk about a new stadium here in Washington, and there's one idea that could. It's at least provocative. It's a provocative stadium idea. When we return, it's B. Mitch and Finley.
Stupid idea.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're powered by JTF Gov, the #1 HP Federal Power MPS partner. You heard the press conference live here on The Fan earlier today. The head coach Dan Quinn, GM Adam Peters, speaking as training camp opens for the Commanders. Peter asked about Terry McLaurin's contract. Here's the short version of it. Quote, "We've had conversations recently. He's a great player. We want to keep him here. Our goal is to get a long-term deal done," is what GM Adam Peters said today. He also said he expects everyone to report on time for training camp this afternoon in Ashburn. Baseball, the Nats look to make it back-to-back wins as they open up a 3-game set against Cincinnati, opening up a can of you-know-what last night. 15 hits, a 10-8 win for the Nats. So we'll try to keep things going tonight. 6:45 start here on The Fan. WNBA, Mystics are back in action, taking on the LA Sparks tonight, 7:30 over on the Team 980. Mission Critical, that's JTF's specialty. We're a top-ranked HP MPS power partner for a reason. We just don't ship products. We deploy fully integrated, mission-ready solutions from DC to Europe. Powered by HP, delivered by JTF. Check us out at jtfgov.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
All right, we got some stadium news for you. Stadium's been a hot topic lately. Got people from Pennsylvania Avenue chiming in on it. This is from Alex Coma. Alex Coma is a senior D.C. political reporter for WAMU. Alex Coma just tweeted out moments ago. News, D.C. Council Chairman Phil Mendelson is planning a first vote on the RFK Stadium deal as soon as Friday.
Damn.
Per a source familiar. Lawmakers will need to vote a second time. It's unclear when, especially because some council members have bristled at this coming before next week's hearings. I'm not sure that the Chairman Mendelson wants to speed this up, maybe because of comments from President Trump. Maybe they just want to get it done. Whatever the case, I think it's very obvious that the Commanders want this done. The mayor wants it done. Everybody wants this thing to move, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think getting it done as fast as possible is a great idea because you got some volatility at the federal government level. Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, this town is still run far too often by the federal government. So getting it done seems to make sense to me.
Makes a lot of sense.
Now, I'm not sure how much sense this makes, but there's a new idea about a stadium in our area.
Everybody, sit down for this one, please.
This is from a noted city planner, perhaps, economist, a man that truly could do it all.
Not very bright.
Stephen A. Smith from ESPN has an idea to solve all the stadium woes in the greater DMV area. Here we go, Landini.
I've been an advocate, a strong advocate. I've always wanted a stadium in the state of Maryland that the Ravens and the Washington Commanders could share with a lot of employment emanating from D.C., but still be able to, because, again, you wouldn't have to worry about stuff like this. That's just my personal opinion. That was the idea that I threw out last year, that the Ravens and the Commanders should actually share stadium. You got a minimum of 17 to 18 weeks where you got games there, plus playoff games and all of that stuff, plus events in the offseason. And you know what? And it's the state of Maryland that you have to deal with instead of this kind of nonsense.
But what does that do for D.C.? And does he not know that D.C. and Baltimore do not see eye to eye?
No.
They not cool like that. Sometimes people need to, what they say, when you speak.
Think before you speak?
No, when you speak, people know you're a fool. It's better be thought of a food and speak and remove all doubt.
Yeah.
That's it. That's exactly what he should take with that one.
I promise you, I have lived in this part of Maryland, and I have a lot of friends in Baltimore. At one point, Baltimore was my second home. Never had we once said, oh, yeah, we need the Ravens and the Commanders to have the same stadium.
But I understand what he's trying to say about Maryland doing everything, but this is the Washington Commanders. And I can see why they want it in the city. And I know what he's saying about not have to deal with that problem. I believe in all that stuff, but those two teams playing together, no, dude. Okay, where the hell are you going to put that stadium at?
So
You
geographically,
think all of these fans here are going to go to Baltimore, or are you going to bring it down here somewhere? And you think the Baltimore fans want to come here?
geographically, the midpoint is roughly Laurel, something like that.
Okay, but I don't think either one of these fan bases want to be sharing with the other.
Current Commanders fans, including those that live in Maryland. If you live in Germantown or Poolsville, like a lot of Maryland fans don't like driving to Landover. Newsflash, Landover's inside the Beltway. The current Commander Stadium is probably 3 or 4 miles from the city line. Like, it's not far outside of the city. There would be an absolute riot if they were like, all right, we got a new plan. Laurel, baby. Jessup. We're going to Jessup. Not to mention, the Ravens currently have a dope stadium in downtown Baltimore.
Bro,
You think they want to move out?
Steven has been in this area. He must stay in the hotel and not venture out to even make that type of suggestion.
Can we hear it one more time just for the absurdity of it all?
I've been an advocate, a strong advocate. I've always wanted a stadium in the state of Maryland that the Ravens and the Washington Commanders could share with a lot of employment emanating from D.C., but still be able to, because, again, you wouldn't have to worry about stuff like this. That's just my personal opinion. That was the idea that I threw out last year, that the Ravens and the Commanders should actually share stadium. You got a minimum of 17 to 18 weeks where you got games there, plus playoff games and all of that stuff, plus events in the offseason. And you know what? And it's the state of Maryland that you have to deal with instead of this kind of nonsense.
Ask your question. Who was on that show with him?
That agreed?
I heard Molly. Okay. Who else was on there that did not say, dude, you out your damn mind? That will not work.
I don't know, B. I don't really watch that show.
You know, I'm just saying, it's just, I don't know. That's what you need, people to be able to go against people sometimes. And right then, somebody should have said, nah, dog. Those two people don't see it. They don't see eye to eye like that. Those two teams, those two fan bases don't view it like that. You know what I mean? It doesn't fit.
In no way does that fit. When the Niners and the Raiders played across the bay from one another, you know what they never had? A shared stadium.
Yeah.
Even as Candlestick got old, San Fran always had the money. They got a new joint built in Santa Clara.
And the
Oakland
Raiders had to go to
playing
them.
Vegas.
They had to leave and go to another whole state.
Right. And that is probably closer proximity, but maybe perhaps more complicated geography. But like the Raiders could play in Santa Clara. They said, no, we're going to Vegas. Like the idea that the Commanders and the Ravens would share a stadium in the geographic midpoint of D.C. and Baltimore is just asinine.
It is. I can understand why L.A. Chargers and Rams are playing. They both are in L.A. now. Okay? New York, you can see that. Because both from New York City. They don't play in New York City, but they both are from New York City. That suggestion he just made is like saying, how about the Giants and the Eagles playing the same stadium?
That might be the best
That's
comp.
kind of what it is.
The Dolphins and the Bucks.
Yeah. You know, that's basically what it sounds like. Nah, bro. No, man.
Instead of Miami having a stadium and Tampa having a stadium, let's build one in Orlando where everybody plays.
Yeah. And you could get Mickey and all of them to come be like your halftime show.
It's just so silly.
Like, just like he said.
And to present it like you have like this deep intellectual understanding of the area, and we're gonna get jobs from DC.
Yeah, like he said that our quarterback Tressway, you remember he had them receptions on those touchdowns. I mean, pass receptions, throwing it to him and all. When he said that, stop talking about this team, dog. If you don't know what the hell you talk about, stop.
In fairness to Stephen A., though, Tressway does have more passing yards in the NFC Championship game than Dak Prescott, so he probably just got confused.
Big fact. Now, Landfill, you have been a vocal, I would say, opponent of a new stadium in Virginia and a vocal proponent of a new stadium anywhere besides Virginia. So how do you feel about this Commanders-Ravens joint stadium in Jessup, Maryland?
I mean, that's just remarkably stupid. I like in the clip, too, where he talks about, I've been an advocate of this. Like, he's just been talking about it for years, and it's not something he just came up with 4 minutes ago.
That came off the top of his head.
Yeah.
Because the fact that he said it lets you know he knows absolutely nothing about this area.
Not a chance.
I don't think we're going to get comment, but part of me almost wants to reach out to Governor Moore and just be like, hey, Gov.
Hey, Gov, just hit us on our phones. You know the numbers. And let us know what you think about that.
Stephen A. has proposed a joint stadium in Laurel.
Nobody wants
He didn't even say Laurel. He just said they're going to play somewhere.
Could be right next to the Eastern Motors.
You think these people about to get rid of M&T Bank?
No. They have a dope downtown stadium.
Hell yeah.
That's what everybody wants.
And so in other words,
that I believe the state just committed a bunch of money to.
If you had to do that, you would have to uproot everything here to go play there because they're not getting rid of their stadium.
You imagine if the Burgundy and Gold played in downtown Baltimore for home games?
No. I'm not even trying to imagine that.
I mean, it's just so cataclysmically dumb. But whatever. It's kind of funny. I mean,
God.
The best I can do with that, Stephen A. undeniably is good at being provocative. That to me isn't even provocative. It's just silly.
That's pretty stupid.
Man,
I'm trying to make a word up.
This reminds me of the time Stephen A. Smith talked about what a big impact Hunter Henry was going to have for the Chargers in the game that was taking place that evening, even though Hunter Henry had torn his ACL earlier in the season.
Never know, though. It may be impacting the locker room.
Yeah,
in the pregame speech.
Yeah. Nah, bro. Nah. Stop. Please stop discussing this franchise.
1 o'clock, Pat Leonard, New York Daily News, joins us to get us up to speed with all things happening for the New York Football Giants.
Patrick. All right, be Mitchell Finley, 106.7 The Fan. What the hell? Started hearing myself. I think JP turned his computer up and he left out landfill. But if you all just heard the topic we were discussing, Stephen A. Smith saying that the Commanders and the Ravens should have the same stadium. So one of my friends just texted me and say, well, that means that the Yankees and the Red Sox should move to Connecticut and play in the same stadium.
So I thought the Stephen A. Smith suggestion of one stadium would be the funniest thing I heard here today.
Uh-huh.
But I was just in the hallway, just to kind of paint a picture, because this is an audio medium. Maybe we could post a photo of our guy.
Of who?
The Nats recently did a giveaway of a basketball jersey. It's a Nats basketball jersey.
Oh, okay.
And our guy Jeff is wearing it.
Yeah.
Just no undershirt, no nothing, just wearing it.
Jeff say going back to old school basketball ways.
I like
You don't
it.
need that T-shirt, the ball.
Well, here's what just happened, B. I was in the hallway, walking back from the restroom, and I also bought a Diet Coke. Shout out to Diet Coke if you're watching on the stream. And one of the sales guys, I'm not going to name names, but one of the sales guys walking by, he's like, Jeff, you wearing a jersey? You can't get buckets. And Jeff's like, man, you know how Jeff gets, man, I'll play you. And the guy's just
I said I'll destroy you.
He's like, how much money you got in your pocket? And kept walking. That was a stone cold assassin, Jeff.
It was Barrington. I will take Barrington. He works sales for KYS.
Always
the tall,
PGC.
Always
the tall
well-dressed
dude.
dude. Yeah, definitely not KYS, Jeff.
So he played
that was
ball.
an
He
accident.
played ball back in the day too.
Bro, I don't care.
He'll
He's
cook
old
you.
now. He's old now.
Yeah, then he will back you
That-
down.
that man probably-
You're 30 and out of shape.
He'll come in there with them
Bro.
high black socks on
JP,
like an
I'm getting in. I'm
and
getting in
kill
better
you.
shape. Like I said, I hoop every Sunday. JP, I'll still beat you by 16. I'm
No,
confident on that.
No, you won't.
I'm confident
You'll
on
beat
that.
me. It was funny. It was just a random hallway drive-by on
Yes,
Jeff Walker.
it was
And he
unexpected.
said, "How much money you got in your pocket?" And Jeff did not answer that question.
No,
right?
I said, let's go. We could play after. I got like $150 in my pocket right
Whoa.
now.
I'll play you for that.
I don't mind. B, I will take your money.
No, you won't.
Yes, I would.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready, we could go play at Watts
We're gonna
basketball
play
league.
basketball. Then we're gonna play golf. I'm gonna give you
No,
30
no,
strokes.
no, 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 no,
I'm
no,
gonna
no,
give you
no,
30 strokes and I'm gonna beat you by at least 15.
I'm not going to play basketball. I didn't have enough energy to play golf after. Let's just cut it right there.
I mean, you're young.
He's getting in shape, though.
I'm getting
He
there.
is in shape. He round.
I did compliment you. I did compliment you the other day. It looked like you had dropped a little weight. I got to be honest with you, though, Jeff. As you're working to drop weight, right? I'm not sure the basketball jersey is the right fit.
How are you going to say that? Like, my jersey don't come up. It's
B, do you think that's the right look for our guy?
What's
Not
wrong with it?
It looked like he need to have something else on, like another X in front of that one.
No
on that
way,
XL.
no way, no way.
It's an XL you got on?
Just because
You look
everybody
like
don't wear
baby-
them
you look like baby
2000s, them 2000s baggy clothes that y'all wear, don't mean.
No, I don't wear baggy
If my
clothes.
shirt was small, when I raise my arms, you'll
No.
see my belly.
You look like what's the dude name from LSU?
What are
that
we
was playing?
talking
What they
about?
call him? Baby Shaq.
Yeah,
That's how he look.
Oh
Big
my
Baby.
God.
He look like Big Baby. That's the Big Baby. Yeah, Big Baby.
Jeff, my argument
Y'all
is
some
not.
haters. I'm gonna take a picture and we gonna see what the fans think.
They gonna think you look like
That's a
Big Baby.
great idea.
I think you kind of
Big
look like
Baby, you gonna stop calling me Big
you
Baby,
look like Big
Dave.
Baby.
My point is not that jersey doesn't fit you how a jersey should fit.
He's just saying it don't look right.
My point is don't wear a jersey. Like, if you were going to the Nats game or a concert or something or the pool party.
JP, it's
I get it.
2025. People wear jerseys out.
And to work? When
Bro,
when Barrington's just going to shrapnel you in the hallway?
Hold on. JP, you have come in here with out of form white shirts after the gym and some more stuff. We're not talking about a Nationals jersey that it's a sports station. I can't wear a sports jersey to a sports station.
You look like Big Baby. That's all.
Hey, At least I'm not wearing thong-toe slippers.
Wait, I thought
to
you were about
work.
to say thongs. Y'all know y'all been out with those thongs.
Oh, nah.
But JP just wear hockey jerseys to any sporting
Yeah,
event.
I'm
like
not
the
worried
Super
about
Bowl
that.
in the middle of L.A.
Particularly-
on that red. I'm like, dog, whoa.
Trying to get y'all beat up.
I told him, I said, you go across the street. We'll come later.
The only jersey I wear is an Alex Ovechkin jersey. It's bright red, and I decided to wear it in the middle of downtown Los Angeles. I didn't even think about that until we were in the car.
JP was
and,
actually good. Come on now, they're not gonna see JP and be like, "You a blood?" Like,
Nah,
you don't think I give off blood energy?
not at all.
Nah.
JP.
When you start saying that's dope, everything dope, they go like, nah,
We gonna leave him alone.
Get this kid out of here.
He from the valley. Don't worry about him.
Landfill, what was your backup plan if B and I weren't able to be on the air at 10? Just let Jeff go? Just turn the mic on and let Jeff rock it?
The backup plan is always ask Cakes if he can do 15 more minutes.
I was talking with some of the ladies in the kitchen in the break room. I was like, oh, did anybody else get caught in this traffic? Apparently, one of the sales folks, one of the business people, took them 3 hours to get to work today.
Where the hell she live?
I don't know, but I
She
believe
coming
it.
from where Greg live?
Maybe.
Like Greg hit me this morning. Landfill, this is your dog. I'm like, where are you? I'm on my way to Northwest Stadium. I'm like, from your house? Because Greg people think I live far. Greg live at least an hour from me.
Who says you live far? You live in like Centerville. You live in Fairfax.
Everybody that lives on this side of the bridge and stuff think I live far. Because y'all think that everything about Virginia is far.
I do not.
Bro, you're an hour in Virginia.
JP, have you ever drove to my house other than the one time you came try to sleep in my backyard?
Yeah. We all
they were gonna sleep in my they were gonna camp out in my backyard. And I'm like, no, that's not happening. Because I know it's snakes out there. And I'm not gonna let nobody just sleep out there. Pete, you should have let me throw him in the water load.
That would have
Dave, you can call and tell Pete this too.
You should have let him camp out and then just turn the
No,
sprinkler
I
on.
told him to camp out in my basement, but I'm not letting him camp out in the backyard. Because it's all kind of animals back there. But Pete got drunk and fell asleep on a lounge chair on the deck. And they refused to let me throw him in the pool. I want to throw him in the pool.
He would have woke up.
And he could just stand up, but I just want to throw him in the pool. They say, nah, that's not cool.
I don't think I said no.
I would have absolutely been
I thought
cool.
Mitch said no.
You and Mitch said no. But I should have just
I
let me
think
pick
it was
him.
AJ.
I could have picked him up
soft.
and just threw him in the damn pool.
Let's hope Deb's not listening. If
Yo.
you are, Deb Haley, we love you.
B, you live far. Anytime I gotta mentally prepare for a drive, you live kind of far. Bro.
But I drive here every day, and I'm the one that don't have no problem with it.
Nobody is less concerned about lengthy driving than you.
Because I don't worry about it. I focus on the positive.
A standard Saturday for Brian Mitchell is a bike ride in Upper Marlboro in the morning, then a parade Grand Marshal appearance in Winchester, Virginia
I've done
in the
that.
afternoon,
I've done that.
and then dinner at MGM National Harbor. Like that's like an
Hey,
average
dog,
day.
I'm telling you, I could put some miles on the car.
That's why
I
you
got
got
out
electric.
one morning. I rode from my house to Woodbridge. I drove. Then I did a 45-mile bike ride. Then I got in my car and I drove to Woodmore and played 18 holes. Then I drove back home.
Yo, built different. When we come back, let's see what's going on with the Giants as training camp opens up.
I'm Earl Forsey. This update driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. So the Commanders begin training camp today in Ashburn. We heard from head coach Dan Quinn, GM Adam Peters earlier today, live, by the way, here on 106.7 The Fan. Peters, of course, asked about the Terry McLaurin contract.
Yeah, without a doubt, I think everybody in this building values Terry very much, and we knew that coming in, and we knew that even more after spending a year with him. In terms of where we're at, we've had conversations recently, and we'll look to have some more conversations, and we're going to do everything we can in order to get a deal done.
Again, we're 2.5 weeks or so out from the first preseason game, more than 6 weeks out from week 1 of the NFL season. Patience, people. There's time to get things done. When asked about a possible holdout, Peters said he expects everyone to report on time today for training camp this afternoon. Nats opened up a 3-game set against Cincinnati last night with a 10-8 win, banging out 15 hits. They'll look to make it 2 in a row tonight. Game 2 against Cincy, 6:45 here in the Fan. And tennis, Venus Williams in town in action, facing former NCAA champ Peyton Stearns tonight, 7:30 for her match at the D.C. Open at the Rock Creek Tennis Center. For over 65 years now, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home of Ted Britt for life, lifetime vehicle coverage, and all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
B. Mitch Fenley, 106.7 The Fan. Just a moment, we're going to be joined by Pat Leonard of the New York Daily News. Get caught up to speed on all things going on with the New York Football Giants. It's funny, we've been meaning to talk about this a couple of days, but of all the teams, ESPN did a list of what teams could go worst to first in their division, and the Giants weren't exactly picked by many. Now, some of that might just be how good the Eagles are. Joining us now, our boy Pat. Yo, what's up, buddy? How are you?
JP, B. Mitch, great. How are you guys? Get some good time off, I hope.
It's over now.
Yeah, we're back to work now, Pat.
Dude, I know you've been very busy. I believe camp has opened for the Giants. Get us up to speed. Any contract stuff? Everybody there? Everybody healthy? What's going on?
No contract stuff so far. Yeah, they're reporting today, first practice tomorrow. The one player I was watching, not that I thought he was going to hold out, but Dexter Lawrence is an interesting one to me just because he signed an extension a couple years ago. I think he and Payne signed them the same year. But like he signed that, and it made him tied for the third highest paid D tackle in the league then. And all of a sudden here, he's tied for 10th. And so, he reported today. He's there. But just be interested to see if they take care of him kind of quickly here and, give a sweetener into it or something, because, the guy's basically ranked in a lot of places as, top 1, top 2, top 3 D tackles in football. But, yeah, no overt issues yet. Really health-wise, just going to be curious to see Neighbors, Andrew Thomas, even Lawrence himself, guys who really didn't do much in the spring. And in a lot of ways, they were just kind of being cautious with them, and not trying to, put too much on their bodies too early. But it was a lot of big names not doing a lot on the field. So it'll just be interesting to see how much they do.
I think all these contracts now, though, Pat, you sign a contract in the morning, and you're already moved down 3 spots by the night.
Yeah, you're right,
It changes so quick now.
No, you're right. And then it's really just on the player and the agent whether or not it's an issue to them or not, right? So, Dexter, like I said, it was, he really didn't do any team drills in the spring. I'm not saying it was related to that. He was here, he was doing individuals. But, it just does stick out a little bit. It's the one contract thing on the team that sticks out as potentially an issue. At the edge rusher position, too, very interesting. They drafted Abdul Carter, and Kayvon Thibodeau had his 5th-year option picked up for 2026. Seems to have lit a fire under him. Not that he wasn't a motivated player, but definitely seems to have attacked this offseason, this spring. Looks like he's in, as they always say this time of year, better shape than ever. So that's some of the stuff to watch, too, how some of their additions have affected guys on the roster now.
It's interesting with Kayvon because I know he probably hasn't produced to the draft position, I would say, in his career for the Giants. But damn, has he killed the Skins. Anytime Thibodeau shows up against the burgundy and gold, he looks like LT.
No, you're right. You're right. That's like if you put his highlight tape together, it's a lot of Washington on the other end. And, you know, one of the interesting things I'm watching for as they hit the practice field tomorrow and with Thibodeau and some of these guys on the line specifically is, I mean, listen, they face the Commanders right out of the gate in week 1. You know, the Giants have them and then the Cowboys back-to-back. They're going to have to get one out of the two right out of the gate. And one of the things that the Giants have really struggled with over the years, there's a lot of things they haven't done well enough, but in my opinion, they haven't been nasty enough on the line of scrimmage. Like Lawrence is the one guy that I think teams and players are legitimately intimidated by and they're, you know, worried about facing him. But the Giants, they really need to become a team that plays with more nastiness. You don't want to cross the line and hurt yourself, but going up against teams like yours down there in Washington and even Dallas, like still with the talent that they have on their roster, Philadelphia obviously in the division, if they don't take another step there, they're not going to get it done. And so it's going to be interesting seeing them toe that line because in the spring they had to cut one of the OTA practices short because Burns and Thibodeau got into basically a complete melee brawl with two of the tackles, Illuminor and James Hudson, the backup who was playing for Thomas when Thomas wasn't on the field. And it was like they took it too far, but if you're a Giants fan, you kind of want them to sharpen those edges for these matchups coming up right at the start of the season in the NFC East, too. So that would be an interesting dynamic for them to play.
Dude, I had to look this up. Kayvon Thibodeau in 3 years has 21 career sacks. 5.5 of them have come in 5 games against Washington, where he also has 9 TFLs, 10 quarterback hits, a fumble, a forced fumble, a fumble recovery, and a touchdown scored. Like he sees burgundy and gold and just goes. We are talking. Yes. We're talking with our friend Pat Leonard from the New York Daily News here on the Ruud Guest Hotline. Ruud makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. You can read Pat's work in the New York Daily News. You can listen to Talking Ball with Pat Leonard on the Believe Network, anywhere you get your podcast, or you can watch it on YouTube. The TikTok, the Instagram is PL on NFL. A lot of great content coming from Pat around New York and the NFL. Let's talk about what I think is probably already decided, but I would argue shouldn't be. Is there a quarterback competition for the Giants, or is it Russ Wilson's job?
I agree with you. I think this should be wide open. They have acted and spoken like it's already Russell Wilson's. And this has been since his signing in the spring. Now, the one thing that aligns with is the leadership angle. What I mean by that is the Giants really struggled in the leadership category last year when Barkley and McKinney were let to walk away to Philadelphia and Green Bay, respectively. And they signed Jameis Winston, they draft Jackson Dart, they signed Russell Wilson. But over the offseason, the organization has been pushing Wilson as really the person that they're getting behind as a group. They're going to follow him. They're going to do things his way. He's going to speak for them. And so in some ways, like you could argue devil's advocate on that side and say, listen, you want the team all pulling in the same direction. You don't want uncertainty. It's such an important year. The earlier you get on one track, the better. So that's part of why it seems like they're doing this. But JP, I totally agree with you. Like, I think, first of all, Jameis Winston technically signed first. If you're Jameis Winston, and he said all the right things, but, you know, now you have Jackson Dart selected. You have Russell Wilson seeming like he's getting the keys in week 1. It doesn't even feel like there's a place for Jameis on the roster unless you let him compete for the job, right? So Jackson Dart is the face of the franchise for the future, they hope. But listen, if he shows any promise, you guys know, right? I mean, he wasn't selected, you know, nearly as high as a Jaden. But if he shows promise as a first-round pick on the practice field, the players know it. Everyone in the organization knows it. He's Daboll's guy. He'll know it, and he'll be on the field sooner rather than later. So I think you have to make it a competition. You guys know first-round quarterbacks usually play earlier than everyone expects anyway. I don't completely follow why they wouldn't open it up. Jackson himself, I talked to him actually on Talking Ball right at the end of June, and he didn't back down from saying he wants to compete for it. Like he said, my priority is to win, so if that's somebody else or me, I don't care why we're winning. As long as we're winning, I'm not going to, he's not going to step on any toes, but he didn't back down from the idea that once he walks into training camp here in July, he's going to try to prepare like he's a starter. So that's really the main question to ask Joe Schoen and Brian Dable tomorrow, and for the Giants to answer themselves is, are they going to make this a meritocracy at the QB position, or are they really going to hand it to a guy who, yes, he had some success early in Pittsburgh last year, but the fact of the matter is Russell Wilson's on his fourth team in 5 years, and the way it ended in Pittsburgh last year, their offense looked like one of the worst in the league among the teams who were still remaining at the end.
But it could be like, young quarterbacks that's not drafted super high, they normally give them a little chance they still get the chance to rest. The guys that are drafted 5 and up, they're going to start immediately. And Jackson did some good things in college. The pros are different. Are they trying to protect him? Because, Jameis can do some things, but Jameis can do some things bad too. So I don't think you need to have a competition with Jameis and Russ. I think the competition would have to be, if they feel Jackson is good enough, it's Jackson and Russ. Jameis is your backup.
Interesting, yeah. So, selfishly, Mitch, I want Jameis on the field because he's not boring. Right?
Oh yeah, he's not boring. He's gonna give you something. he's a different dude now. He's a different guy.
Yeah, he's going to give the ball to somebody. You don't know which jersey it's going to be, but he's going to give the ball to somebody.
Yeah, for sure. Talking with our friend Pat Leonard. Make sure you give him a follow at PLeonardNYDN. Check out the Talking Ball with Pat Leonard podcast. It's pretty interesting to me the type of comparisons Malik Nabers is already getting when you have conversations about NFL receivers. Nabers is undoubtedly a baller. He was really good last year. How does he look, and kind of what are your expectations for Nabers this fall?
Well, he's supposed to be ready to go here at the start of camp. They held him out in the spring. Dable attributed it to a toe or a foot injury that's nagged him since college. Had a personal tragedy in the spring. Kyron Lacey, his college teammate and really good friend, passed away tragically. That's definitely something that has weighed on him that he's been dealing with. Everything indicates that he's going to attack this season with a vengeance. He's excited about taking the next step. He's still only 21, but I think the goal is for him to mature in how he handles adversity while still producing. One question will be, does he see the same target share? He had 170 targets last year.
Damn.
And so it looks, based on what their offense looks like, they really didn't change much other than Russ. So it looks like he could still see that volume. But if he doesn't, does he handle that the same way? Does he produce the same way? I think you hit the nail on the head, though. It's like, there were games last year that didn't go as well. There were games that were eye-opening in a good way for him. You think about that first game they played against Washington in week 2, I think, and it was fascinating to me both that day and in hindsight. Dan Quinn and Washington, they had a plan for how to attack and handle the Giants offense that day. And, Nabers was so dangerous from what Quinn determined right out of the gate that, if you remember, they basically clouded over top. And they gave Nabers 18 catches. They just didn't let him get over top of them. And it resulted in the Giants moving the ball down the field and scoring, which is something they don't do often. So it was already him in game 2 of his rookie season impacting the entire way a game is played, which is super impressive. Washington obviously gets away with the W there. But the point is, one-on-one coverage, this guy is a nightmare. He's fast. He's strong. He's a home run hitter. And really, the Giants just need to, prove – I think – you don't need to prove something to a 21-year-old, but because of how he handled the adversity last year and with still maturing as a young player, I think it's not just important for them to score early to be a better team and to try to win a couple division games early and to be more of a modern NFL offense and team, but I think it'll really drain Nabers and be detrimental early if they can't show him that they've built an offense that can complement what he does in a better way. Like if you can run the ball, if you can take some pressure off of him, if you can unlock someone else as a serious number 2 threat, that'll go a long way versus just relying on this young kid to bail you out. And then when you face adversity, he's just carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders.
What is the vibe going into this season with the coach?
Good question. So, it's the pressure is there. It's acknowledged. It's unavoidable. The Dable said coming out of mandatory minicamp, going into the brief break before we come back here for training camp now, that the tone being set coming into camp is we have to hit the ground running. They got blown out at home the last 2 years by the Vikings and Cowboys respectively in their first games of the regular season and never truly recovered from either. And he's looking to set a different tone. He has no choice but to set a different tone. I think you're going to see an urgent training camp because of that. That could translate into what I was talking about with the nastiness and do they cross the line? Do they make themselves better in that? But it's really fascinating to watch. There's so many layers to it. I guess the big headline of it would be Shane and Dable are both under pressure, but it does feel like Dable is under a little bit more. And even the selection of Jackson Dart was interesting in that vein. It was like the Giants did all fall and winter scouting, and they were in love, it seemed, with Shedeur Sanders. And then Dable got involved after the season, and suddenly it started shifting over to Jackson Dart. And there was some rhetoric coming from Joe Shane, in the draft room, on a podcast with Kay Adams later, where he was kind of hedging and calling him, alluding to Dart being more Dable's guy, or he's an organizational decision. He would not just come out and say, I love him, he's my guy. And so there's this feeling that if things go wrong, Shane Bowen, the defensive coordinator, is going to be the first person called on the carpet. But then after that, is that collaborative team between Dable and Shane going to hold its own? And are they going to have each other's backs when push comes to shove? Or is one of them going to walk the plank while the other stays safe? Coming out of last season, I could tell you for a fact, I reported this kind of in January, where after the autopsy of last year, where John Mara even suggested to Brian Dable that he give up offensive play calling, for a while there in the early offseason, Dable and Shane were functioning essentially as separate entities. Kind of a frayed relationship there. And if anybody who knows anything about the hiring of those two guys from Buffalo knows the whole point was John Mara said that Joe Judge and Dave Gettleman were oil and water, and Dable and Shane would work together. So that relationship is being tested. And so the vibe under Dable, or around Dable, is win or else.
Wow. Yeah, man. It's when you start to see that crack, and maybe you can seal it back up. You know what I mean? But I noticed that, like, just visually walking around, it seemed like Shane has Mara's ear and Dable's kind of out on the island, and it's going to be really interesting to see that unfold. And that's what B and I talk about this all the time. The NFL is a self-preservation league, man. Everybody that's in it wants to stay in it, and they will throw some bodies under the bus if that's what is required to keep their gig. And I'm not saying that's what's going to happen in New York, but like you could see that path, because there is so much pressure and they've underperformed.
100%. Now, the positive from Dable's end and Shane's end is they kept their jobs coming out of a 3-14 year in the 100th centennial season for the Giants. So that's more than dodging a bullet, let me tell you. And then you also have the Giants are in the process of looking to sell a 10% minority stake of the organization. And some league sources believe that part of the reason they were retained was so, listen, they're trimming things behind the scenes. They're trying to make a company and the organization more attractive financially to buyers. And if they were to have fired them after the season, let's say you're owing, approximately $20 million over the next 2 years to them on top of your new GM and coach hires. So in other words, maybe with 2 years left on their contracts, they get a little bit more benefit of the doubt than someone would otherwise because of these business dealings going on. And therefore, what do they have to do this year? There's probably two things that can help them, make John Mara smile, make Steve Tisch smile, and get them to year 5 outside of what we just said with the finances. And it's obviously win games. But the other, if you're not winning games, is Jackson Dart looks good.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So you probably need one of those two, and then you get to 2026. If you don't have either of those, probably tough.
Pat, thank you for the time as always, man. We'll see you week 1, dude.
Oh, I'm excited. I'm excited right out of the gate.
Yeah.
Love
We need
watching
more
Jaden
than
in
field
person.
goals this time.
Don't we know it?
See you, buddy. Thank you very
All right,
much.
Pat, take care, brother.
Thank you, guys.
That's the great Pat Leonard, New York Daily News. You can give him a follow at PLeonardNYDN or check out the Talking Ball podcast with Pat Leonard. Does a really great job covering the Giants. B, when he reported that Daboll and Shane were operating kind of independently of one another, what kind of looks you think he got when he walked into that Giants facility the next day?
Well, at one person, they were probably giving him looks like, "Why'd you put it out there?" And other people like, "How you know?"
Right.
You know,
I've gotten the looks, man. It's an interesting world. Hell, you've gotten the looks.
I don't care.
That I believe.
I don't care.
Now, Pat Leonard joined us via the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude does a heck of a job keeping my house cool, but you know what else helps? The awesome windows I have from Paul Henry's window installation, because it keeps all that cool air in. It's DC in July. Soon it's going to be DC in August. You know what it is? Hot as hell.
Yep.
And if you
Super
got
hot.
janky, leaky windows, all that AC gets out, your electric bills get higher, and your house is hot. That's why you need to call Paul Henry, get a free no-pressure estimate, and see if he can help you like he's helped me, like he's helped Brian. All July long, you get $120 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation.
And Paul is a lot different than most people you meet. I know, like JP said, no pressure. He doesn't try to pressure you to do anything. He's going to only suggest things that you need to get done. And sometimes that price may be lower than what you think you need. Most people won't do that. Paul came to my house. He did all my windows. He did all my doors. He's fixing my pergola now. And I'm absolutely loving it because he changed up some things, which gave me a lot more room. Some stuff I didn't even think could happen. They came in, they changed up the design a little bit, got it going for me. So if you want to get the same service like JP and I got, call Paul right now. You'll get $120 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door. Contact Paul Henry's Window Installation today and tell him B. Mitchell Finley sent you. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. As the Commanders start training camp today, the GM, Adam Peters, was asked this morning in a press conference about the Terry McLaurin contract situation. He said, quote, "We've had conversations recently. We're going to do everything we can to get a deal done." Players reporting today, Peters says he expects everyone to report on time for training camp this afternoon. The schedule moving forward, practice obviously starts this week. Joint practice with the Patriots 2 weeks from tomorrow. First preseason game is only 17 days away now, folks, at New England Friday, August 8th. Baseball, Nationals try to make it 2 straight wins. They opened up a 7-0 lead early last night. Nats beating Cincinnati 10-8 to win a series opener for the first time in nearly a month. They'll play game 2 against the Reds tonight, 6:45 first pitch here on The Fan. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Power Home team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. I know Adam Peters spoke this morning. A lot of it was about Terry McLaurin. There were a couple other updates. Dan Quinn said Sam Cosme's back in business. He's fine. He's working his way back. I think that's kind of been the assessment. You know, there's not even that much. There's not even that many like position battles going into camp. You'd really like to see Trey Amos emerge. Sure looks like Will Harris going to take over that safety position vacated by Jeremy Chinn's departure. Non-Terry McLaurin division, B. What do you think is the biggest training camp storyline for Washington? I think your mic's off.
Is going to be damn. I'm going to still go with the D line, how they come together, because last year the biggest problem was run defense, and they went out and they addressed that issue. It's going to be, how does that come about? Do they come in and they start hitting the ground running? Does that chemistry form? And do they have an impact?
I think that's a good one. To me, now we're separating out Terry, right? Because that's a real unfolding, developing situation. I think the D-line's a really good one. And I almost think of it as like a whole front seven as far as trying to stop the run better. It's got to happen. I think the O-line's really interesting, too, and not in a, oh, man, can they do it? But to me, the O-line conversation is more, how much better can they be?
Yeah.
Dude, Tunsil's a big-time player, man. And
I think you're hitting on something, Jay, because last year when they faltered as an offense, the offensive line had gotten a little banged up, but they didn't have enough depth. They showed the production fell off. This year, it looks on paper they have more depth, and you should expect if something were to happen, they could still keep going.
They should be deeper, and if your bookends, if Tunsil just matches his level of play, that's going to be really good, right? Now, maybe he'll be better. I mean, who knows? That could go a lot of ways. I think Tunsil should immediately make them better. And then if Connerly could play, dude, Cliff Kingsbury's leaving love notes on Adam Peters' desk to draft a kid.
Hey, man, they didn't draft the guy in the first round. They don't think he can't play. That kid's athletic, man. It's just getting him, like, the biggest problem for young guys coming to the NFL. In college, if you're a better athlete than most, you can make mistake after mistake and still be very, very successful. In the NFL, if you're not consistent, you make those mistakes, they're going to be you'll find out real quick. And the small mistake in college that didn't hurt you, it's going to hurt you dramatically in the pros. So it's making sure those young guys can get up to speed rather quickly.
For sure. I think we've talked about the running back situation. They did release Mike Wiley today.
Mm-hmm.
That's just to make room for Von Miller. But that running back situation is deep and complicated. At the top, you've got two players that are good football players in Brian Robinson and Austin Eckler.
Yeah.
Eckler at one point was great. I think he's still quite good. B-Rob has shown flashes of great, has been quite good. Both those guys deal with injuries.
Yeah.
And can you stay healthy? They draft a kid in the 7th round that got absolutely screwed by the NCAA, and maybe he's a Friday night, Saturday morning kind of pick if the NCAA doesn't absolutely screw a kid just so they can assert some authority.
I have this question to you, though.
And you still got C-Rod and McNichols.
Can somebody come just out the blue and make a battle into something that we don't expect?
Hell
Like,
yeah.
I remember James Thrash when he came to this team. James Thrash came in. He was a consummate pro. If the coach told him run to that corner right there, put your nose on the corner, come in, he gonna do exactly what the coach said. And then he showed he could return as well. James came in and made them realize this kid can play football, keep him on the team. Who's going to be that type of guy?
Well, dude, last year, and I'm not comparing him to Thrash.
Owens was a guy like that last year.
Well, Thrash had exactly. Tyler Owens from day one was like, okay, that dude's on.
Everybody was like, who? Like you hear coaches, you hear all the staff start to say, yeah, Tyler Owens. I just kept hearing his name, so I started watching. I'm like, this dude wasn't drafted. You know what I mean? He can play, dog.
The one question I would have wanted to get asked today, and eventually they're going to have to release a training camp roster at some point. I think it's pretty clear Cosme will probably start on the PUP list.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if there's anybody else that's going to land on there. And maybe we don't need to ask this question because we should actually get some visible answer to it tomorrow. I need to know what's up with Noah Brown. It seemed like a really bad situation in minicamp, and then he ended up being okay by the looks of his Instagram. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think that thing right there, when you have those, just the fear can make it look a little worse than what it is. Because when they rushed him in and then you hit the bump and he kind of screams.
Yeah.
It makes you think it's more. But, you going in, you don't expect to have no bump like that.
Sure. And you're just also reacting in the moment, some mix of frustration, everything else.
100.
This is interesting, though. So ESPN.com did a story of the biggest storyline for every NFL team going into camp. And I'm reading now. I think Kime wrote this. After its best season in 33 years, can the Commanders provide a worthy encore in Coach Dan Quinn's second season? Was last season just the culmination of magical finishes and catching lightning in a bottle with a dynamic rookie quarterback in Jaden Daniels? Or can they build off an NFC Championship game appearance? Those are all questions facing the Commanders as training camp begins. They want to prove that 2024 wasn't a fluke. Washington has not made the playoffs in consecutive seasons since 91-92. B-Mitch had a mustache. Nor has it won double-digit regular season games in back-to-back seasons since 89-91. The Commanders retained their entire coaching staff. They improved the talent on the offensive line and increased the depth on the defensive front. But they have the 8th hardest schedule in the NFL, though the easiest in the NFC East. Daniels, though, now allows them to dream big every year. So for Kime, it's like the biggest storyline is just prove last year was real.
Yeah.
And I think that's a challenge to them. And knowing DQ a little bit, I think he's very excited.
I would say it's not a challenge to them. it's something tough to prove, but we've seen a whole change in mindset over there. You know, we've heard a lot of talk over the years when Ron came in and the things he would say, and even before him, but you never ever truly felt that all that stuff was in order, right? Now, it seems like it's all in order because when you hear someone say something, you could be completely somewhere opposite. You hear the exact same thing. They all preach the same stuff. Players, coaches, all of them.
Even week to week, the theme of the week you hear all over, up and down the building.
So, and then when you watch it, you know, just a mere little thing like this here. You remember when they started doing the little bag drills?
Yep.
I don't know if it was you or somebody that you say.
I think it was me.
It was you. You say, are they going to do that when things start going bad? I say, if it's something that they keep doing and the coach is consistent with it, it'll become a battle, like a battle cry for them. And you watch them every practice throughout the year. They went at it. Coming into off season when they went out there, they did the exact same stuff. They went at it.
Yeah.
And you saw how quick the new guys caught on to it, which tells you ownership has been taken by the guys inside the locker room, not the guys up there in the offices. You get what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
And they are letting the guys know how things are. This is a ritual we do right here. Let's get it done. So that little simple thing makes me say, like, they now have guys who are preaching the message. Normally, coaches are the ones doing it. But when the players start doing it, you got you something there.
When we return, we've got a retirement, an announcement, and a Hall of Fame. Nobody go anywhere. Shout out to AD the GOAT. You
Yes,
want to
indeed.
be on the stream, AD? Whoop. I just ate 7/8 of an Italian sub. I'm proud of myself. Landfill, did you think I'd be able to put that much sub down my throat?
No.
We need you. We got to get
What's
you to
up?
have a better discussion.
You prefer me to say it?
You say the wrong stuff, bro.
Landfill, did you think I'd get that much hoagie down my throat?
No,
Did you, Landfill? Did you think he could eat a hoagie like that? There you go, done.
You think I could put it down?
I did not. I was surprised. You clearly have a lot of practice.
I like subs in my mouth.
Oh my
Listen, there's a couple serious things I want to talk about.
This boy.
Phillip Rivers retired. Congratulations to Phillip Rivers.
His wife will be retired too.
Dude, she might.
He got like 11 kids.
She might
dog.
be in a walker.
Hey, be fruitful and multiply.
That's too many damn.
Phillip Rivers hasn't played since 2020. I don't know why today is when he officially retired. I don't know why B's phone just started talking to him. But shout out to Phillip Rivers. Happy for him.
I mean, you know, it just takes a while. You got to get it all out your system and you fill out the papers and do your thing and move on. Yeah.
He has 11 kids. He got it out of his system.
There's nothing left.
He got some more left in his system.
The system is empty.
Aw.
Other announcements. Ben Standig is a friend of the program. He announced today he's starting a new Substack for his Commanders coverage. Lastmanstanding.substack.com. If you want to check that out, the best way is probably just to go to his Twitter page at Ben Standig. If that wasn't the only piece of local media news, by far, no, I don't want to say by far. I'm not trying to diminish one or the other. Dan Steinberg is a friend of mine. Dan Steinberg completely changed sports coverage in this city and maybe this country when DC Sports Blog was just an absolute machine. Steins was at the helm of it, and Steinberg just tweeted out, well, tomorrow's my last day at the Washington Post. It's been a total thrill. It's my understanding, I think Steins is moving on to a really cool new gig, but for him to not be part of the Post and the Post sports section is just tough. I mean this sincerely. Like, when I decided to try to throw my hat in the journalism world, if DC Sports Blog didn't exist, there's no way I would have done it. So, shout out to Steins. Love you, buddy. Congratulations. Lastly, it's announcement day. It's, like the end of school, the principal gets on, makes a bunch of announcements. The Washington, D.C. Sports Hall of Fame came up with their list of inductees for this season. So I'm going to rattle these off. And one, Brian, I think will have particular interest to you.
What's that?
Alana Beard played for the Mystics.
Yep.
She's going in. Congratulations.
Good job.
Rich Chvakin. Hoyas win.
Hoyas win.
Hey, congrats to Rich.
Yeah.
That was my first stint in radio. Live broadcast with the Hoyas.
There you go. Congrats to Rich.
Jeff.
Great dude. Johnny Dawkins played at DeMatha, I believe,
JD.
right? Yeah. I mean,
You're going to the DC Hall of Fame?
okay, this is saying he played at Mackin High School before he went to Duke. Great career. Mia Hamm went to Lake Braddock Secondary School. How about that? Mia Hamm's considered maybe the greatest women's soccer player of all time. Jim Larinaga, obviously what he did at Mason will never be forgotten. Craig Lachlan, the locker going in. We love the locker. Alonzo Mourning going in. Love that.
I love it.
And the team of distinction, Brian.
The 1991 Super Bowl team.
Damn right.
Yeah.
Super Bowl 26 champions. Regarded as one of the best teams in NFL history, Washington Super Bowl 26.
As the best, not one of the best.
Washington Super Bowl
keep
26
hating.
champions went 17-2, including 3 decisive playoff wins en route to the franchise's third Lombardi
Congrats,
trophy.
dog.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So that is Sunday, August 3rd at Nats Park. Where
Yeah,
do
I
you go?
Maybe not. No, I might be in Louisiana. I may go down. to
Oh,
Louisiana.
that's right. Well, I think it's cool. That team absolutely deserves it. That team you are a huge part of.
I gotta
was
let
a
Charles know for
freight
sure.
train.
It was. We had some heat on that team, bro. A lot of guys taught me great lessons that I still live by today.
I love it, man. I love it. Thank you to everyone that listened. I lost my bet last night. That's all I know. We'll tally them up tomorrow.
I won both of mine.
Tomorrow, Brian and I should be in Ashburn. Let's hope there's not
sure?
2 days of chaos. Yeah.
Are you sure?
I'm driving out there now. I'll have everything set up. We'll be Gucci.
Are you sure?
It's
a very short day.
I'm as sure as the creek don't rise. Who knows?
I know what I got tomorrow. I got an early golf game, baby.
Thank you to Pat Leonard for calling us. Thank you to everybody that called in. Great show today. Grant and Danny coming your way next. I imagine they have plenty to say about the Terry McLaurin contract saga. Thanks for listening. You made it this far. Jeff owes you a shirt with sleeves.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're sponsored by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. Well, today at training camp, as the Commanders open things up in Ashburn, GM Adam Peters, head coach Dan Quinn took the podium. We heard the press conference live here this morning on The Fan. Terry McLaurin said a week ago he was frustrated by contract talks with the team. Adam Peters today preaching patience, taking a little different approach when asked about a possible new deal for the wide receiver.
First of all, we're dealing with a really, in the case of Terry, a really good player and a really good person. So really just understanding that our goal is to get a long-term deal done. And so just keeping focused on that and, whatever happens, along the way, just understand that he's a great player and we want to keep him here.
And when asked about a potential holdout, Peters says he expects everyone to report on time this afternoon for training camp in Ashburn. We are about 2.5 weeks away from the first preseason game. That'll be at New England on Friday, August 8th. Baseball Nationals with a 10-8 win over Cincinnati last night, banging out 15 hits. The hope to keep it going again tonight, 2nd of 3 against the Reds, 6:45 here in the Fan. Tennis Venus Williams in town this week, facing former NCAA champ Peyton Stearns this evening, 7:30 p.m. at the D.C. Open, Rock Creek Tennis Center. And the Mystics are back on the floor tonight hosting the L.A. Sparks, 7:30 for the WNBA on the Team 980. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal. Call 877-DOOR PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Good Tuesday afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny, July 22nd, 2025. The chairman of the D.C. City Council, Phil Mendelson, joins us at 3 o'clock. We'll get a stadium vote update. And at 5 o'clock, you will hear Adam Peters, Dan Quinn's press conference from out in Ashburn today. Danny, we are 17 days away from a preseason football game. A football game going to be played in 2.5 weeks. Let's do this thing.
This is the last week, the final week, Grant and everybody else, where we will not have a football game on television until the middle of February. Last time we go through this week, it's dry. There's nothing. No football game on TV. Even though that first football game is barely a football game, cameras will be there, a bunch of guys in uniform. They'll have a football on the field. Referees will be spotting the ball. Penalties will be called or not. A game will happen. This is the last week until the middle of February where there's no football game on television.
So I want to get to the Peters Quinn press conference with you to kick off training camp, to kick off the penultimate week, it sounds like, before fun again.
Mm-hmm.
But first, I got to tell you guys a slightly embarrassing story.
Here we go.
Not terrible, but just one of those you want to have back. So I'm in the Navy Yard. I am walking toward our building from down by the ballpark, okay? I'm kind of in the middle of the sidewalk, and there is a dude zipping toward me quickly on a scooter. Pretty fast, mind you.
Okay.
Fast enough that I kind of do the, whoa, I got to pick a
Which
side.
way do I go?
He's
Right.
going to have to go to another side, right? And he's kind of a built gentleman, it looks like. So I kind of get to the very right, because in this country, we walk on the right, we drive on the right, yeah?
Sure, yep.
So I get to the very right of the sidewalk, and this guy's now probably 20 feet away on the scooter, but he is hauling. He is booking it right toward the ballpark. And I look up, and sure enough, as he gets closer, it becomes very obvious. It's Gerardo Parra, the baby shark. Parra on a scooter, or one of these things like just in the Navy Yard,
right.
probably hanging out now, going to the ballpark for work today. He's a base coach.
Sure.
Going to coach first base, and probably a guy or two is going to get picked off.
Supervise someone getting picked off.
He'll be out there as someone gets caught trying to steal a base, right? But as he's coming closer, in my mind, I go, what's Gerardo Parra? I got to say hello. But it all happened very quickly. And instead of saying, hello, Gerardo, or GP. That's his initials. I'm GP. He's
Oh,
GP.
yeah, right.
You know,
Yeah.
GP or something like that. Here's what I do instead. I look at Gerardo Parra, who's looking at me, and I go like this. What's up, baby?
Ooh.
And I go like this. And I do the shark chomp.
No.
That's what I did.
No.
Yeah. Again, happened very fast. One of those that you'd like to have back. But in this exact tone. Ready? Be Gerardo Parra. Just kind of stand up and like walk.
Okay,
toward
ready?
me.
Here we go.
This is exactly what I did. I go, what's up, baby? And chomp like a shark.
Oh, no.
Now, he may have enjoyed it. I'll never know. He was going very fast,
Did he?
and this was the face he made.
Yeah.
You couldn't see, but just so you know, if you're not watching on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube, it was kind of like that's a weird thing for a grown man to do to me.
Seriously?
Oh, no. I think Ryan's off the hook for all the pointing he does at all the attractive girls all the time. You know how sometimes there's
Yes.
a female around and Clary notices her and he's got either some weird backstory where he knows their cousin and he played baseball with them or he met them at Whitlow's one time or he was supposed to call them back and didn't. And he just starts doing this a bunch. And we make fun of him for it.
Right.
That, not quite as embarrassing.
We have a new leader in the clubhouse.
I literally said, I pride myself on these situations. I feel like generally I'm okay.
You
in
do.
these.
I would say in general you do a really good job. Better than me.
I don't know what happened, but what's up, baby?
Oh,
and then
God.
this. But you can't forget.
What's up, baby?
Not-
Who are you?
Do I go baby shark? Do I go like this little like
You hit
cousin
a- you hit
shark?
a double or
I
triple?
went giant like chomp shark.
That's tough. I think that gets me off the hook.
I think
for
that
now,
gets me.
It
You'll,
gets
you'll
me
be
off
back on the hook soon enough.
Grant's hearing his
No, no,
anthem.
no.
You're up on the podium too, buddy.
No, it's actually it's funny that you mentioned the pointing thing because I saw that person this past weekend and I just ignored that person. Did not say anything, did not point, but I thought I kind of got myself off the hook there.
Feels like growth.
Feels like growth.
You didn't just do this at
yeah.
For like 10 minutes. It was
I know
bad.
you.
From before, we've been sitting here for 20 minutes.
Yeah. We've both been here for an hour and made eye contact 3 times, but now I'm going to act like I didn't know you were here. Point.
I just noticed you. Here's a turbo point.
This. And also what's up, baby?
Yeah, that I don't want to gloss over that part.
I don't know which one's worse.
The like, first of all, what voice is that?
I don't know.
You know what I'm saying?
It was like a casual, cool guy. Like, yeah, I don't know.
You sound like a guy that used to work here. Remember our guy Bear, who would say, "What's up, baby?" Like
Yes.
that. Like you're doing like that's not who you are.
Also, baby. I
Right.
think there's a baby shark. I'm pretty sure that's why I said baby.
I think it's why you did too. But
Because I was going to say like baby shark, but he's not baby shark. So then I stopped myself.
Yeah.
He's like Para shark.
So the only thing I can think of is like, let's say I'm on Half Street. For some reason, Leonard Skinner is walking towards me, and I'm like, "What's up, bird?" Like free bird. It'd be that cringeworthy. And I started making a kind of a
If I
Condor
had it to
move.
do over again, I would just say, GP, what's good? Or like, hey, Gerardo, how are you? But it's got to be quick.
But he's going so fast.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Is there?
But here's what I wouldn't do.
Okay.
What's up, baby?
Yeah.
Also, I would do this little shark right here. I'd be like, I might go par shark and just do this.
That's not terrible. That's not great.
I think that's no. But he's
It's
got
better
to live
than
with
that, yeah.
He was the par shark in 2019. He'll be the par shark
Yeah,
forever.
you do the gesture, it's following you around. I mean, did it ever occur to you to just let it pass because it was all too hurried?
No, well, maybe, but it didn't like cross my mind. I was too
Right.
excited.
But if
It's like seeing a celebrity in the wild. I just saw Gerardo Parra
You
just
just
coming
saw
right
him.
at me on a scooter.
Yeah.
I'm going to say something.
So if he was walking and you had time to compose yourself, I think you could have been like, "Hey, Gerardo, what's up? Grant Paulson, I used to
Absolutely.
cover the team."
If he was walking, it would have been a Gerardo, how are you? I don't know if you remember. And there's a quick, but whether we'll shake hands, he might keep it moving or he stops. But it was the scooter complicated everything because he was going, I would say like 10, 15
Well,
miles
he's
an
zipping,
hour.
yeah.
He was hauling it. And so I didn't have enough time. He wasn't interested in what I was saying. So I just said, what's up, baby? In that exact way.
That's tough.
And I wish I did.
I mean, that's really tough.
Anyway, so that's how we'll start the program.
What's up, baby?
Phil Mendelssohn coming up at 50 minutes. You won't start the interview by going, what's up, baby? What's up, council member?
Like, what's up, chair?
Chair is
I
good.
tell you this: if you say "What's up, baby" to start the interview with Phil Mendelssohn, I'll Venmo you $1.
I would need a lot more than that.
What's up, baby?
I'll do it for. Oof, what will I do it for? I'll do it for $200. I'll bring him on and I'll say, Councilmember Mendelssohn, what's up, baby? How are you?
For $200?
200 cash dollars from you only.
Oh, I was going to say we
No,
could take
you
up a little.
can't- No, we
All
can't
right.
do that. Are you willing to do it?
No,
Yeah.
I'm too cheap.
I knew whatever number I said that was more than 5, you wouldn't have done.
Yeah, like, I think I could convince myself to do 6. upon delivery. But that's enough. The rest of that, I got to keep that.
Busy day for your guy. Went out to Ashburn for the Peters press conference. Dan Quinn alongside. Got Nats post game tonight, so it's a lot of time away from home.
Big day today.
Let's start with the press conference. Let's start with Adam Peters and Dan Quinn kicking off training camp. So there was a lot on Terry McLaurin. I think that's where we've got to begin. This is the first time the team has spoken about McLaurin. So why don't we go right to Peters on how everything plays a part in negotiations with Terry McLaurin?
Yeah, that's always probably the tricky part of any negotiation is figuring all that out. And in terms of understanding the market, understanding our team, understanding our financial situation and all that. But I don't think I've been a part of a negotiation where it's been really linear and smooth and everything like that. But I think understanding where they're at and understanding where we're at and trying to close that gap and come into something is really the kind of all the nuance of it and staying really above board and negotiating in good faith. All those things come together and that's how you come to a deal. So as long as it fits in the construct of what you want to do and how you want to build it and what the player would, Terry in this instance, is comfortable with. So that's what we're working towards, and we're having some good conversations, and we'll continue to.
That question from David Aldridge was basically what I've talked about a lot on the show, which is you got to do the best deal from a business standpoint. You don't want to overpay this player. You don't want to give a bad contract out.
Mm-hmm.
Your job as a general manager is quite literally to not give out bad contracts. But sometimes you give out worse contracts than others based on services already rendered by your superstar players that you feel like you have to take care of. Doesn't become the priority, but it is a factor in a negotiation, and that was Peter's answer on why this has gotten so complicated, is because they do value and appreciate McLaurin, but it's pretty obvious they just don't think he's worth what McLaurin thinks he's worth. Here were some other rapid-fire answers from Peters on Terry, and then we'll dive into this elbow deep in a moment. Let's just go AP on Terry here. This was Peters on what's going on with McLaurin.
First, I think, without a doubt, I think everybody in this building values Terry very much, and we knew that coming in, and we knew that even more after spending a year with him. In terms of where we're at, we've had conversations recently, and we'll look to have some more conversations, and we're going to do everything we can in order to get a deal done.
The very first thing he said today was we value him very much.
I thought that was strategic.
McLaurin made it very clear, I don't feel valued.
Yeah.
So the first sentence on this from Peters, he crowbars in the world, we value him very much. Not a coincidence.
Correct.
Putting that out there.
Pretty obvious. Because, again, it's the only picture we've had painted so far, and I understand why the team is not saying anything, and nor should they, in my view. But the building pulpit, the big public forum has been Terry's, leaks to agents, or leaks from the agent to the members of the media, etc. The team is bad. The team doesn't value Terry. They're not close. They're not doing this right. So this is the first chance you've got to, quote-unquote, respond, and you do it very diplomatically, very kind, cordial, sort of win them over with kindness, as opposed to saying, these guys aren't treating me right. We value you very much. We're big fans of Terry.
The million-dollar question to Adam Peters today that everybody needed to know is he going to show up for training camp or not? And we still don't know. Today's the report date. I would imagine during our show there's going to be a report that drops from some national analyst reporter type who has the info from his agent as to whether or not he's showing up or he isn't. I'm betting he holds in, because if you hold out, you got to pay $50,000+. If you hold in, you're not financially as responsible as you would be by holding out, because you're there, but you're just not participating. And I think it's just the more team-friendly thing to do. And Terry McLaurin has been a lot of things over the years, nothing more so than team-friendly. I wouldn't have a problem with him holding out, because this is just business. But I think he will hold in. But this is what Peters said in his non-answer, so to speak, on whether or not McLaurin's going to report. It was essentially exactly what we predicted he would say yesterday.
Yeah, we haven't spoken about that, but just like with really all of our players, we're expecting everybody to be here today.
And then for both of you, he talked a lot last week about his situation, a lot of frustration. He talked about wanting to feel valued. I'm curious what you guys thought about that. And then, Adam, if you can talk about.
So that was John Keim following up, I suppose. But the cut that you heard there, Adam Peters on Terry reporting for training camp saying they are working under the assessment that he will be there. But to me, that was just the team speak. This was the messaging they want to put out
this
there.
is what you have to do, I think.
In fact, they know right now, I almost guarantee it, if he's showing up or he isn't. If he is showing up, they know he's going to hold in, and we'll find that out tomorrow when we're at practice. If he's not, then they know that too, but they're not going to break that news today and create the distraction.
Correct.
They're going to play dumb, so to speak. Hey, we don't know. That's his decision. We'll know tomorrow whether or not he's on the practice field, but he hasn't told us he's not coming here. So in the meantime, we think all of our players are going to be here.
So you set the expectation. You set the baseline, which is to say we value him very much. We're big fans of Terry. We want Terry here. We're working on re-signing a deal, but we expect everyone to be here because it's a requirement. This isn't an optional. This isn't a sometimes. This isn't if it's convenient for you. Everyone is required to be there. It sets the stage for their ability to, maybe without criticism or without as much criticism or to dampen the criticism, to be able to find him and to be able to enforce the way the CBA is written to give them a little bit more leverage, right? So you go, we love Terry. We can't wait to have him sign. He's important to us, but we expect him to be here. And if he's not, there are things that are triggered. It's almost like it's out of our control. Like we hate having to do it, but it's part of the leverage game.
So here is my biggest takeaway from all of the Peters answers, of which there were 6 questions and answers in a 25-minute press conference today on McLaurin. My biggest takeaway was that Adam Peters did not say that a deal is close or that he thinks they're going to get something done soon. He gave no indication that something is imminent, and he didn't speak with the certainty that I was listening for. Don't mistake that for him not being optimistic, because he did sell optimism, right? He did suggest that there's a possibility that they'll get something done. He talked about how hard they're going to work to make sure they get a contract in place. But I showed up at that press conference listening to hear if Peters spoke with an inevitability, which is not what I heard. This is what I mean. He could have said, guys, we're going to get this done. This is the business. It's not that fun to know and see and hear how the sausage is made. But eventually, when your breakfast platter comes out, it's going to be delicious. You'll put a little bit of syrup on it. He gave you the optimism. He said, we're going to keep working. He suggested they're going to try as hard as possible. That's very, very different than him specifically saying, don't worry. It's a process. He's going to be a Commander forever. Like, that was not the tone.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying that they won't get a deal done at all. They may very well. But it did not sound, in my opinion, like they are close to a deal. Adam Peters didn't suggest that they were closing in on anything, and he didn't even go as far as to say, we want him here, he wants to be here, this is going to happen, this is just the cost of doing business. That really wasn't the tone, which I found was one of the routes he could have driven down. He didn't. He drove down the route of basically not saying a whole lot, but he offered, we're going to keep working at this. Mm-hmm. We've had some conversations. We'll have more. And I don't know if you guys can hear the difference there, but to me, there's a pretty stark difference.
Yeah, I think it's astute by you. To me, the biggest answer that I took away was, and maybe it just depends on how you're approaching this, right? So what lens you're looking through is kind of what you ended up hearing and seeing. But what you just said makes a lot of sense to me. The thing that I heard the most is every negotiation I've been a part of has not been linear. In other words, like it never looks as bad as it is. It's probably not as good as it is, right? It's all bumpy and it's ups and downs and good days, bad days. Okay, we agreed to this. And then the next time you talk to the agent, actually, the thing we agreed to, we're not agreed to that anymore. Change it because someone else signed. You never know some of the nuances and ins and outs of it. So it's never linear. It's never we started on one thing and we moved to the next step, the next step, the next step, and then a contract is signed. It's always, as you said, the sausage is getting made. It's grosser. It's more gritty.
So along those lines, here was some of the optimism that he sold in talking about the urgency to get something done with McLaurin.
Yeah, I think those were, I wasn't so much directly involved, but I was a part of it, so I understood how it went, and a lot of contract. I think that's just kind of the nature of our business. You obviously you would like to get these things done quicker than longer, but it's not always going to happen that way. So I think for me, just seeing those things secondhand, really not firsthand, but understanding how that went, just understanding that first of all, we're dealing with a really, in the case of Terry, a really good player and a really good person. So really understanding that and never losing sight of that and making sure that every conversation we have is very straightforward, honest, and in good faith, and just keeping that mindset throughout. Because there's going to be twists and turns, but just having that confidence and just understanding that our goal is to get a long-term deal done, and so just keeping focused on that, and whatever happens along the way, just understand that he's a great player, and we want to keep him here.
General Manager Adam Peters referencing his time in San Francisco when the Bosa holdout ended in September, right before the season, when Trent Williams and Debo Samuel, now with Washington, and Brandon Ayuk, among others, all had their lengthy negotiations go deep into training camp, and kind of juxtaposing that with what's gone on with Terry McLaurin. At 2:45, by the way, in about 25 minutes, we've actually tracked down audio of the phone call that took place between Donald Trump, the President of the United States,
that's right,
and the owner of the Washington Commanders, Josh Harris. We used an illegal wiretap or something, and also Danny's voice.
Allegedly.
And we have a phone call between those people that you may want to listen to at 2:45. But next, you've heard what Peters had to say as the GM about Terry McLaurin. We also got his first words on Von Miller. We'll get to that next on Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
Life moves fast. So should your home sale. What's up? It's Danny Rouillet here for my friends Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds, a power home team with Keller Williams. They have perfected getting your home sold fast and for top dollar. It's what it's all about, right? Doesn't have to mean nonstop showings, last-minute cleaning frenzies, or scrambling to get the dogs and the kids out the door. With their exclusive cash offer program, it's never been easier. Here's how simple it is. Call Debbie and Sarah and tell them about your home. Get multiple cash offers instantly. You pick the closing date. There are no showings, no contingencies, no inspections, just quick, hassle-free offers from ready buyers. Just ask Christy, who wanted to sell her family home fast and for top dollar. She called Debbie and Sarah, and boom goes the dynamite. She received a full list price cash offer that was able to close super fast. Just call Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds Power Home Team. They will get your home sold for the most money, and if it doesn't sell, Debbie and Sarah will buy it at a price agreeable to you. That's their guarantee. Call them. 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or visit DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. Commanders training camp getting underway today as the veterans report today. First practice going to be tomorrow. Adam Peters and Dan Quinn talked with the media earlier today. Talked about Terry McLaurin saying that he expects everybody to be there. Adam Peters also said, we're going to do everything we can in order to get a deal done, and our goal is to get a long-term deal done. Around the NFL, Bengals defensive end Trey Hendrickson is not present for the start of training camp. Their dispute is still over guaranteed money. There was talks from executives with the Bengals about trying to get a deal done, but Trey Hendrickson not at the start of training camp. 49ers wide receiver Brandon Ayuk. John Lynch gave an update on his knee injury, saying that, quote, he's not anywhere close to having a concrete timeline. And the 49ers are signing wide receiver Equinemius St. Brown. In baseball, the Nats beat the Reds last night 10-8. Game 2 of the series today, 6:45 right here on the Fan. Brad Lord takes the hill for the Nationals, and 2024 number 2 overall pick Chase Burns takes the hill for the Reds. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Yeah, I mean, first, I think, without a doubt, I think everybody in this building values Terry very much. And we knew that coming in, and we knew that even more after spending a year with him. In terms of where we're at, we've had conversations recently, and we'll look to have some more conversations. And we're going to do everything we can in order to get a deal done.
That's Adam Peters. He spoke today. So did Dan Quinn. Frankly, Quinn speaks so much, and he just kind of kicked off camp with a energetic.
How
rah-rah.
fired up are we? Can't wait to knock heads and take names and take heads and hit names and everything in between.
He did have one really good line where he goes, "Iron's going to sharpen iron on that field during training camp. And we got a hell of a lot of iron thanks to Adam Peters." And I was like, that is a football guy
That's
thing.
a football guy talking about a football.
Football guy time. Iron sharpens iron, and we got a hell of a lot of iron. I'll see you boys tomorrow. Get your rest. We're going to start hitting. Oklahoma drills at 7 a.m. But Peters had a lot to talk about because he does not talk nearly as often, and because there has been some pretty important things going on his phone, in his office. McLaurin not getting a deal yet, and then the Von Miller edition. This is a famous celebrity, all-time Hall of Fame type pass rusher. In fact, he called him one of the greatest pass rushers ever. This was Adam Peters today on the acquisition of Von Miller.
Yeah, I think just in our conversations with DQ and myself and the staff, we did see, pass rusher is something we still wanted to add throughout the time. During free agency, we looked to add a few guys and didn't work out. So, but we saved some money aside really in order to do this and find out the best guy out there. And I've had a lot of history with Von and know the type of person he is. Obviously, his play speaks for himself. And when you turn on the tape from last year, I was like shocked to see how good he still was and how well he got off the ball and just what type of impact he had on the field. And knowing the type of impact he had in the locker room in Denver, and then getting unsolicited calls from the teams that he's been on since then, talking about what a great guy he is, that really made it, a really easy decision for us to bring him in. We brought him in a couple weeks ago, or I don't know, it's been a few weeks now, but had a great meeting with him and just knew he was the right guy to bring in. So we're thrilled to have him.
I think there's a real nice chance that he ends up being exactly what they need. I can't sit here and promise you it's going to work out. But what they really are looking for is a pass rusher who can finish and close. And I don't just mean plays where you get a quarterback to the ground. That's nice. But I mean games. If you look at their pass rushing numbers by quarter last year, by half last year, they were way more successful earlier in games. They really struggled in the fourth quarter of games and just putting teams away. And with as many wins as they had, 12 of them in the regular season, stands to reason you're either even with the teams, they're throwing a bunch in the fourth quarter, or you're ahead in a lot of games, and that's when you should be able to pin your ears back and go get the quarterback. And they couldn't finish. They couldn't close. They're looking for Mariano Rivera, Trevor Hoffman. I guess those are dated references. They're looking for Kyle Finnegan if he was better at what he does. They need themselves a closer. And I think when you look at Von Miller's numbers, who has the get-off time that Peters talked about, fastest in football last year, still at his age, who was immensely productive in the fourth quarter. His pass rush win rate in the fourth quarter last year was over 30%. The team's was under 15%.
Yeah, to borrow from Dan Quinn, and it's, football guy stuff's a little cliche, but the winning time. I mean, to me, games are decided It's not down in and down out. You need to play well in those too, but it's the 4th and 8 with less than a minute left. Whoever gets that wins. That's when you need him. You need him on the 2-minute drill when everybody's gassed and nobody can get upfield and it's easier to block as the offense is sprinting the line of scrimmage when they've got the football. Washington ended so many games with the ball. We sort of took that for granted that that's normal. Sometimes the other team has it, right? And they can march down. Somebody's got to get home, and they had nobody to do it last year.
As a very situationally used kind of pass rush time only player, which is what I think Von Miller is going to be, how many plays does he have to make next year for this to go as a massive win in the record books? I think if he makes 4 or 5 big plays, I'm talking about a 3rd down sack in the 4th quarter or a sack fumble in the first half that kind of changes the momentum, then it's probably a really good addition. If he makes 6 or 8 of those, it's a win. If he makes 9 or 10 huge plays, that could be a batted ball in the right time. That could be, just hitting a quarterback and forcing an incompletion to get off the field. Now you've got a punt, and they go put the game away with Jaden Daniels having the ball in his hands. You're talking about this being a home run of a move. I know he's 36. It's very possible that would happen not last season, but the year before when he came back too soon from the ACL, didn't have any sacks, didn't have any real counting stats in 12 games at all. I guess that could happen, but that has been the exception, not the rule. He has mostly been a guy that still has very, very good metrics strictly as a pass rusher.
Yeah, so think of how they've used Austin Eckler, right? Where you'd love for that guy to get the ball more, but you've got to keep him on a pitch count. I expect the same kind of treatment for Miller. If you let him do what they did for Dante Fowler at times last year, said play 65-70% of the snaps, get upfield all the time, he might end up with more counting stats, but that's not how he's best used. I don't think it's how they're going to use him. They're paying him a little bit of a premium for some of that veteran savvy for a guy that's been around with a lot of pelts on the wall. I mean, if he has a decent season, if he repeats last year, for example, he'll be top 15 in the league history in sacks. Like, that doesn't grow on trees, right? So if you think about a per sack dollar amount, it's, that number used to be $1 million per sack. Now it's gone up to a degree, but you're talking about 6-7 sacks or a couple plays affected. What a bargain at this point. And you had the cap space to do it, and it's only for a year. There's no bad contract here that's going to expire. This move makes a ton of sense to me because, again, I see it as this is how it's going to fit, right? They're not doing it where in years past, like the then Redskins under Snyder and company going, we got Von Miller. That's our new star. No, it's not. This is a role piece, and that role is very specific, and they're in desperate need of it. But I don't see them saying our defense is solved now because we got this part-time guy.
Very, very different than what a lot of people are going to draw the link to of 2000. This is not a 4-year, $60 million deal for 36-year-old Von Miller. This is a 1-year deal where he's trying to chase a ring, he's chasing a parade, and your wants and his wants may be aligned here. You're trying to get 6.5 sacks. TJ Watt, Myles Garrett, Micah Parsons, DeMarcus Ware, your all-time leaders in sacks per game, and Von Miller's right there in that group behind those guys. Now, something we have not really talked about is some of his off-field stuff that I didn't realize because it's been so long. I frankly had forgotten. I saw it when they signed him. It's not what I think of when I think of Von Miller, which is my own issue, I suppose. But I've been surprised by how many Commanders fans have brought this up every time I've tweeted something or said something about him. For people that don't know, he had an arrest in the past where he was involved in a dispute with his, I think, then pregnant girlfriend. And there was an assault that led to a suspension. And Adam Peters was talked about that and about the character of Von Miller, who he knows. They were together in Denver. He referenced this a couple of times. In fact, he was just asked more generically about giving players second chances and contracts with guys who have had off-the-field troubles. I want to play that clip here.
Yeah, that's a great question, and certainly, there's a lot of people, a lot of players. You look into we always look into everybody's background, right? And some are more public than others, but there's always things where people make mistakes. We're all human beings, and you look at those each kind of individually, each situation individually, try to get the most information you can and make the decision based off that. It's not always, what you read. It's not always, what you hear first off. We all know that in the news. You really got to do your own work, and we have a lot of people that do that for us. And then you either are comfortable with it or you're not. And with Von, knowing the type of person he is, knowing, the nature of situations, we felt really comfortable with that, and we did a lot of research to back that.
So that was Adam Peters. I actually thought that was a really good answer. Look, there's going to be people that, regardless of what he said, are they going to be upset that you signed Von Miller or going to be happy that you did? I don't know that you're changing anybody's opinion with an answer. But he basically said, people make mistakes. We all do. Ideally, we don't make the mistake Von Miller made, allegedly, because just reading about this, police sources claim the pregnant woman accused him of assault. It was his girlfriend. The incident happened at their home in Dallas, November of 2023. She was not hospitalized, but treated for minor injuries. Previously accused him of assaulting her in 2021. So I understand that there's some fans that are kind of rubbed wrong when you go and get a player with that kind of track record and background. But his point is, I know this guy. He's been wonderful in the locker room. We had a guest on, Ryan O'Halloran, who's covered him in 2 different cities now. And he said there's nobody more respected by teammates, by coaches, at the building. He said, I can't speak to what he does off the field at home, but I just know in dealing with him as a media member, this is a all-time locker room guy. And so I think that's how Peters knows him, and he thinks he's going to be a nice fit for this organization, and he feels like he's not going to get in any trouble.
Yeah, that's the sense of it now, because you're talking about 1 year stuff where it's a let's say something bad surfaces. You're not tied to this player for years or whatever. It's think of what they did with Brandon McManus. They didn't know something happened. They go fairly well. It didn't cost him very much.
I find that very interesting,
right?
though. McManus had allegations on an airplane of being inappropriate.
Yeah, no, those were unresolved, so they said we can't afford to wait. This was brought to a close, so to speak, in the sense that he was suspended
imminently. I guess there was a possibility that he could be.
Mm-hmm.
But what they actually said when they cut him, and it was like a year ago at this time, by the way, that's why I'm interested in this, was he didn't come to us and tell us what was going on. And if he would have just done that, maybe we'd stand by him, but we're not going to. But you know how I felt then. This guy's a kicker. And if you're a kicker, you just don't get to do that and still have your job. Pass rusher maybe is a little bit different in this league. I don't know. But also, this is 2023. It has been resolved. And to some extent, I should just say, he was suspended. He basically did the time for the crime. And the team has moved on, and they're saying he gets to live his life now. So people don't have to like that necessarily.
Totally understand.
But Mike Vick played football again after he was in prison.
Yeah,
he won an MVP award.
And again, I don't know what happened. I've read what everyone else has read. I know that their allegations, they should be taken very seriously, both in terms of the accused and both in terms of the accuser. That's all we can do is take those things seriously. Does he never get to play football again? That's I guess up to each eye of the beholder. That's totally fine, however you feel on that subject. But the NFL kind of said case closed, and he has played since then.
Yeah, I'm just a believer in if you get in trouble, everyone gets in trouble at different points in varying degrees, right? Whatever comes from that, you deal with. Whatever time you've got to serve, you do, and then you get to live your life again and hopefully do better. And it seems like he has. And I'm very excited that he's here because I think he's exactly what they needed. You also heard the clip, by the way, that Peter said they set money aside to come back to this. You and I have suggested all offseason.
Yeah.
They got to have a plan. There's no way they're going into the year with this group on the edge. And he made it pretty clear today. They knew whether it was him, he didn't name these other guys, or Zadarius Smith, or
Preston Smith or somebody. Yeah.
One of these other players that's still out there, they knew they could call up Jadeveon Clowney at the last minute and say, get in here, we need you.
Yeah, and you also noticed when he said, we're trying to sign some other guys that didn't work out, but we set money. I'm going, well, who are the other guys? I'd love to know what that was, right? I'd love to know what other defensive ends or edge rushers that they were interested in that didn't actually end up signing here. Were they in on Josh Sweat or Harold Landry or something like that? That's just fascinating to me. But yeah, they set it aside for one of these vets who's going to skip all the spring stuff, who could kind of come swooping in here, mercenary style, to try to win a ring for not that much money, and it made sense. That piece always fit.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. You're listening to The Fan. We are 20 minutes away from D.C. City Council Chair Phil Mendelson joining us to give us an update on whether or not there's going to be a stadium built at the RFK site. Next, though, that phone call between Donald Trump and Josh Harris that we've got some intel on The Fan. At 3 o'clock, we're going to talk to the City Council Chair, Phil Mendelson, on what's going on with the D.C. City Council and the stadium. Of course, now you've got some federal government involvement. The president, Donald Trump, saying that he will get involved and he can put the kibosh on this stadium deal if he doesn't get what he wants, which is the team to change its name. We'll ask Phil Mendelson about that coming up at 3. The truth is we have no idea if Trump has talked to Harris, right?
We don't know.
Owner of the team, president of the United States. We know that they met at a press conference. We know that they were shoulder to shoulder at one point. We don't know if there's been a phone call in the last day or so. But we have an idea of what it might sound like if there was a phone call.
Right. You know, like on Unsolved Mysteries when Robert Stack's going out there going, we're not really sure what happened, but here's a dramatic reenactment. We did that.
By the way, do you know how many of those people in those dramatic reenactments used to have tipsters call in on them? Have you ever heard about this?
No, what do you mean?
Someone did a documentary on it at one point. So, like, when there's an actor who's being the guy who abducted the girl for, like, one of those shows, someone would see that actor out and about, and they'd be like, oh, my God, I see him.
I see the guy.
And so those actors that would play those parts of the bad guys would so often have, like, police pull them over or show up or whatever. They're like,
here's my SAG card. I just did a role on Unsolved.
I played this guy. They think I'm him. It's not him. It's actually me. This is how the phone call would go between Trump and Harris.
Hello, this is Josh Harris. Josh, it's 47. So we're going to talk about it. So many people are talking about the beautiful team name. And you changing it. People are saying, they're saying this, it would be so great for you to do it. So much excitement and very big winning. Well, Mr. President, I can certainly appreciate that some of our fans would. I have to tell you, I thought it was so unfair how they made so much fun of you when you shook Joe Buck's hand. Everyone can see he overextended. He was so far out there. It was a no man's land. It was very awkward, and he deserves all the blame. Everyone knows it. Well, thank you for saying that, Mr. President. It was definitely a human moment. But our fans, and why don't you just pay Timmy, the receiver who's done so well there? He caught passes from so many terrible quarterbacks. They were doo-doo brown. Do you need any help with the deal? I'm very good at it. No, sir. We are actually making... Anyway, I gotta tell you, this is going to be so great. I've been thinking, and here's what we're gonna do about Trump Field at Trump Tower Stadium. I'm sorry, what did you just... It's gonna be so beautiful. We're talking some burgundy, but so much gold here. It will really pop and be so beautiful. Then remember the old drawings and the renderings. They were so bad, but there was one great idea there. We want the moat, okay? We're gonna have a moat there and actual alligators in it, and they'll be so strong that no one will jump in. Well, Mr. President, my partners and I are still working with the D.C. Council and the mayor, and we're going to build so well, so strongly. We'll have a big jail for the Cowboys fans. It'll work so well. Sir, I was listening to some sports radio the other day, the Failed and Weak Show. Grant and Dave. Not many people know them, but I do. I know so many things, believe me. But super loser Grant Paulson was talking about the stadium. Yes, actually, Grant has been one of our strongest stadium advocates. So-called Grant Paulson, he told his dumb, stupid, loser co-host, David, or maybe it was Donnie, such a bad show. Terrible. One of them who works on the show, Ryan, said he'd never seen Wedding Crashers. Can you believe that? But you won't talk about it because you're dishonest. Anyway, here is the deal, okay? Are you ready? Sure thing, Mr. President. So you have to call them Redskins, no problem. We're gonna make them Redskins. It'll do so well, believe me. A few other things. In my suite, we're gonna need so many Red Baron Circle pizzas. In the fridge, at least 13 bottles of Sunny D. We're also going to have one of those TVs on that looks like a fireplace, but it's just a TV. Have you seen those? This is one of our great American businesses. They make such a great product. It's a video of a fireplace fire. Mr. President, I'm not sure we'll be able to change the name or name the stadium after you. Josh, so many years ago, when I was a fighter pilot, I did so well, believe me. I had such a strong record. I encountered a MiG-28 and went to an elite flight school, and I met a girl with a boy's name. I lost my very good friend, but I kept flying. Sir, isn't that just Top Gun? Is your point that, like Maverick endured a really hard setback, he kept going because the cause was bigger than just him? No, I'm saying a statue of me flying a fighter plane should go right at the front entrance, next to the other statue of me holding a space laser sword. Okay, well, thank you for calling, Mr. President. I have so many pictures. Believe me, some of the very best artists made them. One at a carnival who makes your head too big in the picture. He does such good work. He drew me flying the DeLorean. That one goes right next to me stopping the dinosaurs like Peter Quilt did when he was in a different movie about dinosaurs. Hello? Josh? Okay, for the record, I hung up first.
I'm just glad we got a listener.
Somebody.
An extra listener. There you go. That's how the conversation
That's what we think.
went.
Our best guess at it.
As far as we know.
It's our best guess.
Here's a guy next that has had some conversations with the president. The D.C. City Council Chair Phil Mendelson joins us on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. In the NFL, Commanders training camp got underway today as veterans were set to report. Adam Peters talked about Terry McLaurin today. He said that he expects everybody to be at training camp today. And he said, quote, "We're going to do everything we can in order to get a deal done, and our goal is to get a long-term deal done." Other news around the National Football League, Bengals defensive end Trey Hendrickson, despite some reports from executives and their owner saying that they were going to try to get a deal done with Trey Hendrickson the other day, he is not present at the start of training camp. The dispute is still over guaranteed money in his new contract. Also in the NFL, Tyrann Mathieu announced his retirement. 49ers wide receiver Brandon Ayuk. John Lynch gave an update on his injury as he's coming back from a knee injury. He said he's, quote, "not anywhere close to having a concrete timeline for his return." The Niners are signing wide receiver Equanimeous St. Brown, and the Rams are going to limit quarterback Matthew Stafford's work at the beginning of training camp due to back soreness. In baseball, the Nationals beat the Reds last night 10-8, game 2 of the series. Coming up at 6:45 tonight. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. Brad Lord takes on number 2 overall pick in the 2024 MLB Draft, Chase Burns. Also, the Nationals added left-handed pitcher Connor Pilkington to the bullpen. Mason Thompson was optioned to AAA Rochester, and Dylan Cruz was transferred to the 60-day IL. This July only, get $120 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
The show's brought to you by the law firm Kondorian Murad, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you, get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. If you missed our first hour today, a lot of coverage of the Adam Peters, Dan Quinn press conference out in Ashburn to kick off camp today. Players are showing up, taking physicals, and getting ready for tomorrow's opening practice at 9 a.m. All of our camp coverage on the show is presented by Paul Henry's Window Installation. Easy for me to say. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Danny, we're going to talk to the chairman of the D.C. City Council, Phil Mendelson, in just a couple of moments. He is running a little behind from a meeting he had. In the meantime, we got a couple of things we can hit on in the news today. First, I saw that Ozzy Osbourne passed away.
Yeah, man.
That stinks.
That's a tough one. I mean, this is one of the godfathers of everything from hard rock to heavy metal, everything in between. You don't have the genre really without him. I mean, he was doing stuff back in the late 60s and 70s that sort of laid the groundwork for an entire genre of music, man. Just an absolute legend. And I don't say this flippantly or to be light about it. He was 76 years old. Like, that was a hard 76.
I was going to ask, so dog years to human years, they say is about 7 to 1. So if a dog is 7, they say it's 49-year-old human. Ozzy Osbourne years are a little bit different. 76 for him feels like 142 for someone else.
Seriously.
Those were some hard years. Maybe not late, but certainly early on.
No, for sure. And there's his wife and folks put together this basically farewell one last time concert where he really couldn't even stand. And he closed with Mama, I'm Coming Home, and then passed away a few days later. Just one of those things where you kind of shake your head and go, damn, that now sort of fits, huh?
So in the chat, 1067 The Fan YouTube, Brushy Mountain Golfer says, can Grant name one Ozzy song? LOL. So this is a throwback to the Does Grant Know the Band game that we play. And I am actually an Ozzy mark for one song, War Pigs. I think it's because it was in a movie I saw many, many years ago. I know it was also in Guitar Hero. But the song, War Pigs, generals gather by the masses. That's my jam.
I love that.
Now, if I need to give you another one, we're going to have issues. But I know Ozzy Osbourne very well as just a known celebrity.
The figure, yeah.
Wouldn't he bite bats' heads?
That's one of the things he did.
That was a thing?
Just right the head right off.
I mean, a wild-ass dude.
Like the way you and I would do a crawdad. Like, that's been cooked.
The Osbournes had a TV show. Now, I didn't watch a whole lot of that show, but it was Sharon Osbourne, his wife. I believe the daughter was Kelly, and then the son was Jack.
That sounds right.
I think. If that's the case, those 4 were on the show that I remember. Like, I watched a little bit of that. So, I mean, I know of Ozzy Osbourne just as a celebrity more so than... I'm not Johnny Cakes Orville. I'm just sitting in the seat he sits in the morning.
Sure, yeah.
But if your point is, like, do I have a deep file on Under the Graveyard or Shot in the Dark or Planet Caravan or, Patient number 9? No, not so much.
What role did Robert Downey Jr. play famously in Marvel?
Iron Man?
Boom, that's the second Ozzy Osbourne song. Look at you naming songs.
You mean Strasbourg's no, that's Seven Nation Army.
Yeah.
That's a different song, right?
Seven Nation Army is very different.
By the way, I always get those so confused. To me, the Iron Man song sounds exactly like Strasbourg's walkout song.
Okay.
Do you agree with that?
I do not.
Give me both of them, Darius. This is Iron Man.
Yeah.
I'm Iron Man, whatever that is.
Uh-huh.
Dun, 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 dun. Did he make this for the character?
No.
It's just
not that I
unrelated.
know of.
It was all over the movie.
It's back in 1970. I don't know how.
I'm not saying. Well, I mean, the comic book character was around way before that, I would imagine.
So I don't think he made it because he liked
You
Marvel.
think he was just saying Iron Man as an unrelated thing?
Yeah.
Because of Lou Gehrig or something?
I
The
don't
Iron
know.
Horse? All right, so now give me Steven Strasberg. That's
Seven Nation Army.
Seven Nation Army. Nothing?
No. I mean, again, both have guitars and drums. But I don't know that you can just say they're the same.
I've just always kind of thought.
There's not much crossover here for me.
Like, if you would have said to me, did Steven Strasberg come out to the Iron Man song, yes or no, like 5 minutes ago?
Yeah.
I
You'd
would
have said yes?
Yes.
That's tough.
Now, I would have said Iron Man by Seven Nation Army because I remember having to look it up and kind of put it on my playlist that it was Strauss walking out, getting ready to throw against the Astros in a World Series game. So you don't think there's any correlation at all?
There's no correlation. There's guitars, drums, and then kind of that modified Jack White voice.
Oh, so that's White Stripes.
Yeah. What did I say?
I thought it was Seven Nation Army.
That's the name of the song is Seven Nation Army by the White Stripes.
What I thought that was the band. Doesn't matter.
Man.
Not important.
We are.
White Stripes.
Yeah.
I know all about Jack White.
Do you?
Not really. My cousin went to a Jack White concert locally a few years ago. I remember that. The other bit of news I wanted to pass along.
Yeah.
Dan Steinberg leaving the Washington Post. So over the last several years, if you are a young person who reads about sports in D.C., it is very possible that you don't know Dan very well. He was an editor at the Washington Post more recently. Dan Steinberg ran a blog called the DC Sports Blog, which I believe was named that way to make fun of the fact that everyone thought blogs were like this unedited place where people would just have a bunch of typos. It was one of the most brilliant and important innovations, journalistically, I don't know what word I should use, media-wise, of my lifetime. When I was a teenager, that was your one-stop shop for all things DC sports. And he did it in a really entertaining way and in an educational, fun way. But it was off the beaten path content. It was one of the early blogs that mattered.
Yeah, the short bursts of content, relevant, entertainment, everything in between. It was brilliant, man.
Steinberg is a super important DC sports figure, and tip of the cap to him on what was an iconic run at the Washington Post.
Agreed. Here. The sports media landscape is worse without Dan Steinberg in it. Awesome job.
We are worse as a fan base if we can't get a new stadium. So let's talk to someone who might have something to do about fixing that for all of us. The City Council Chairman, kind enough to join us again on Grant and Danny, is Phil Mendelson. He is on the Ruud guest hotline. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Chairman Mendelson, thank you for the time. How are you?
I'm fine. I hope everybody's okay today.
So far,
Yes,
so
sir,
good.
yeah.
We are doing just
Good.
fine. Let's get to the bottom of where we're at with this stadium and get some insight from you. Let's just start with the involvement of the President of the United States. Did you see Donald Trump's comments coming, A, that he will get involved and stop the stadium deal, or B, that he wants the team name changed?
Did I see it ahead of time? No, absolutely not. I think it was a surprise to everyone. I have to say, I think it's a distraction. And I have said that what the council's interested in is working with the commanders to see if we can get to a deal that's a bit better than what the mayor had submitted.
The way it was explained to us is that he does have the ability, if he chooses to kill the deal either via executive action or the National Capital Planning Commission or the Commission of Fine Arts. Is that accurate, that if he decides legitimately that he wants this deal to not happen, that he has the power to actually shut it down?
I think it's a stretch. Why do I think it's a stretch? First of all, under the Constitution, Congress is who has jurisdiction over the issues involving the district, not the president. Second of all, because the land has been transferred by Congress, so the president would have to go through Congress to undo that. Third of all, the National Capital Planning Commission, if it has a role, that would be sometime in the future, maybe next year, and it would be, I believe, just advisory site plan review. People have been talking about these levers, but what I think is really going on is it's just a distraction. It's a distraction for the team, a distraction for us, and maybe a distraction for the president as well.
So, Mr. Chairman, could you shed some light here on what is the timetable? Where are you guys at now? I remember you were looking for more information. Totally understandable. What's been delivered and kind of where are you guys at? Walk us through that, if you would.
Well, as you know, this is like a $3.5 billion project, and it involves not just the stadium, but also a couple of large parcels which are supposed to have mixed-use development on them. The mayor had negotiated a July 15th deadline for the council to act, but then gave us 6 weeks to consider the legislation. She didn't send it to us until right after Memorial Day. So we've had this now for not even 2 months, and we are working. We've had a number of meetings with the commanders. I have to say the commanders have been really good partners at the negotiation table, and we're working as quickly as we can toward a resolution and then a vote.
D.C. City Council Chair Phil Mendelson is with us here on Grant and Danny. When you were on with us initially, it was maybe days or even a week or two after the initial press conference. And at that time, You said, hey, it's only been days. And moments ago, you said it's only been 8 weeks. Like, what is the line of demarcation on enough time for you guys to do what you need to do? Like, in 3 months, is it, hey, it's only been 19 weeks? Like, how long does it take?
Well, let's see. When we had Audi Field proposal before us, it was 7 months. And when we had the Nationals baseball stadium, if I remember correctly, that was over a year. I'm not saying that we need to take that much time. In fact, I have said repeatedly that we are working as quickly as possible to get to an agreement with the commanders, and I can't emphasize that enough. Moving quickly. So the mayor had an announcement at the end of April, but then she took a month to send us the legislation. And when she sent us the legislation, we said, well, can you please give us the economic study that you did so we can understand the economics of this? And it took her another 2-3 weeks to get us that. That has not been the case with the commanders. Everything we've asked for from them, they've been very responsive and very prompt. The mayor forgot to ask for a tax abatement financial analysis. We asked for that. We're getting that, I believe, later this week. The our budget office has done an economic impact statement, which we will get this week. And just last week, we got the report from our consultant, the Robert Bob Group. These reports are useful to our understanding and the public understanding what the effects are and the benefits of this project, of the stadium. And getting all these reports in less than 2 months, I don't think that's dragging our feet, not even close.
You mentioned Audi Field, 7 months, Nats Park, over a year. There obviously was not a risk that either of those venues were not going to end up in D.C., which changes the algorithm a little bit. If you're of the belief that Maryland is actually a factor, right? The exclusive negotiating window for D.C. went through 1 week ago. So if Wes Moore wants to, he could be talking to Josh Harris as you're on the phone with us right now. I mean, do you think that there's any reality that they end up anywhere else? And should that be something you guys consider to expedite the timeline from those other venues that were clearly always going to be in D.C.? There wasn't really much competition.
Well, I don't want to be glib, but I think no. And my answer is no. I believe that Governor Moore said a week ago he wasn't interested or wasn't talking to the commanders, but the commanders would have to start all over again if they were to go somewhere else, and we're pretty far down the road with our discussions. They reached a tentative agreement with the mayor, and then they've been in negotiations with my office, and we're very, very far down the road. So no, I don't. But I think that's interesting but unnecessary speculation. Again, we're moving quickly to try to get to an agreement.
D.C. City Council Chairman Phil Mendelson, kind enough to join us here on Grant and Danny. And Mr. Chairman, how close are you to being, I don't have a better word for this, I apologize, but satisfied? I know you had some concerns that you'd expressed before you'd seen all the information. I know some of your colleagues had as well. How close are you and some of your compatriots to being, satiated, satisfied that, hey, this is now the kind of deal that we want for the city?
Well, we have to work within what the mayor had negotiated, and she negotiated roughly an $856 million direct subsidy. But in addition, she had negotiated that there would be absolutely zero tax revenues coming to the city from this. And then she also negotiated the exclusive right for the team to develop these two parcels and with no deadlines for things like the housing or producing the retail and so forth. So we're working within that framework. I think that if we can improve the financial terms, that we get at least some of the tax revenues from the site, I think that would be a good thing. And I think that if we can have some assurances that the promises of the mixed-use development will occur, will occur within timelines that have been suggested. If we can have assurances of that, I think that's a good thing. There already are environmental requirements that are required just by virtue of the location. So there are a lot of issues that have been brought up by folks. I think that which is most important is the financial aspects, as well as assurances of the other development being completed, and that would leave me satisfied.
Has the team given in on anything over the last 6.5 weeks that's changed the deal as we saw it in that dossier?
You mean, do you want me to share with you what we've been negotiating?
Yes.
I don't think that will happen.
Okay, well,
not today.
Let me ask you a different way then. You don't have to give me specifics, obviously, but I don't think it's unreasonable to say, does the team believe that the deal that they put forth is the final deal, or are they negotiating and tweaking things to your liking? Are they playing ball in that regard?
I would say they're playing ball. I would definitely say that. And they are anxious that they get past the council and can proceed to the next step, although actually I'm a little surprised that the mayor has not actually begun there's a subsequent agreement that has to be drafted, and I don't think she's begun any of the work on that. But they want to get there as quickly as possible. I want to respect that, and I think that there's that creates a context for the discussions.
The reason I ask that is because each of the council members that we've had on along the way that currently aren't yeses, let's say, have said essentially that by the time the fall rolls around, they're very hopeful that a deal gets struck and they think they could be a yes. But when I hear that, I go, okay, well, it's got to be a different deal that's on the table right now. The assumption is that there's just going to be some agreement in the fall. Like, oh, we're not ready to vote now, but we'll vote in the fall. And my point is, well, what if the team just says this is the deal? Why would that change in the fall? It just seems like a vague way to say, well, we'll get something done in the fall.
Well, I understand what you're saying. I have been very careful to not talk about dates at all, so I'm not going to talk about the fall or any other date. I think I have said all along that I think that the deal can and should be made better for the district. What exactly that means, that different people could interpret that differently. But I think the deal can be made better for the district. And I will just repeat, we're trying to do this as quickly as possible.
Mr. Chairman, is there from you guys' side, a kind of point of no return? And I guess what I mean is, if there's something that, the team or the mayor or whomever might be involved here is intractable on or won't change their mind on, or, because you could sense there's like a sense of time and pressure externally, not from you guys, but from, I would say, the other side, with lack of a better way to quantify it. Is there a point of no return for you guys as well, where you go, you know what, we probably can't go down this road anymore?
You mean in terms of having a stadium? I think a majority of the members want to get to yes.
What's
and
TS?
I've thought that for a while.
Oh, to yes. Sorry.
And I've thought that for a while, and I think that's still true, that a majority of the members want to get to yes. So when I hear comments, which I have heard from some other folks, not on the council, about how the council wants to blow up the steel, that's just not correct.
Can you go back to the subsequent agreement that has to be drafted that you referenced that you're surprised the mayor has not drafted yet? What does that mean?
Oh, it's called the Development and Financing Agreement, DFA, and it has a lot of details in it, and that has to get negotiated. So with Monumental Sports, it probably took a couple months for the mayor's folks to negotiate that DFA. The council already had legislation that approved the financing. There was some news around this when I pulled the legislation out of the Budget Support Act, which is a very complex document that's associated with our budget, and made this a separate legislation, and that's what we're having the hearing on next week. That sets a framework in law that is more binding than the term sheet that the mayor had, and then within that framework of the law is the DFA, or Development Financing Agreement.
Chairman of the D.C. City Council, Phil Mendelson, kind enough to give us some time here on Grant and Danny to catch everybody up to speed on where we're at in the quest for a stadium in the nation's capital. The team has said that they want this stadium opened in 2030, whether it's in D.C. or not, and that means they have to break ground by next year, and they work back from that essentially to say that they need to know imminently. I mean, they said by the 15th. Obviously, it's now the 22nd, but that the fall doesn't really work. What's your reaction to that?
Well, I guess two things. One is that I think we're all supportive of their having the stadium open in 2030. That's 5 years from now. And I think that their timeline, because I've seen it, has room in it for or flexibility in it for getting things done. But there's another issue here, and that is that there's a lot of noise on the outside, the most recent being the president's tweets. And I think the team is anxious to get past that, and I don't blame them, to get past that so that they are on a more, confident course.
Mr. Chairman, what do you think the biggest obstacle remaining is for you guys and the team and the mayor and everybody to come to an accord?
Well, I think that this pressure to vote quickly and not, to vote quickly and to maybe not do all the due diligence, that is an obstacle. On the other hand, I think that if we can improve the terms of the deal, that will help a lot.
When do you guys go on recess? I keep hearing August. When in August is that?
Oh, well, you should never ask a legislator a question like that because you'll get a technical or arcane answer. We're technically on recess, and we have amended our rules so that we can proceed with the hearing, and we've always been able in our rules to be able to have a legislative meeting during recess if we want.
Okay, so the idea, what I keep reading is that in August, you guys basically take your break. And if you don't vote before that break, then you don't vote until after you come back. That's not correct?
It doesn't have to be that way. It never has been ironclad that it has to be that way. I think it's just the expectation that when July 15th happens, we all go on vacation and you can't reach us for 2 months. That's not true.
But is there a date in August where you guys go on some more formal break?
It's actually July 15th.
Oh, so it already started. That was the 15th.
Correct.
Okay.
You're joining us from vacation now. Thank you very much.
Yes. Happy vacation.
No, because I have to talk to you guys.
Well, this is relaxing and peaceful.
Yes, it is. I'm enjoying this. July 28th, we're voting on the budget. So that's because the mayor sent the budget 2 months late to us, and we're probably the last jurisdiction other than Congress to adopt a budget. But so we're meeting next week. That's an example of meeting during recess.
So there's essentially there's no date you need to vote before. Otherwise, we have to wait a few months to get it back on the table. That was the case in the Virginia legislature at one point. That's how this has been covered in the media, multiple places I've seen. You're saying you can vote any day you want to on this between now and the rest of time, basically.
Technically, that's correct.
What about not technically?
Well, I don't know of another time when we have had a meeting during recess, but I don't know of another year where we've had a meeting during recess. But as I said, we're having a meeting next week to adopt the budget.
All right, this is very complicated. I want you to know that.
Yes.
As a guy who's not in D.C.
Yeah, you can tell we don't do this.
You thoroughly confused me with your last few answers. So when is recess over? Like if I'm a kid shooting a basketball hoop and eventually I've got to go back in the classroom to sit down in Mrs. Schuler's room, when is that recess end?
Our recess ends September 15th. July 15th to September 15th every year.
Okay. Do you anticipate having a vote before September 15th?
Oh, I'm not going to speculate on that.
Okay.
I've been asked that many times. You're not the first to ask. I'm just not going to speculate on that.
How far from a vote would you say that you are?
Nice try.
Thank you.
Yes. The important thing is the commanders and I have been working well, constructively, diligently. We're trying to get to an agreement that can lead to a vote as quickly as possible. And I'm not going to speculate when that would be.
The president wants the team to change its name. I know you're saying
Yes.
this is a distraction, and I
Yes.
totally get that. In a hypothetical, would them being named the Redskins in any way change anything for the city council's willingness to build them a stadium?
I haven't talked to other members, but my guess is no. It wouldn't change it for me, but I don't even know why we're talking about that, other than that the president did those tweets.
Well, that's kind of why.
I would say that's the reason.
That would be the reason. So, but you understand my question. You'll have to educate me a little bit because I didn't have to follow this like it was a 400 level class before, not being on the radio back then. But there was a time where the belief was the team could never have a stadium in D.C. again as the Redskins, that the name would need to change. And my point is, if the name is forced to change back, are we still at a point where the powers that be would say, we're not going to support a team named the Redskins? It sounds like you're saying
I think what's missing from what you just said is that the ownership was also very unpopular.
So it was never the name that was preventative of getting back to D.C. It was Dan Snyder.
I would say it was probably the two together.
But if one's gone, then it was.
Folks are excited about the team, and they had a great season last year. That's changed a lot of attitudes.
Certainly has.
At this point, yeah.
Bob Study's out. I saw some of that dropped. What were the big concerns, if any, that they had on what they read through? And was that how does that work? Is that an independent study? Obviously, you guys hire them. I'm sure if the team hired someone to do a study, it would be a little more, team friendly than someone you guys hire. But how does that work exactly?
Well, it was helpful for us to get the analysis. There was a lot of focus in the analysis of what they call risk. And by that, for instance, the stadium is supposed to be done by 2030. What's the risk that it won't be? I think that risk is actually minimal, but there are other things like there's supposed to be housing built, up to 6,000 units. What's the risk that that won't get built for a long time? Somebody was telling me yesterday about a stadium in another city, I can't remember which one, where there was a lot of ancillary development promised, and decades later it hadn't been built. So the Robert Bob analysis looked at risk, where there was risk, and made some suggestions in terms of how we could approach that. And I referred to that earlier in saying that one of the ways that we need to make the deal better is to get clear on what dates by when they expect different aspects of the development to be completed, and then how do we hold them to that?
Mr. Chairman, we've kept you too long. Really appreciate the time and insight. Appreciate how forthcoming you are as well. Thank you.
Sure. No, thank you. It's always a pleasure.
Good insight from Phil Mendelson, who is the chair of the D.C. City Council, joining us on Grant and Danny. If you got any reactions to that interview or any takeaways as far as how you're feeling about the progress, lack thereof, of the stadium in D.C., we want to hear from you next at 800-636-1067. We'll also get back into the football news of the day. Will Terry McLaurin be showing up at camp? You're listening to The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. In the NFL, Commanders training camp getting underway with veterans reporting today. Adam Peters talked earlier to the media, talked about Terry McLaurin. He said that he expects everybody to be there today and, quote, we're going to do everything we can in order to get a deal done, and our goal is to get a long-term deal done. Also around the NFL, Bengals defensive end Trey Hendrickson not present for the start of training camp. Tyrann Mathieu announced his retirement, and John Lynch said the 49ers wide receiver Brandon Ayuk is not anywhere close to having a concrete timeline for his return. In baseball, the Nationals beat the Reds 10-8 yesterday on 15 hits for the Nationals. They'll look to win in Game 2 of the series tonight as they take on the Reds once again. 6:45 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on The Fan. Brad Lord takes the hill for the Nationals. Chase Burns, the number 2 overall pick in the 2024 draft, takes the hill for the Reds. Some roster moves today for the Nationals. They added left-handed pitcher Connor Pilkington to the bullpen. Mason Thompson was optioned to AAA Rochester, and Dylan Cruz was transferred to the 60-day injured list. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
We have tickets to see Wiz Khalifa and Sean Paul at 4 o'clock ahead of the Blitz right here on Grant and Danny. I just heard from the chairman, Phil Mendelson, would not comment on the timing of a vote. We had to wade through some deep waters, but eventually kind of got to the bottom of that. September 15th is when there's some type of shift where after that it would be hard to get a vote done, and whether or not they would vote before or after that, he wouldn't necessarily comment on. Suggested that the past DC opposition to the team moving back while named Redskins. Remember, that was the big story? I don't know if it was the mayor at the time or maybe it was one of the council members.
Who it was exactly?
Was it Norton? One of them was like very adamant about if the name is Redskins, they're not going to be getting anything from us. And he suggested that had more to do with Dan Snyder than the name, even saying that he would welcome the team back named Redskins now. I thought that was actually notable for a lot of reasons.
Yeah, I thought that was interesting. Again, nobody's saying that's happening, but just given the climate, given a couple of pretty prominent social media posts that we saw yesterday,
But we're also just trying to figure out like how much of the opposition overall to the name was a hatred for Dan Snyder and a disdain for the owner. And he's acknowledging that maybe that was the guys for which they were not going to do any business with Dan, who's now gone, and they like the team more now, and they're happy to do business with the team in a way that they didn't used to. Let's mow through some calls here. Rapid fire. Be succinct if you can. We'll start with Vic in Accokeek. Vic, the question is, how do you feel after that conversation?
I feel like they want to get a deal done. They're being cautious and they're being politically mindful of what the next steps will be. A good portion of the council was around, and they're old enough to remember when the Commanders were good, and that excitement about bringing the team back, as we are excited about what they're doing right now, is important. And I'll leave with this. After Terry's interview last week, a deal is being banged out as we speak because they touched the nerve with AP and they touched the nerve with Dan, and you can hear their caution and their fidelity and how they were speaking about him today.
Yeah, I just wish there was more of a certainty with which Peters addressed it, as if to tell everyone, calm down, I got this. You know, that was not the tone, really. It was not this thing's imminent, we're going to figure this out, this is much ado about nothing. It was just more of hey, we've had some conversations, we're going to have some more, we'll do everything we can. Very different, in my opinion. But I still think a deal's getting done. Don't get me wrong. Chris in Arlington, you just heard from the chairman of the city council. What'd you think?
Hey, don't sleep on Grant and Danny's journalistic integrity. That was a great interview. Got a lot of information out of that. I like Mendelson a little bit more today than I did the last time I was listening to him. I feel like he was, it did take you a while to get through the marsh, so to speak, but he did give some good information, and he also kind of hinted that he was hopeful that the deal would get done. So I feel better today than I did before.
Thanks, Chris. It's Danny Cronkite over there.
That's right. That's how you know me properly.
I'm Grant Murrow over here. John in Dallas on the Odyssey app. You can listen wherever you are for free. What's up, John? How are you?
I'm good, gentlemen. How you guys doing?
Good, buddy.
Very well.
So I'll try to be brief, but I'm a long time Redskins / Commanders fan who lives behind enemy lines down here in Dallas, and the Cowgirls play outside of Dallas for the exact reason that this city council is doing what they're doing right now, dragging their feet. If you know or if you know something or somebody who lives in the area, the Dallas Cowboys never really played inside of Dallas because the crappy city council could never get things together. So they were in Irving for a long time. Now they're in Arlington with a practice field in Frisco. They need to figure this out because the city is who loses out on this. And to be honest with you, nobody plays inside of Dallas but the Dallas Mavericks.
Yeah, we didn't get into it. It's an awesome call. Thank you. One of the things I wanted to ask him, and I just felt like it would be too leading and almost like a agree with me kind of question, which I don't love asking. But, hey, man, we couldn't have a World Cup game in D.C. as the host city in the United States of America. Taylor Swift wasn't willing to play at Northwest Stadium because it's not good. Shouldn't we be able to host that stuff in the United States of America's capital? Shouldn't Washington, D.C. never miss out on anything because we don't have a good enough stadium? Because I would imagine his answer is yes. And if his answer is yes, then let's figure this thing out, brother. We've got to be able to host whatever the hell we want. This is not market number 96. Like, we can't miss out on a concert or a game or an event because we don't have anywhere to host it. And currently, right now, Danny, that is the case.
That's the deal.
We do not have a good enough stadium bigger than arenas to host something. That is unacceptable in this city. Tyler in Richmond, you're on Grant and Danny. What's up?
It doesn't matter where the stadium is. We were on the doorstep of the Super Bowl last year. Nor does it matter what the team name is. It's about the product on the field. So let's go play football.
Matters so much. Couldn't disagree more.
It's almost time, my friend.
Yeah. I mean, I appreciate the call. Couldn't disagree with you more. Some of us out here with two hands spinning multiple plates. I care about what the team's going to be called for the rest of my life. I care about where they play, where I'm going to take my kids, or never. I'll either go to games with my kids or never again. So that does matter. And this will be nuts for you. So does the football season coming up. It all matters.
Yeah. They were in the NFC Championship game last year, and it didn't feel like, for a lot of people, it would have if they were in the NFC Championship game named the Washington Redskins. I'm sorry, it's a reality. The tent is smaller. Now, we're not going to sit here and do name change radio every single day because, frankly, neither of us could cope or deal with that. But the idea that the name or the stadium's irrelevant because now training camp starts tomorrow, respectfully to Bobby Wagner and, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, these are big deals to a lot of people. But appreciate the phone call. Our double plays next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Grant and Danny on the Fan. This is not quite Brian Fantana Panda Watch, but we're trying to figure out if Terry McLaurin will show up in Ashburn today. It's Terry Watch. Very different. Will he be at the facility? Could they be working hard to hammer out a deal as we speak? I mean, it's been the case all along, Danny. What have we always said? The line in the sand was the start of training camp. That is tomorrow. So today feels like a very, very big day. If you don't get something done today or tomorrow morning, and now he's holding out or holding in, then it could go for a while. That is, to me, the line of demarcation. What is the topic we've done 50 different ways? Will he get a deal signed by, we always say,
right,
training camp.
This is the first mail. Yeah.
They report today. Today is the day. So when we say deal, the 12th hour is when the deal gets hammered out. The final minutes is when you start actually talking. That is today and tonight. Either something's going to happen before the start of practice tomorrow, or we could be in a holding pattern for an extended period of time.
Right. So this isn't like any kind of drop dead date. This is the first major sort of milestone to figure out the state of the union, is what I would say, right? Like if he's not there tomorrow, but he's there Friday, fine, or Saturday or early next week, or doesn't happen until the first preseason game, whatever. Nothing is lost just yet. But this is that first fork in the road, I would say, right? You have all offseason to do your posturing, you pull your different levers of urgency or public pressure if you're on the agent/player side. The team can do what they're going to do. They can wait till the 11th hour where the threat of fines is coming when you don't start showing up, et cetera. They've got their leverage. Everyone's got their, they're ready for battle as they're meeting there at the middle of the field. And this is the first time we see how far dug in everyone is, or otherwise, or not. If it's harmony, if it's happening in a matter of minutes, we don't know.
Let's go to a double play while we've got the time. Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers, now is the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today. Danny Houtier, what's going on in your life?
I'll do this very briefly, my friend. I don't have much time generally anymore, just for anything. Get ready for the show, doing life stuff, trying to exercise, Operation Less Fat, always ongoing. And I'm a gamer, as you know. And I don't have as much time as I used to be able to grind through games. Well, my folks, I'm sure, my family's basically been out of town for a couple of days. So I have had more time than normal to play some video games. Very proud to say I 100%ed God of War Ragnarok. I've not had a chance to really go through a full playthrough in the years past, just so I had to kind of pick it up, put it down, play in other games, etc. But I got all trophies. I have photo documentation of it if you want to see it. I know you've already done it, but I got myself 100%, which is all possible trophies in God of War Ragnarok. I know it came out a while ago, so people might joan, but that's what I did there. You can see right up at the top.
I can't believe it took you so long. Don't know what that means.
It's
Happy
100%.
for you.
100%.
Really, really excited that it all worked out. It is time for my double play. I just 100%ed Thor Ragnarok. You guys will not believe this.
It's not a game.
It's not?
No.
I thought that's what the game.
No, it's God of War Ragnarok. Thor's a bad guy in this one. You don't know anything.
Is it God of War Ragnarok?
Yes, this is God of War Ragnarok.
It's the
Thor
same-
Ragnarok is a movie.
Right, which was really good.
It was good.
Is it the same Ragnarok?
No.
Are you serious?
Okay.
It can't be a word. That's too weird a word for it not to be related to Thor
Well,
Ragnarok.
it's related in the sense that it comes from Norse mythology, and it's like basically the end times for the heavens. Like that's what Ragnarok refers to, the destruction of Asgard. And this game deals with that, but from the other perspective, not from the Asgardians. Odin, the Allfather, got news for you, guy. He's the bad guy in God of War. Oh, yeah.
Not Odin the All-Father.
Oh, yeah. He's the bad guy in God of War Ragnarok, bro.
Busy back nine of the show today. We're on Terry McLaurin watch. Trey Hendrickson didn't show up. His holdouts begun for the Cincinnati Bengals. We've got some sizzling and fizzling to get to, and you will hear the Peters Quinn press conference all coming up on Grant and Danny. 4 o'clock hour is going to kick off with a chance to win tickets. We got some good ones. Wiz Khalifa, Sean Paul at Jiffy Lube Live. You got to be here ahead of the Blitz next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. We have breaking news on the Fan as Washington wide receiver Terry McLaurin did not report to training camp, according to Adam Schefter. McLaurin was not present for the Commanders' conditioning test today. That marked an unofficial start of training camp. All other players are present and accounting for, according to Adam Schefter, except for number 17, Terry McLaurin. Earlier today, Adam Peters talked about Terry McLaurin, saying that he expected everybody to be there today, which Terry, we now know, has not. He also said, quote, "We're going to do everything we can in order to get a deal done, and our goal is to get a long-term deal done." Other things in the National Football League, the Bengals defensive end Trey Hendrickson is not present for the start of training camp as well. Bengals front office had said recently that they hope to get a deal done. The dispute over guaranteed money currently. Raiders are signing veteran safety Jamal Adams. Tyrann Mathieu, the Honey Badger, announced his retirement. In baseball tonight, the Nationals looking to continue their winning ways after they beat the Reds last night 10-8. Game 2 of the series, 6:45, right here on the Fan. Brad Lord takes the hill for the Nationals. He is 2-5 with a 3.46 ERA. He'll take on number 2 overall pick from 2024's draft, Chase Burns, who is 0-1 with a 6.19 ERA. Some roster moves for the Nats today. They added left-handed pitcher Connor Pilkington to the pen. Mason Thompson was optioned to AAA Rochester, and Dylan Cruz has been transferred to the 60-day injured list. And again, breaking news, Washington's receiver Terry McLaurin, seeking a new contract, did not report to the opening of training camp today after Adam Peters says he expected everyone to be there today. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. Congrats, you're winning 2 tickets to see Wiz Khalifa and Sean Paul, the Good Vibes Only tour with special guest DaBaby. Friday, July 25th at Jiffy Lube Live. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com. Normally, we give you a Beltway Blitz right now. We're in the process of canceling the Beltway Blitz and blowing it out of the water because there is breaking and developing news, as you just heard from our own Toby Altizer there. Adam Schefter at 4 o'clock on the nose here. Washington wide receiver Terry McLaurin, who is seeking a new contract, did not report to training camp today, according to a source. McLaurin was not present for the Commanders' conditioning test today that marked an unofficial start of training camp. All other players are present and accounted for, just not McLaurin. Translation: he is holding out.
Here we go.
And the holdout has begun. There was a question about a holdout versus a hold-in. There was hope maybe that they beat the clock and got an extension done, although nothing about the Adam Peters press conference today led me to believe that they were closing in on a deal imminently. He did not speak like someone with any conviction on a deal being a certainty in the offing. And now we know McLaurin is not going to hold in. He's not going to show up to try to avoid the fine and just not partake in activities on the field. He's going all the way through with this thing, man. Our sweet prince, Terry McLaurin, the anti-diva, is going to continue to agitate, try to find some good trouble here to get himself some money. He will not be at training camp.
So I hesitate to try to infer meaning behind certain things, but tell me if you think this is off base. If you hold in, it means it's a matter of hours or you're pretty close. This is what it always has felt like to me. Like, it just means I'm here. We're on the same page. I expect this to get hammered out. I just can't participate because if I get hurt, God forbid, then it all goes up in smoke, right? Whereas if you are not there, not present, Trey Hendrickson take a picture of the Florida Sunset style when training camp starts, you are saying, just so you know, it doesn't mean it won't get done, but just so you know, this ain't close. Just so you know, we are not right around the corner from getting it done. That's how I've always perceived it.
So I don't see it that way. I don't think Micah Parsons is close, as an example. Jerry Jones did a press conference about Parsons, and he, by the way, nobody, and I mean nobody, puts their foot in their mouth.
Boy, it's delicious. You ever had my foot? It's tasty.
I mean, he can't do a press conference anymore. And I honestly, it's almost uncomfortable to talk about because I don't know if it's an age thing or what, but like, he's no longer a sharp press conference doer. He just can't do it anymore.
Right.
To talk for 10 minutes without saying something stupid or putting his foot in his mouth. And I'm trying not to make light of it, but that's just where we are. And so he did it again. But Micah Parsons is at Cowboys camp, and he is going to be there, and he's going through all of the motions. There's nobody suggesting that a deal's close between him and the Cowboys. The way I view it, I'm going to bounce this off of you. I think the hold in is reserved for situations where there's not really acrimony. Hold in, not a lot of animus. Hold out, I don't like you very much right now. I don't want to be around you.
That's a better way to quantify. That's what I was going for.
The closeness of a deal to me is irrelevant, though. Like Trey Hendrickson is mad at the Bengals. It's not a coincidence. Trey Hendrickson popped off, said a bunch of things about how they're liars, doesn't like them, feels like he's not appreciated. Not there. Terry McLaurin had a press conference at Eastern Motors where he said, I'm not valued. I'm disappointed. He's not happy with this front office or with this team. He's holding out. If you're holding in like Micah Parsons, there's been no Micah Parsons Eastern Motors press conference. He hasn't cut a Trey Hendrickson promo. So to me, there's more of an acrimony or an animus thing where it's like, if this is just business between the two sides that's actually going fairly pleasantly, but we can't agree on a number, but it hasn't gotten personal yet, then I hold in. If I hate your guts and I can't see you right now, we're on a break as a couple, because I think right now Terry McLaurin and the Commanders are on a break. I hold out. Trey Hendrickson and the Bengals may or may not get back together, but they ain't sleeping in the same bed right now. He's holding out. In fact, he's posting pictures with the geographic tag of Florida, which was outstanding.
He's very much in Florida
today. But that is the news of the day. Terry McLaurin holding out. I guess it's possible he could show up tomorrow, but don't you agree with what I said last segment? If you're showing up, you show up for the start of this thing right now. It's not like he's just going to stroll in there tomorrow while everyone's on the practice field a day late. I think you determine whether you're holding in, holding out, or just going to practice yesterday, and today is day one of this, not tomorrow, even though there's no practice yet. This means until he gets a deal, he's not showing up, and he's going to incur a $50,000 fine every single day starting today.
That's what you'd think, yeah. I mean, from everybody's perspective, I understand it, right? From if you are close, you wouldn't want to start escalating that to me. Or if it's friendly, if it's, and you said it better than I did. I was trying to quantify it, and you did it better than I was able to. But if it feels like if there's no animus, then you don't want to start escalating those fines and the like, and everybody can be on the same page. You just don't happen to run that route, and you go inside and sign when it all gets hammered. When you're not close, now everybody has to escalate. You've got to be willing to accept, $250,000 a week, 5 days not going to practice, 6 days, $300,000, and the team's got to be willing to start doing that because you're basically calling each other's bluff. Right, from a team perspective, they have so much leverage here. Every team does. This isn't just a Washington. Every team has an advantage over a player trying to hold out, given this CBA and the way it's structured. So you're sitting there going, count up your fines, man. As much as you want to lose, it's on you to lose it. Right? As long as you want to hold out and make it worse for everybody. You're under contract for this year. You are now in violation of that contract, in search of a new one. That's not a great methodology for earning your service time and getting yourself to the next deal. So the team can and should do what they're doing as you still try to negotiate in good faith. And the player who thinks you're not close, this is the one chance you've got to try to get more. So I understand it.
For the people who say $50,000 is a huge number, there's no way he's going to let them bleed him out of that much money throughout training camp here, and he's going to deal with that fine. I mean, Terry McLaurin has made $42 million over the last 3 years. That's not even 1%, like 50,000. Now, you add that up enough times, it gets to a few percent. But it's not even 1% of what he's made over the last 3 years, which is not even to say his career earnings. I'm just going over 2022, 2023, 2024. He made $24 million last year. He made $11 million the year before. He made $7.3 million the year before that. So he doesn't notice a $50,000 fine, assuming he's been smart with and done a good job with his money. And let's face it, everything that we know about Terry McLaurin would suggest that this is a guy who's got financial advisors and he's making some really smart, grown-up adult decisions because nobody's more grown-up or smart or more adult, seemingly, than Terry McLaurin. So I don't think the fine thing for a week or two is really that big of a deal. But I've got a lot of questions otherwise about how far apart they are and, frankly, how in the heck did we get here? It just doesn't seem that complicated. The market is pretty much set. This is what a wide receiver who you deem a number one costs, which tells me, Danny, they disagree, the team and the player, on whether or not he's a number one wide receiver. Convince me otherwise. We know what a number one wide receiver costs. We've seen what DK Metcalf got for a team he never bled for or sweat for. We have seen what a younger version, maybe not a great comp, but Ohio State stand out as well, Garrett Wilson got in New York. Like, the market is the market. We see where he slots in. It's going to take a little over $30 million AAV. It's going to take X amount of guaranteed money. It's complicated because, unlike at other positions, it's not all elite guys and then a little bit better. It's tiered in a funny way because some of the contracts are out of whack.
Right.
But this should not be that complicated.
So
I just can't believe that this team decided this is the time with this player that this is when you keep your checkbook in your pocket.
So I'm trying to interpret. I think you make a good case, but let me just put my thinking cap on. Age, 25, 25, 25, 27, 24, 26, 24. What do those sound like? That's the ages of the guys when they signed these extensions that are above him in terms of AAV right now. He's 30. I think that's a huge calculation. You look at the history. There are exceptions. Henry Ellard, or you can go down the list who played here. But there are guys who've been north of 30 who've been very productive that have lived up to the top billing. There aren't that many, though. There's a lot more that have not, that have regressed or gotten worse or gotten hurt or lost steps and have not been the same player.
What was A.J. Brown, 27, 28?
A.J. Brown was 26 at the time of signing.
So he signed an extension, it says, in 2024, and he's 28 now. I'll take your word for it that he was 26. I was thinking he's 27. But, yeah, there's a couple of year difference. That is definitely a factor in this.
So I think that's number one. Number two, this is the point I've kept making. And the market is X. And that's totally right. I think that's if you don't have the player yet, right? In the case of DK Metcalf, and you're wooing a trade and you're paying a tax, or so to speak. The Washington team right now has him under contract for whatever the number is. I think it's 22.5 or 23. I can't remember which. Oh, about 23 million. According to what I've seen from over the cap and from really smart people, the franchise tag, the next 2 seasons for the wide receiver spot is 28 and change. 120% of that is around 33. The idea that they just have to go to what the open market isn't correct. Now, you would do that because you want to do right by the guy. You would do that because you want goodwill and you want to be seen as, lovey-dovey and everyone singing Kumbaya as we, shout our catchphrases together under Dan Quinn. But you're not under any incentive to go above the market based on what you already have in terms of control over the player and him playing for you. If they would like him to play for them, they have mechanisms to go down that road. So the average of 28 and change and, 33 give or take is around 30.5. If they're not close to that, I think it's a different conversation. But that to me is the end.
We have a report suggesting they're not. It's the only report that has any details on money. I don't know if it's right. It's Jeremy Fowler of ESPN saying his understanding is the team's not close to $30 million. Now, I don't know what not close means. That could mean 24, which is not close, which, by the way, is a slap in Terry's face, in my opinion.
I would agree with that.
Low ball. It could be 28. 28 is not nearly as crazy, but it's still, you could convince me that that's not close to 30 in player money.
And so here's my follow-up on that. If then you go, we walk into the negotiation with that amount, then the agent, whose job it is to change the eye line, would go, oh, they started at 30. We're going to ask for 36. Or if they're starting at 25, then we settle on 30. You see what I'm saying? And the team can't budge until they get to the place that they think is far more reasonable. And the agent's job is to bleed them dry, is to get as much as humanly possible for the player. It's why most guys don't do it themselves and have agents do it. So I see the impasse.
So McLaurin turns 30 in basically week 2 of this football season. A.J. Brown was a month away from turning 27 when he got his extension. So you're talking about 2+ years as an age gap between the two, just to pull up one guy who recently got paid really good money, even though I would say A.J. Brown's a better wide receiver than Terry McLaurin. But I'm having 2 conversations here, bouncing back and forth between the 2.
Mm-hmm.
I can do what you just did and make the perfect case for why Terry McLaurin not getting a long-term deal or an extension done right now makes plenty of fiscal common sense. Absolutely, I can do that. It goes back to the old Cousins conversation, though.
Yep.
Like, there were probably people who said, well, you could just tag him a couple of times, keep him around for a couple of years. And it's different because then they went through quarterback hell again for years.
Well, they were trying to go under what the franchise tag was.
Understood.
Right.
But my point is, there is just generally, with a guy like McLaurin, normally a tax you're willing to pay above the perfect deal for the team, where you overpay or you go a little further than you should, just because he's the guy in the building. And they have shown no willingness to do that. And that, to me, is surprising. I'm not saying it's a bad decision. Again, I said months ago, I thought this deal would get done before training camp. I think he'll be a little bit overpaid for a little bit too long. Won't be a great contract, but everyone will be happy and high five, and camp will start. The team's not willing to do the thing that is a little bit worse than probably best for them. A McLaurin franchise tag next year would be $30 million based on his salary this year. So you would be tagging him at $30 million next year anyway. And then it would be 120% of that the next year. So you'd still, if you're doing a 2-year game with him, you're doing $2 and $60 whatever at that point, fully guaranteed. And maybe they're going, we have no problem paying him for 2 years before Jaden Daniels gets money. It's year 3 of the deal that bothers us, or it's the 4th year that he wants that we want nothing to do with, where we'd have to carry over some guarantees.
Yeah, we want him for 3. I'm just saying this out loud. We want 3 seasons of Terry McLaurin, including this one upcoming. And after that, we're not sure we want to be in the $30+ million business of a guy that's going into his age 34 season.
It's funny. I've got tweets coming in, and amazingly, it's kind of like the antithesis of one another on both sides of this thing. I've got people here who are so pro McLaurin and anti-team. Why are we doing this to him? Says Chris. As if Terry's some victim. And then I've got a guy here who says trade him. Good for them. It's a divisive issue. But I do wonder what the shot clock is for this organization before people turn on them a little bit and how they're handling the most important, most beloved player on the team. I was just talking to the guys behind the scenes. Toby, who you guys hear on the fan all the time, is working behind the scenes on our show right now, is 25 years old, 26. Terry McLaurin's his favorite player ever for this football team. Probably the best player he's seen during his lifetime as well. There's an entire generation of fans during a really bad era where Terry is their guy. And if you see your team playing hardball with, this is the time they decided to stick the we're very frugal, or we're going to only get the right deal for our team flag in the ground. This is the first time they've really been that team publicly. There's going to be people that have a hard time with that. I also wonder the flip side with Terry, who's beloved, who's never done anything the wrong way, who is such a team-first, professional, awesome player. You want your son to be like him. You want your daughter to date him. How long does he get with the fans to hold out, to agitate? Now you've had a press conference at a dealership. Now you're not showing up before they start to turn on him a little bit.
Yeah. And the team doesn't really want to get involved in PR battles, it seems like, in terms of like counter messaging and the like. But you'd have to start wondering at a certain point, if everybody's yelling at you, maybe something comes out finally where, yeah, he's being unreasonable. He's asking for this or that, or his agent is behaving in an X amount of way.
So we blew out the Beltway Blitz. We were going to have Mitch Tischler on to talk about the Commanders. So we kept Mitch in the fold here. I want to get his thoughts on this. Can you play the Commanders sounder as if we are blitzing still? From the big voice guy? There we go. So the Terry news broke. He is holding out officially. No blitz, but we do have Mitch Tischler of Monumental Sports on. Surprised at all that he's not going to hold in? Or maybe even bigger picture that they didn't get something done to beat the clock?
Yeah, very surprised. We've seen it in years past with other Commanders. Cam Curl comes to mind. He held in at mini camp. We know the type of person that Terry is. I just heard you guys talking about it. I don't need to repeat it, but the fact that he's not even going to be at the facility is a problem. I think this is officially a big deal, and something that is the first time I'm having to allow myself to start thinking about what life beyond Terry McLaurin as a Commander is going to look like, because this thing is getting ugly. And, we knew when we got to OTAs and a deal wasn't done that it was, starting to become something. We got to mini camp and still nothing was done. It was becoming something a little bit bigger. This boulder is starting to catch steam, and it's starting to roll downhill. And this is a much bigger deal than just Terry McLaurin himself and this team. It has to do with a franchise that has had a really hard time getting free agents for 30 years because of how terribly they were run. And the NFL is just starting to look at this team in a different light. And all of a sudden you're going to play hardball with a guy who's been there through the muck and the dirt and everything that he's had to go through as a player, and now you're playing hardball with him, and things aren't going well. This is a bigger picture problem than just Terry McLaurin. But as we talk about Terry, this is object disaster right now.
I was at the press conference, Peters and Quinn today with Mitch out in Ashburn. I'll see him at practice tomorrow. Mitch Tischler is with us here from Monumental. I know it's more complicated than this, so this is probably unfair, but I want you to kind of pick a side, and I think I know where you're leaning based on that answer. But we've got reactions coming in from people saying, why are they making this a thing? Just pay him. Why are we doing this to him? Almost like he's a victim here. And you talked about them playing hardball. There is another side to this, which is to say, because of his age, they might be doing a really smart, business, prudent thing. But is this the guy you do it with? I mean, they also have the luxury right now of not having to pay a quarterback. So if there was ever a time for 3 years where you could overpay a receiver by a little bit who's earned it, now's the time. I mean, pick a side on the debate, if you would.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's hard to pick a direct side on the debate because we don't know what two sides we're debating. I mean, this is the last big contract that Terry McLaurin's going to sign as an NFL player, and I'm sure he and his representation are trying to maximize every penny they can get out of it because it is going to be his last deal. But to me, this team is in a good cap situation for the first time in a very long time. I don't think that a 3-year deal with him will destroy that one way or the other, as long as we're talking about reasonable numbers. If Terry's coming in asking for, and if Terry's representation is coming in asking for $40 million a year, then yeah, I'm with the Commanders. I'm playing hardball. If Terry's coming in asking for 35 or 36, you know what? I'm getting the deal done because this deal is off the table before Jaden Daniels gets his big deal. And I know they have to be concerned about Frankie Luvu and Laramie Tunsil and these other guys that are going to be asking for new deals, as we start moving forward. I mean, Marshawn Lattimore too, depending on what happens with him this year. And maybe they're making a point that, hey, we're not going to let you sit out of minicamp and OTAs, and then that's all the leverage you need to get a deal done, because they do have to think about the other negotiations they have with players moving forward. Where I have a problem with this is if Terry is correct that the two sides hadn't talked in a month last week when he talked at Eastern Motors, to me, that's a major problem. They could be apart by $10 million a year. I'm not saying they are. If they are apart by such a wide margin, because it's Terry McLaurin and because I think this team materially wins less games if Terry isn't on the field with them come September, whatever day it is, 7th, I'm reaching out to the group. I'm reaching out to him. I'm reaching out to his representation. I'm reaching out to whoever I can talk to, to try and keep the lines of communication open. And to me, that's where almost the bigger deal with all this is coming in, is that both sides have their feet in the mud and are stuck with whatever they're asking for. Somebody has to be the bigger man. In any argument between adults, somebody has to, send the first, apologetic foray across the net, if you will, to start a conversation. And the fact that, the adults in the room, and we've talked about this front office that the Commanders have put together being, tried and true guys who have been there, done that. They've had other contract negotiations, other things that they've dealt with. The fact that they didn't reach back out and try and restart that conversation again is really troublesome to me.
What's the team side of this? We've obviously only heard reports through, the agent leaking to national media members, Terry's impromptu presser at Eastern Motors, where your job's your credit. What's the team thinking? Like, what's their angle on it?
Your job's your credit? I can't hear that without singing in my head.
Same.
In ad history. Listen, the team angle is easy. You look at the numbers, and Terry's 30 years old. Do you want to be paying a top tier receiver for his, age 33 season? I understand that. They actually have the oldest roster, with what's projected to be their 53 in the NFL. And for a team that, for a front office that's talked about wanting to build this thing long term, they probably don't love what some of those numbers look like. And Terry wouldn't do anything to help the ages there. So I understand why, theoretically the team is playing a little bit of hardball with them. It's hard to get too hard on one side or the other without knowing really what the numbers that are being asked are and how they compare to, some other folks. But the fact that Terry has played with the group of quarterbacks that he's played with, and he's put up the numbers that he's put up with, some guys who probably aren't really NFL level quarterbacks throwing him the football over the years. And finally, he gets a guy who's going to get the ball downfield to him. He's going to get they have a guy who's going to show some trust in him and get him the football. Combine that with the other moves they made this offseason on offense, and all they've talked about for the team is wanting to optimize the chances that Jaden Daniels continues to ascend, continues to get better. And we can all say maybe Jaden Daniels is going to be good enough that they could throw anybody out there and, this offense will move. But the fact of the matter is Terry made big play after big play after big play last year, both contested catches. You think about the throw in Cincinnati where he threw the ball up in the air, the touchdown catch, which wasn't even from Jaden Daniels against the Cowboys at the end of the season. I mean, this is a guy who has shown the type of player he is in the good times and the bad times, and even maybe with a bigger exclamation point on the bad times. So for this thing to be going the way that's going is frustrating, and I can understand where the team is trying to come from in a responsible, format of building, a franchise. But I don't know that this is the player that you put your foot down and say we're not doing more than X.
Mitch Tischler, Monumental Sports. Thanks for hopping aboard. We appreciate you.
Absolutely, Grant. Give me something to feel positive about. I'm about as frustrated with this franchise as I've been in a very long time.
It's a weird feeling, man. It's been a couple of years. How about I'm going to bring some pretzels with a little bit of peanut butter in them tomorrow. One of those little things.
Oh,
from
they're
Wegmans.
so good. Eat one, I challenge you.
I'll bring those to the media tent tomorrow to kick off training camp.
You know what, Grant? I immediately feel better. Thank you.
Attaboy. Mitch Tischler, boys and girls. Check him out over at Monumental. Let's open up the phones for the first time here on this news. 800-636-1067. There's a few lines open. 800-636-1067. Terry McLaurin is indeed holding out. This is getting ugly. We had the press conference last week. He popped off. The team today took the high road, but said that they thought he was going to be here. He's not here. What's next? This is The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka or Surfside Lemonade and Vodka. In the NFL, Commanders training camp getting underway today with veterans reporting. Adam Peters said that he expected everybody to be there today, but Terry McLaurin is going to begin a holdout as he is not present for the start of training camp over in Ashburn. Adam Peters talked about Terry McLaurin earlier today, saying, quote, "We're going to do everything we can in order to get a deal done. Our goal is to get a long-term deal done," but Terry McLaurin not present at the beginning of training camp for the Commanders. In baseball, Nationals and Reds, Game 2 of the series tonight, 6:45 right here on the Fan. Brad Lord takes on Chase Burns, the number 2 overall pick in the 2024 MLB Draft. Also, some roster moves for the Nats today, adding left-handed pitcher Connor Pilkington to the pen. Mason Thompson goes to AAA Rochester, and Dylan Cruz transferred to the 60-day injured list. There's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka to break the heat. Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. Look for the can with the sunset stripes. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Yeah, we haven't spoken about that, but just like with really all of our players, we're expecting everybody to be here today.
Adam Peters, when asked if Terry McLaurin was going to be holding out just a few hours ago. Now, McLaurin did not inform them, according to Peters, that he was going to, but they now know because time's passed. He didn't show up and take his physical. The holdout has begun. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. We're taking your calls at 800-636-1067. That's 800-636-1067. What is it worth to them to not have a significant distraction to start camp? Last year, they never had a single thing like this. You go back to the eve of camp last year, it was just super positive momentum about a young quarterback, a new era, a breath of fresh air with ownership, providing seats for fans and all the changes to the facility. There was not one legitimate football controversy. There were missteps in terms of maybe a draft pick didn't help you as much as you thought, or there wasn't something obviously wrong in free agency. But when you peel back layers, this guy didn't help him that much. I mean, Darris brings up the kicker. We talked earlier about Brandon McManus. People said get rid of him. They didn't care.
Yeah, that's your biggest hiccup. Come on, that's football happened.
Right. He signed a contract. They found out he was allegedly involved in something on a plane, and next thing you know, he was gone, and they were on to the next. Now, I will say, to that point, they ended up being in kicker hell last season, where one after another they just went through the position. But, did they have a single issue at any point that was a legitimate, actual distraction?
No.
I don't think they did.
Not like this.
They've created this. They've chosen to do this. Now, I'm not saying they're wrong, but they had the choice to get a deal done, to pay presumably market value, and to have Terry McLaurin signed, sealed, delivered, and to have a big press conference where everyone's high-fiving and smiling on the stage, and they've opted for whatever this is. So my question is, what is it worth to avoid this, and how do you bake that into the contract situation? Not to mention, Danny, they're in a really good cap spot.
Yep.
They've got nothing but money in the next couple of years, and I keep coming back to the Daniels contract. If there's ever a time where you can overpay a little bit, it's right here, right now. I'm not suggesting to do it for Daron Payne. I'm not suggesting to do it for Benjamin St-Juste before he walks out the door. I feel like this is a little bit different.
I think that's the sentiment. That's, it. I think of this. Would you have been able to tell the Nationals? It's not exactly analogous, but who was more of a hero to the Nationals than Steven Strasburg, right? The World Series MVP, the guy that done everything for them. That first start in 2014 was so electric. It brought the idea of what might be possible here in this city in terms of baseball. He just finishes winning the World Series MVP. Of course you sign him. He means so damn much. It worked out terribly. Now, it's not analogous because Terry's not going to break down to that degree where he throws 10 innings for the rest of his career. But from a team's perspective, you take sentimentality out of it. The history of guys 30 or older who have signed wide receiver deals, it's not good. Guys have fallen off a cliff, nowhere near the level of production. Everyone from Antonio Brown to Tyreek Hill to Stephon Diggs to a bunch of other players that, frankly, were more productive than Terry McLaurin.
But so you're okay with, I'm going to use a phrase here that's probably not the right one because it's business, but with mistreating the single most beloved player in the locker room has basically put in the most deposits to be right from a business standpoint.
Yes.
Which is fine.
Right. And
not everybody is.
And I think most people are not. And that's
Yes.
what I was going to say is this, because it's like, I've got rules. Oh, but this is Terry. But this is Terry is the strongest sentiment that's out there.
I agree. And my philosophy all the time, and you and I disagree on this, is I don't have rules. I don't. There aren't. I don't write in pen and Sharpie. This is an evolving, amoeba. This thing is changing all the time. Every situation is a little bit different. We'll get to the phone calls in just a second. 800-636-1067. What makes this complicated is we don't know what's being offered.
Right.
I think it'd be actually a much easier conversation, and I would love to get off the fence here and stop presenting both sides of it, which I feel like I do every day, but I don't know what Terry wants. For all I know, Terry's asking for $37 million a year, $90 million guaranteed, or some crazy out-of-whack numbers. The team may well have offered him $32 million a year and guarantees that are equal to DK Metcalf or something like that.
Right.
I doubt it. I think he would have already signed. My assumption is the team is lower than market because of his age. That's the one part I circle and keep coming back to.
'Cause, I mean, the reason I bring the age up, sorry to cut you off, but it's that at that Eastern Motors presser, he went out of his way, wasn't asked about it, went out of his way to address the age thing.
Sure,
I thought that
but-
was a huge deal. Where he's like, I'm not the regular 30. I didn't play for 2 years at Ohio
But
State.
I also think it's just common sense. I mean,
Sure.
he's almost 30. Guys that get paid huge money at receiver generally don't get that contract at 30. There are some. Devontae Adams got a big deal. Mike Evans got a big deal. Those types of McLaurin-level receivers over the years and better than him. But you know what I'm saying.
Of course, yeah.
Number one type wide receivers. Here's what I want to bring up, though, and we will get to the phones after this. But one last point I want to make. We have not really talked about the elephant in the room, which could be maybe they just don't think he's as good as the fans do. Maybe they're just not that sold that he's as good a player as you all think he is. And I'm talking about all of us, but that's their perspective. I remember talking to someone last year around the team, I'll say. And the conversation I had with them was about what Terry McLaurin was. And I took this to the air, and I got a lot of crap for it last year. But my point at the time, I remember doing it on the air. We went through, and I think I ended up having like 18 or 19 receivers that I took over Terry going into the season. Now, he had his best year. He balled out. He was unbelievable. Love Terry. And I would put him as he had a fringe top 10 season last year. But if I went through an exercise right now where I just picked receivers that I would rather have over Terry for the next 3 or 4 years, I could easily get to 15, I think, and maybe get to close to 20 if we're talking about a 3 or 4 year run here at wide receiver. Maybe you'd say that's too low on Terry or a little bearish. He's coming off of an unbelievable season. He's had a really good career. But I just remember in talking to this person, what they kept saying was, he doesn't really separate. He doesn't get open. He's not the perfect route runner. This is a guy that's a contested catch maven who's most of his value is in the personality and the person and the dude and the fact that he's a grinder and a worker and he takes on the contact and all these things. And again, this is someone close enough to the team that they talk to people with the team all the time. And I'm going, what if they think that? Are we sure that when you ask them in a private room, they think he's a number one wide receiver? He certainly played like one last year.
Yep.
When he takes a screen to the house in the playoffs or when he goes out and gets you 17 combined touchdowns in the regular season in the playoffs. But that's something I need people to answer for me. Isn't this just indicative that they don't think he's as good as you think he is? Because if they did, I think this is over. Terry said it. You want to talk about what he said in his little Eastern Motors bit? He said, I'm disrespected. He said, not in these words, we disagree on how good I am. We disagree on what I am as a wide receiver. Go back and read this transcript. I deserve to be paid like a number one. I've proven what I am. What he's not saying is he's had a dispute with someone over his money, his worth, his value. They maybe don't think that. We don't really talk about that. We just say, oh, this is part of the business. This is how the sausage gets made. What if Terry McLaurin's going into the meeting going, I should be the star of your movie, and they're going, you should be the supporting
We
actor.
got a nice supporting role for you.
800-636-1067 is the number. Let's get touch the people on the phones next on Grant and Danny.
Yeah, I mean, first, I think, without a doubt, I think everybody in this building values Terry very much. And we knew that coming in, and we knew that even more after spending a year with him. In terms of where we're at, we've had conversations recently, and we'll look to have some more conversations, and we're going to do everything we can in order to get a deal done.
That is General Manager Adam Peters. We value Terry very much. How much?
Yeah.
That is the
Did
debate.
you put a dollar amount on it?
Now, isn't it? I mean, McLaurin doesn't feel very valued. He is holding out. We're getting your reactions. 800-636-1067. Let's go to Karush in Herndon, home of the Hornets. What's up? How are you?
Hey, Grant. Hey, Danny. How you guys doing?
Good, buddy.
Thank you. Well.
Good. Yeah, so honestly, I think, Grant, you kind of already gave my opinion on the whole situation. I think that pretty much they're valuing Terry less than what us fans value him for sure. Because honestly, if AP and the front office really valued Terry that much, they would have gotten this deal done months ago, in my opinion. But, given with the whole excuses that they're making about, his age and everything, that sort of seems like their excuse for not wanting to pay him more. I don't know. I think they want him on the team, but obviously they want to pay him less than what he's asking for, and I don't think that's going to be good on Terry's side. He probably wants to leave after that. But I don't know if I'm reading into this too much, but to me, it kind of seems like the front office wants to push Jaden as the face of the franchise more than Terry, which is definitely understandable, but that's sort of how I feel like with this
Yeah, but you don't have to have one guy that you choose and say, this is the face of the franchise. It's a good phone call. Thank you. That call makes me think of my axiom, okay, which is actions, not words. I don't care what anybody says at a podium in terms of believing that to be gospel. What you do is what matters. There was a line in Batman Begins, which is a sneaky great film that Danny Rouillet casually sleeps on.
Stop.
So good.
Stop.
The line is ushered by, is Maggie Gyllenhaal in that movie as Rachel, I think? It's Maggie Gyllenhaal, and she says, Bruce, it's not what you say you are.
It's actually Katie Holmes in the first one. And then it turns into Maggie Gyllenhaal later. Sorry.
Katie Holmes says the line.
We're too readily agreed.
Batman Begins. And so she says,
what I do that defines me.
Well, he doesn't say it in that voice, but she says it. Yes, it's what you do that defines you. And so, Danny, what they're doing is not signing him by training camp. So I'm going to stop short of saying that they don't value him nearly as much as the fan base, because the Peters track record in San Francisco, not that he was running the show, but in the shop he came up in, was that these things get done well after camp starts, August, September. And so it could be coming in 2 weeks, and they just start the negotiation now, and they slow play this thing, and that's the art of the deal for him. But I will tell you that if there's no deal, and this goes south, or the season's starting, and McLaurin begrudgingly shows up with no deal and likely is going to be out at the end of the year, then I will know they just don't think that highly of him as their number one wide receiver.
Yeah.
And Peters is more a Debo guy who he brought with him from San Fran than he is a Terry guy who he inherited here.
And I think that would be fair at that time. Right now, it's a great hypothesis, and it's an angle nobody's talked about, right? But that's all that is, because, again, we don't know from the team.
I just think their actions to this point, it's hard to say this because you don't know the number they're offering, but seem to back that up a little bit. And I'm using, it's speculation, but some informed speculation of conversations I've had in the past with people that essentially said to me, you talk about this dude like he's one of the best in the league. He's not one of the best in the league. He's just pretty good. And that might be the thinking over there. Now, it's an awkward time for that thinking because this past season, for the first time with a real quarterback, he sure as heck was one of the best in the league. Let's go to Shane in D.C. What's up, Shane?
Commander Danny, Grant, how y'all doing today?
What's up, buddy?
Look, here's the thing, it's like I just went through this at the University of Tennessee with Nico, right? Nobody's bigger than the team, right? And are we going to give and Danny hit it right on the head. 30-year-old receivers start declining faster than you think, right? So are we willing to give this man, because he is a hometown hero, for the Snyder too? But you got to remember, Josh wasn't here during all that, so. And I believe that Josh thinks that he's a solid. This is what it is. He's a solid number 2, and that's what he is. He's played a number 1 here because that's unfortunate. We have had poor coaching, poor management, and luckily that draft class, he was the gem, right? But he's a number 2 in this league. Are you going to pay a number 2 $35 million, a 30-year-old, that much? We need to rebuild this defense. You still got to sign other guys. You can draft a receiver. Receivers are dime a dozen now.
Well,
Shane,
they
appreciate
haven't had
you,
a
dude.
receiver like Terry McLaurin since Santana Moss. I mean, receivers might be a dime a dozen if they can just play the position. Guys of McLaurin's caliber, who are 1,000-yard receivers every year for a half dozen years in a row, there's him and Mike Evans have basically done that.
Yeah, so there's a difference. Like Mackenzie Gore is the Nationals' number 1. He's a number 1, but he's not a Cy Young candidate.
He's not
like,
an ace.
There's ones and ones, right? I mean, Terry McLaurin has been their best receiver, but he's not a number 2 on almost every offense. Now he'd be a number 2 in Minnesota next to Justin Jefferson or next to Jamar Chase, but that's not a fair standard. I don't think.
What do you think is stopping him from requesting a trade? And could that be coming? What happens if, like, we
to
keep
me,
saying,
that's when we'll know if your
Exactly.
theory's right.
If this goes south, what does that look like? I think it's a request of a trade, but why wouldn't he have done it now if he's actually if there's as much acrimony as there seems to be? He is not. He was asked about it, and he said at this time it's not something I'm thinking about. When could that change? Grant and Danny on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. Commanders training camp got underway today with all the veterans reporting except for one, that one being number 17, Terry McLaurin. He is holding out of training camp. At the beginning of training camp, Adam Peters and Dan Quinn at a press conference. Peters saying today he expected everybody to be there. Terry McLaurin not showing up for the first day. Peters also said, quote, "We're going to do everything we can in order to get a deal done, and our goal is to get a long-term deal done." Another holdout around the NFL, Bengals defensive end Trey Hendrickson was not present for the start of training camp. The front office had said recently they hope to get a deal done, but there's still a dispute over guaranteed money, and Trey Hendrickson is not even in the area of Cincinnati. He is back home in Florida. In baseball, the Nationals beat the Reds last night 10-8 with 15 hits, 3 from Brady House, 2 from James Wood. Nats will take on the Reds for Game 2 of the series tonight at Nationals Park, 6:45 right here on the Fan. Brad Lord takes the hill for the Nationals. He is 2-5 on the season with a 3.46 ERA, returning to make his first start since May. Chase Burns takes the hill, the number 2 overall pick in the 2024 draft, starts for Cincinnati. He's 0-1 with a 6.19 ERA. Some roster moves for the Nats today. They added left-handed pitcher Connor Pilkington to the pen. Mason Thompson was optioned to AAA Rochester, and Dylan Cruz was transferred to the 60-day injured list. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle coverage, and all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I haven't decided that yet. I'm trying to take things day by day, and I think that's the disappointing part, where I was hoping up until this point things would clear up a lot more than they have, and so I haven't made that decision yet, and I'm just going to see how the rest of this week goes and take it day by day and go from there.
That was Terry McLaurin on whether or not he'd be showing up for training camp. We now know he has not. By the way, Jay Gruden was the head coach of the then Redskins when they drafted McLaurin. We're going to talk to him coming up in 25 minutes. He's a big Terry McLaurin guy. Want to get his thoughts on just how surprised he is with a guy that does everything the right way, the anti-diva. I know it's just business, Danny, but he is a no-show. He is holding out. Show's brought to you today and every day by the law firm Kondori & Murad. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today, kmlawyers.com, and be sure to tell them we sent you. You'll get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Answer this for me. Why is he not holding in? To me, that seems like the really easy way to show that you're mad, to continue to push for your contract. You're still not practicing. They're still paying the price for not paying you. You don't have to incur a $50,000 fine. You don't have to worry about the fine. You get to be there with your buddies, and you're still kind of agitating and dragging your feet and throwing your temper tantrum. Isn't that the best of all worlds here?
I would think so. But again, this is as dramatic a move as you can make. And you don't make the most dramatic move that you can make without trying to illustrate something, which is we're far apart, that we're not close. And this isn't, it's part of the process that the team is selling. You're trying to sell a different version of that based on what you said publicly, what your agent has leaked out, and so on and so forth. They are very far apart, and he wants everyone to know that. That's because if you're there at training camp, you don't run a couple routes. It to me feels more eminent. You're on the same page, and everything feels hunky-dory, and it's a matter of time. Doing it this way lets you know it ain't a matter of time unless they change.
Mitch Tischler said this is the most frustrated he's been with this team in some time. I would say during this ownership's era. The Josh Harris, Mitchell Rales, Mark Ein, Magic Johnson ownership group, the Hogs as we call them. Certainly the Peters era, the Dan Quinn, now going into year 2 span. This is the first time as a fan, I think you're going to see a lot of people that are frustrated with business and the operation. But am I surprised? Absolutely. I'm shocked that we're here based on just months ago, weeks ago. As of 5-6 days ago, it certainly felt like this was possible. As soon as he did what he did at Eastern Motors, I thought, damn, that guy sounds like a guy that's not showing up for training camp. Today, when Peters came out and kind of towed the company line and essentially said, we haven't talked to him, I knew right then, okay, he's not showing up. Because I feel like if they had a positive conversation, then maybe he's going to be there. But he didn't say, he told us he's coming. He said, we expect everybody on our team to be here.
Yeah, very distinct.
Okay, then he's not going to be here. So that was kind of when I started to think about it. But I just always thought you could hold in. But as you said, that almost makes it seem like you're not as mad.
Yeah.
This is the way you show.
I'm as mad as I can be. Silent treatment.
I'm not going to show up at your house and give you the cold shoulder. I'm just not coming to your thing. That's a little
the
bit
difference.
different.
Yeah.
800-636-1067 is the number. I want to get into if and when maybe he thinks about asking for a trade and how much that could change things. Because I've never for 1 second even considered the possibility that they would trade him. This is a team, by the way, that should have designs on winning playoff games.
Yeah,
it was a championship game last year in the conference.
The window to do that is long past. I mean, if a future draft pick is delightful. That doesn't help you with a window that's right now. You know what I mean? Like, let's say for the sake of argument, you wouldn't, but you get a first in 2026. Cool. I don't have my number one wide receiver in the 2025 season.
Yeah, now Debo gets hurt, and Luke McCaffrey and
Jalen Lane,
Shea Osborne are running routes for you.
Is Jamison Crowder still available?
Go get him, Jaden. Let's go to Brian in Greenbelt. How are you, Brian?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, Brian.
Hey, look, it's simple as this, man. Apparently, Terry McLaurin is not in Adam Peters' plans at that price that he wants. And it's just as simple as that. I mean, I'm sure Terry McLaurin is treated with love and respect, just like all the other players, because it's a good coaching staff and it's a good ownership group, and the team, it's a nice, good team spirit. Everybody's getting along very well. But I don't see the fans up in arms because De'Ami Brown he's the guy we drafted. I don't see the teams up in arms because Jonathan Allen got let go. I don't see all that. I'm leaving the team if Terry McLaurin doesn't get paid. Look, apparently,
Brian, John Allen didn't have a 6-year run as one of the more productive players in the league at his position, isn't coming off a career year, and isn't the fan favorite of the last decade. I mean, you have to acknowledge that this is different than just guys that have played on this team.
Exactly. If you don't put up the numbers, the fans don't give a damn about you. You can go jump off a bridge. Look, and it just why are we so wrapped up in what he makes? That's his money. That's his personal money.
Thank you for the call.
Thanks.
I
We
don't
wrapped
really
up
know what that means.
because it's a salary cap situation, and we're talking about what's best for the football team, and there's a pretty
I can
dramatic.
tell you why we're wrapped up. Because currently he's not on the team actively because he wants more money than the team is willing to give him. So until we know what those numbers are and he signs a new contract, he's saying, I'm not going to play for the team, and he's the best wide receiver and arguably the best skill position player on the team, and you've got a second-year quarterback who needs him on the field. That's why people care, because they care about the football team. Let's go to Saint in D.C. on Grant and Danny. What's up?
Not much, man. I honestly think that Terry and his representation are the main corporates here and the main people to blame. I think that the focus for Terry should have been trying to get an extension last year versus going into his final year having no guaranteed money. I think that Terry was hesitant on forcing that extension because he didn't know what they were going to have at quarterback. But at the same token, you now put yourself in a situation where you are now begging for a deal. Like, it's down to you really asking for a trade at this point, because Washington has no reason to force themselves to extend you. Now that we're entering training camp, you're going to be accruing a $50,000 fine per day, then $800,000 plus per preseason game or regular season game miss. Like, Washington holds all the leverage here to force you to play on your final year of your contract. The best that they could do for you is guarantee you this final year, and you'll enter free agency going into the season turning 31. It's like Terry has to.
The team's got all the leverage.
Yeah.
Good phone call, by the way. Really good call. The team is wearing the big boy pants here, and Terry's kind of got to read and react and adjust accordingly. I mean, that is how this goes. You've talked about this. Unless there's a change to the CBA right now, the power is really with the teams, and it's always going to be in some way because they call the shots. I want to get to the trade thing that he brought up, though. He has not asked for a trade. Darius, see if you can find the clip from Eastern Motors, your job's your credit, where he's asked about a trade and, like, would he consider pushing for one?
I wonder if that hasn't come up because the team maybe already said, don't bother. We got you.
But that wouldn't keep him from saying it publicly if he was actually willing to want to move on. Here's why I think he hasn't. This is my own guess. I think he's been very careful. Like, his image is probably important to him. You don't operate as clean and impressively and do everything the right way. It's a pain in the ass to be Cal Ripken Jr. and to be revered as this, like, perfect guy.
Yeah.
Right? Like, his image, and this is not a knock. I hope it doesn't sound that way. This is actually in a world where nobody cares or thinks about these types of things, decorum and decency. Like, I think it matters to him, and I love that. It's what makes him one of my favorite people that I've ever covered or been around. But I think asking for a trade leads to some fan venom. I think that's kind of like the shot across the bow of, I don't want to be there.
Yeah, I want to leave you.
Everything he has said is, I want to be there. They won't give me the money. As a fan, you hear, I just want to go out and play for you guys. I just want to go catch touchdowns with Jaden Daniels. They won't let me. All I want to do is stay here for my whole career, and they're not paying me. I can't wait to get to training camp. It's their fault I'm not there. That's very different than trade my ass.
That's a great point.
I
Because
want money, and I don't care if it's from you or somebody else. Pay me my money.
Yeah, especially given what he's already gone through. You know, the amount of Heineke, Howell, Brissett, and everything in between that he's waded through to put up numbers for you, the fan. If he does that and says, now I want to be traded, given what he's already gone through, you could see how much more impact that might have, both, you know, for people vilifying the team and also maybe vilifying him.
Do you think that he would actually miss preseason games or, God forbid, regular season games? Like, I can start by saying I don't think there's any way in the world he misses regular season games. There's just no way.
Preseason games, yes. I actually think that's likely.
They have won in 17 days.
Yeah.
I don't think he'll play in that game because either he'll have shown up into camp and is still getting up to speed, or because, like, they'll hold him out or whatever. But in 17 days, has he not signed? I guess that's what I'm asking.
Yeah. That's what I mean. I've thought.
I think he will sign before then.
So I've said after. And again, what I base this on, I hadn't even considered he's not, or they don't think he's as good as we think he is theory, which
I think is reality.
Which makes some sense. But to me, this has always been, what do they do in San Francisco? Eve of the regular season for Bosa, late in this whole process for Ayuk, for Purdy, for Trent Williams, for same thing in Detroit, where it was late July that it got done with Amon-Ra St. Brown and others. If you've got a high-profile player that's been someplace for a while, that's put up some stuff, this is necessarily complicated. I mean, what I've always thought is, if you walked in at the end price, right? Let's say it's Grant McLaurin and I'm Danny Peters, and I go, hey, at the end of the day, we're going to pay Grant $30.5 million. I'm just making that number up. Let's call it 30 even. If I walked in and talked to your agent, we're going to pay Grant 30. The agent goes, oh, that's their starting point, 36, and now you're at the same impasse you always were. You're going to be in an impasse no matter what, where that guy wants more and you want to give him less. You can't go down from 30. So I've always thought this is going to take a while. It's going to be painstaking. It's going to be a pain in the butt. This, to me, was always kind of inevitable once we went down this road.
But it doesn't have to. There are so many players like him that get deals done well ahead of even the offseason. Like the lifer player, the Mr. whatever, fill in the team.
Mm-hmm.
He's Mr. Commander, right? He's the Lieutenant Commander. Mr. Raven or Mr. Jed or Mr. Bill. It doesn't go this way most of the time with whoever that guy is whose face is the first one that comes up for the team. And that's going to be Jaden Daniels. And maybe it already is just because of the year he had last year.
Yeah.
But you understand the symbolism of what I'm talking about. Is that Terry has been the fan favorite for years, and a lot of teams just avoid this altogether from a sheer PR standpoint. Because it's not worth it to haggle over a couple of $1 million on your salary cap, which is $200+ million you get to dole out every year. A couple of $1 million in guaranteed or dead money. I mean, they eat dead money like I eat Thin Mints in the spring when Girl Scouts are outside of Food Lion. A couple $1 million is worth this? Really? I can promise you it isn't to me, but they say otherwise. I agree with you. Preseason games are so irrelevant that maybe he misses those in the same way that he's not going to truly miss training camp. I'm sure it's killing him to not be around his team. But sweating and running around on the field at this point of his career at almost 30, isn't that fun? There's just no way he misses regular season time. I refuse to believe that. Like, you walk back
because that's
the
not
door,
just a $50K fine. That's now you're escalating things, right? Even
it's
worse.
over $500,000.
Yeah.
But the preseason games are too. That's my point. I mean, it's several $100,000 for preseason games if you're missing those. So that's why a couple weeks from now I'm saying that's when I would just start the hold in. Like, you could do this to send your message, and then a week or 10 days from now you show up and say I'm holding in. and you're just not participating, but you're there at least? Jay Gruden's going to join us, by the way, coming up in about 12 minutes to talk about a guy who he dialed up a 75-yard touchdown for in Terry's first ever game against the Eagles on a deep post. Who threw that pass?
Oh, God. It's so long ago.
Terry McLaurin debut.
Yeah.
In Philadelphia. 75-yard touchdown, deep post, got behind everybody.
What year is that, 17? 16?
You're on to something.
Oh, God. Is that Mark Sanchez year?
No.
Like, who was that?
He only played one game, and they got blown out against the Giants.
It was an Eagles game. Didn't he hand it off against the Eagles?
At home.
Sanchez?
Night game.
I'm stalling.
It was not a week one.
I'm clearly stalling. It was a quarterback.
A guy that turned the ball over 4 times, I think, against the Bills in prime time. This is a good one. This is a good former quarterback.
Come on. I'm just staring at you. I can't do it on the spot. Oh, that's a Keenum.
Case Keenum.
I wouldn't have pulled it.
James in New Carrollton. What's up?
So many good quarterbacks here.
Hi, guys. How y'all doing?
What's up, buddy?
All right. I applaud Adam for how he's handling this. He hasn't even committed to actually talking to Terry himself. He said he's heard what has been said during talks between the team and Terry, and he's avoided what a lot of teams do, which is to devalue the player during this process. So he's left all options open. He can let teams call and offer something for Terry. He can come in at some point and play good cop and try to offer something to Terry that he feels is like at their ceiling. I don't right now feel that he values Terry at the $30 million mark, and I understand that you can't win by giving good players elite salaries, and the Dallas Cowboys are the biggest example of that.
So, James, you agree with me, which we've talked about in the past, and what I'm bringing up today, that they view McLaurin as a really good player, not one of the top receivers in the league, it sounds like. By the way, he brought up the $30 million. Just for people jumping in, listening, story of the day, Terry McLaurin no-showed. He is holding out of training camp. The reason we float this $30 million figure out there so much is that the market at the receiver position is a little bit over that.
Yeah, that's what Ayuk signed for last year. DK Metcalf in free agency or via trade, whatever, with Pittsburgh, signed a new deal, averaging 33 per. That's kind of the going rate. Garrett Wilson as well recently.
And we have no real idea what the figures are being exchanged. The only thing we have is that Jeremy Fowler of ESPN, which we're just assuming is correct, is saying that the team isn't close to $30 million. Which, said differently, means the team isn't close to market value with what it's suggesting they want to give McLaurin, which is where my idea comes from, that they just aren't as high on the player as a lot of us are. But not close to 30 or not close to market value? Is it possible that they're just asking him to sign for what he just played for? Like without a raise after a career year? With the franchise tag looming at close to $30 million, this is the same thing we used to make fun of Bruce for.
Mm-hmm.
You can't offer a quarterback that's going to make 30 on the tag next year, $5 million less than that. You can't offer Brandon Sheriff when if he says no and you've got to tag him, $5 million less than he's going to get next season on the tag. Why would he ever sign that? I could just do a 1-year big-time payment. Like, are they doing the Odyssey plan where they just come to Danny Rouillet and say, this is what you made last year, here's your new contract, you're making the same amount?
Yeah, here, enjoy your raise.
On a scale of Odyssey to Amazon, where like Amazon's giving a big raise, but Odyssey is just, can you change the date on this contract and hand it back to him for the next 2 years?
Rub out that comma.
Exactly. Like, do you think they're doing that?
Yeah, I think it's like an Audizon thing. It's not quite Amazon, but it's a little bit more than Odyssey.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, so my thinking was going the other direction, where the team goes, we got the franchise tag. We could just do. Why would we pay you over that? And the player and the agent are asking, pay us more than that. Please value me. What if it is like you're talking about? If it's that game all over again, where it's way less than the franchise tag, then that, I mean, for the player's perspective, no way you would sign that.
Josh in Upper Marlboro, what's good?
Hey, fellas, I feel like I'm losing my freaking mind over here. Why is everyone applauding Adam Peters? I unapplaud Adam Peters right now. I tie one hand behind my back so that no applause is possible. This is not a good moment. What are people talking about? I was at every single home game. I saw this man with my own eyes. I don't care if you call Terry the 7th best receiver in the league or the 13th. He's very, very good. He has awesome hands. He has competitive speed, great conditioning. For a smaller guy, he can even do jump balls. And most importantly, he is by far the best option on our emerging team with our young quarterback that we're trying to win Super Bowls with. What are we doing? Don't do this. And in this moment where, like, we're right on the precipice of things sucking again. We have stadium conflicts and name conflicts. You need a Terry. He is a phenomenal human being. And so that extra, $2 million that he's asking for, consider that a PR fee for being your freaking spokesperson in tough moments. I think they're playing with fire, not just from a football perspective, although I think that's the case as well, but from like a sentiment perspective. Like, they don't know how bad it was. Things sucked forever. And if you start to like do stuff like this, it could just start to have a cloud over your team. I don't applaud Adam Peters. Sign Terry McLaurin. Pay him $33 if you need to. Don't pay him $37, but pay him $33. Lock this in, and let's have a good football season for once in our freaking lifetime.
It does
Appreciate you,
feel
bud.
like an unforced error in that way, right? And I'm not saying necessarily you've got to overpay him, but they have chosen to make this a negative story.
Yeah, they are standing on one side of the line.
And a distraction. That's what they have chosen to do. And after what was a couple of years of harmony and nothing negative, this week's been a really big bucket of cold water in some ways. Between the stadium getting off the rails a little bit, Donald Trump tweeting, having to deal with that crap, whatever that was. Now you've got, more news coming out on what about the Redskins again? And it's like, you got to be kidding me. I thought I was so far past that so many years ago. That's coming back up. We're going to talk about that again. And now camp starts, and the most popular player on the team is not showing up because he's angry at the front office. It hasn't been a great 72 hours after what has been a couple of very seamless, almost flawless years of executing. Let's see what Jay Gruden has to say about a guy he once was heavily involved in drafting not showing up next on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, Commanders training camp got underway today with veterans reporting. All of them except for one. Number 17, Terry McLaurin, began his holdout today. Adam Peters was asked about that earlier today in his press conference. He said he expected everybody to be there today, which McLaurin is not. He also said, quote, "We're going to do everything we can in order to get a deal done, and our goal is to get a long-term deal done." Terry McLaurin holding out of training camp. Another holdout in the NFL, Bengals defensive end Trey Hendrickson is not present for the start of training camp. He's not even in Cincinnati area. He's down in Florida. The Bengals front office had said recently that they hope to get a deal done, but there's still a dispute over guaranteed money. In baseball, the Nationals beat the Reds last night 10-8 after AZ Fudd threw out the first pitch. The Nationals, with 15 hits in the game, they'll look to keep their winning ways going tonight as they take on the Reds. 6:45 for Game 2 right here on the Fan. Brad Lord takes the hill for the Nationals. Chase Burns, the number 2 overall pick from the 2024 draft, is going for the Reds. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
I'm not going to really speculate on that yet. Obviously, where it stands now, it's not great. It's not good at all. And without any progression, then you have to take steps based off of where you're at. There's a hope that I do want to continue to play here. And I do want to be a part of what's being built and what's going to be built. But at the same time, you want to be valued by the front office and the ownership group and things like that. And, it's just past just the words of it. It's, the actions behind it. And I feel like I've proven who I am and who I'm going to continue to be, And at some point, I guess you can say there's a point of no return. I don't think it's at that now, but, there's time is kind of ticking.
That's Terry McLaurin. I guess he's suggesting the point of no return is when he'd ask for a trade. He hasn't done that yet. But he is officially holding out. He didn't show up, didn't take a physical today. So the big question, would they beat the clock? No. Would he show up? Also no. Jay Gruden was the head coach of the then Redskins when they drafted Terry McLaurin and dialed up the 75-yard post for a touchdown to McLaurin in his first ever game with the team. And he joins us now on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Jay, it's good to talk to you again, man. Happy end of the offseason. How you been?
Been good. Thank you for having me on. I'm glad everybody's doing well. A little controversy to start the season. You got to love it.
Well,
that's how we do it.
We'd gone a long while around here without anything, and now we got Trump tweeting about changing the name back to Redskins. We got the stadium deal hitting a bit of a snag, and Terry McLaurin's not at camp. So it feels like old times around these parts.
Yeah, that's good stuff. You got to have a little something to talk about. Keeps you guys employed.
This is true. That's a very good point. Are you surprised? I mean, you know Terry better than we do. He's always been such a team guy, such an anti-diva. Now he's got himself in this business situation here where he's holding out. Are you surprised it's gotten to this point? It feels like the market is kind of set. We know what he should be getting.
Yeah, I'm very surprised. I look at what he's done and what he's accomplished, not only on the field but off the field. He's a dependable, accountable guy. He's produced. He had 13 touchdowns last year, and I know Jaden likes to throw to him. And, what I look at is if you take him off this roster, this makes this receiving core very average to below average. And you're counting on Debo coming off injuries. Noah Brown's coming off an injury. Luke McCaffrey, who's, they're obviously a little disappointed in him. Chris Moore, I don't even know who that is. Jalen Lane only had 36 catches at Virginia Tech. Michael Gallup coming off an injury. He's an older guy. So now you're looking at a way below average receiving core without him. So I don't know what the holdup is. I would try to get him in as soon as possible, and that would have been about a week ago, 2 weeks ago, or a month ago, whatever it might be.
What do you think the team is thinking? Like, what's their angle on this?
I don't know. Sometimes when you get new ownership or new general managers, they like to build their own team with their own players. You brought in Debo Samuel. They traded for Jeremy Tunsil. They drafted Jaden Daniels. They want to make it their – they want to put their stamp on the roster and out with the old and in with the new. There's some truth to that. But sometimes you got to keep the good players around. When I got a job with Washington, I had to make sure we kept Trent Williams. That's for damn sure. Ryan Kerrigan and some of those leftover guys from Coach Shanahan. Hell, we had a lot of turnover, but you got to keep the good ones. And Terry is a very productive and a great guy and a good team leader. So I don't know what the holdup is.
Is there something to be said for he's going to be 30, and he probably wants a 4 or 5 year deal, whatever it is, and they're going, most of the guys that get paid elite money at that position at 30, it ends up being a bad contract. If he's looking for 32 or 33 million, that it's smart business not to do that. What's your reaction to that?
Yeah, there's some truth to that for sure. But you have to look at the roster right now for the next couple of years, 2 to 3 years. Are you better with him or without him? I mean, can you function without him? I mean, he is such a productive player, such a weapon. I just feel like it drops down the receiving talent core on this roster considerably without him. You're counting on an injured Deebo Samuel coming in and being the workhorse. Noah Brown, like I mentioned before, I just think that you're still going to get 3-4 good years out of Terry. He's going to keep himself in great shape. He's going to be able to run. I think he'd be ultra productive, and I think it'd be silly. But I do understand that argument on the other side of it. But I think Terry's a different cat. I think Terry's a guy that will continue to perform and play well and run fast for a long time.
Jay, put your scouting hat on here. What is Terry McLaurin right now, and what is he not? Like, what do people not get right about him? But then what do you think he is in terms of as a receiver, strengths, weaknesses, everything in between?
He's an explosive player. He's got excellent hands. You know, he's not a conventional type receiver that does the acrobatic stuff, but he tracks the ball extremely well. He can run by people. He's physical after the catch. He will block as a blocker, which is very important in the running game. They have 2 receivers now, 3 really, with Brown, McLaurin, and Deebo Samuel that all be physical at the point of attack in the running game, which is important for the bubble screens, the release screens, the inside zones, the outside zones, all that stuff. So he is a guy that does it all. Now, is he not a guy in the slot can run option routes? No, he's probably not that guy. But on the outside, he can run all the route tree combinations, and he can run by you, and that's very important to take the top off. And you open up things for Zach Ertz and Deebo coming underneath. So you got to have that guy that's productive and can really hurt you with the deep ball and scare the hell out of defenses. And he's the guy that can do that.
Jay Gruden on Grant and Danny. So looking at the AAVs at wide receiver, Jamar Chase, highest paid at 40.2. Justin Jefferson, best receiver in the league at 35. CeeDee Lamb's at 34. DK Metcalf, just paid by Pittsburgh, 33. Garrett Wilson was paid last week, a lot younger than Terry, 32.5. And then you've got like Amon-Ra St. Brown, Brandon Ayuk, Tyreek Hill, all at 30. The one report that's out there from Jeremy Fowler of ESPN is that the Commanders aren't close to $30 million in their offer to McLaurin. And we've all kind of assumed the market for him right now is like 31 to 33 in that range. If it's true that they're not close to 30, what does that tell you? Is it possible that they just don't think he's really a number one? Could they think that?
They could think that. And they could think that maybe they're just bracing themselves for a couple of years from now, Jaden Daniels' contract, and they're trying to make sure that they take care of that guy first. But it doesn't make any sense. I don't put Terry up there with those guys that you mentioned, the first 2 or 3 guys, Jamar Chase and Justin, just because they do so much as far as inside, outside, red zone, all that stuff. Those guys are total receivers. Terry is an excellent player. I think he should be in the $28 million range, and hopefully Terry understands that too. Terry's he's in a great spot right now, and he's got a great quarterback. He's in a great location. The fans love him. Sometimes you might want to take just a little bit less, Terry, just a little bit, not a whole lot, but to play at a place that really wants you and you can really grow with the quarterback. And you don't want to go somewhere without a quarterback. It's just no fun. So I would try to do everything I could if I was Terry McLaurin to try to get this deal done to play with Jaden.
Jay, for all your years as a head coach, coordinator, assistant coach, everything in between, what was it like when there was a guy that everybody was counting on that wasn't there? Like, what's that like at training camp or meeting rooms, et cetera? It's an elephant in the room, but you can't address it because the guy's not there. Like, how did that work?
Yeah, it's not good. Trent Williams went through that, 5 games before I got fired. You're counting on the left tackle that protects the quarterback's blind side, and instead of Trent, you're going with 38-year-old Donald Penn, and now you have to prepare to chip and put people over there. Donald did a great, admirable job, but he was 38, and he's no Trent Williams, so it's a totally different dynamic. And then you count on guys like Jordan Reed who are hurt in the concussion protocol. He'll be fine, and then Friday he's out, and you're planning your game plan for these players, and they're not there, and it's frustrating. It's very difficult to prepare a game plan when you're just not sure who's going to be playing on Sunday, who's going to walk through the door. Left tackle's a little bit easier. You kind of protect them a little bit with tight ends and chips and all that stuff. But when you're talking about receivers and tight ends and quarter, it's difficult.
Jay, what's your philosophy on occasionally paying a little bit of a tax just to do right by a guy that means a lot to you? Or maybe even just to avoid a distraction or negativity. And maybe you could tell me it really doesn't matter that much. It doesn't affect the actual work getting done. You guys sit down with the media for a few minutes a day and otherwise don't think about it. But I'm thinking about the idea that, yes, Adam Peters' job is to not hand out any bad contracts, right? Let's not overpay him. Let's not give out a bad deal. But at the same time, the way that this has worked over the years, it's been hellacious here for a while. And Terry was kind of the light in the night. Like, he was the lighthouse, so to speak. And he was the face during some of the worst Snyder stuff and controversies and turmoil. I got guys working on the show here who are 25, 26 years old saying he's their favorite player on the team in history. And I know you can't just shell out monopoly money because people like a guy. I'm not suggesting that. But is there something to be said for, A, not starting training camp with a self-made controversy, and B, maybe he is a $28 million guy, but we're going to give him 31 per because he's our Mount Rushmore guy of this era, and there's a price for that. Like, how do you factor that in?
You're 100% right. And there are certain guys you want on your team, and you pay a little bit extra because of what they bring to the table, not only from a production standpoint, which we all know he's produced. He's been productive. He's a great player. Teams fear Terry, his deep ball threat and ability. And then you throw the fact that he's a team leader. You know, he's a two-year captain of Ohio State. That's why we fell in love with him. And he's had an unbelievable Senior Bowl, and he came in and just puts his nose in the grind. So he just works his ass off every single day. He's dependable. He's accountable. He's everything you want in a player. He's a great person. He's a leader. This guy's going to make the young players better. He's going to make Jalen Lane better. He's going to make Ja'Cory Brooks, whoever they have, Luke McCaffrey. He's going to make these guys better, and that's what you want on your football team. He's going to make the defensive backs better. They're going to compete in practice. It's going to make a very competitive training camp. And guys like that work hard, that are dependable, you do want them on your team. And it might cost you a few more million, so be it. Let's do it.
How do you think this ends?
I think Washington has got to figure out a way to get it done. I really do. I think Adams got to figure out a way to get this thing done. Like I mentioned before, you take Terry off this receiving core, and all of a sudden this offense goes from, one of the top offenses in the NFC to pretty average. Jaden Daniels unbelievable. We got that, but we need some better weapons now. We got to have some weapons. Zach Ertz is a little bit older. Austin Eckler's a little bit older. Debo's coming off an injury. Noah Brown can't really run. Luke McCaffrey has been a disappointment. They got a rookie Jalen Lane who wasn't really productive in college. So who is he going to throw to? They need Terry. They got to pay Terry. He's a great guy. He's a great player. Pay the man his money, man.
Pay that man his money. Jay, thank you, buddy. It's good catching up. Hopefully we talk soon and enjoy the start of camp time here. I know you'll be busy cranking out content.
You got it. Thanks, brother. Thanks for having me on.
Appreciate you, buddy.
There's Jay Gruden, our guy, former head coach here in the nation's capital, talking about one of his former pupils, Terry McLaurin. You can react to that next, 800-636-1067. Also, what Adam Peters said today about the Von Miller edition. Seems like this was in their plans all along. We'll explain. He's Danny. I'm Grant. This is The Fan. So apparently Michael Vick is hanging out at an establishment in the Navy Yard getting ready for the Nats game. And we just got word of that. So we sent Ryan to said establishment to try to hand him the cell phone to get him on the show.
I thought he was joking. So I passed Ryan in the hallway, and he goes, I'm actually going to interview Michael Vick right now. And I went,
Call Ryan up.
Yeah, okay, buddy.
See if he's still walking.
I guess
over
that's
there.
real.
Yeah, so apparently Vic is there. Tell him not to say where he's at. But I just want to get an update on if he's put eyeballs on him yet or if he's already left. But, yeah, we're going to try to get Michael Vick on the show by having Ryan hand him a cell phone. We've never had him on the show.
No.
Michael Vick, big deal, man. Former league MVP.
Yeah.
He's a stud. Also coming up on the Grant and Danny radio program, equally as exciting, we're going to have our first ever installment of Hokie and Toki. So Toby Altizer is going to break down, we're going to give him 60 seconds on the McLaurin negotiation going sideways.
Yep.
But what people sleep on is Toby Altizer, massive actual Commanders fan, and he's got an alter ego when he turns his hat around named Toki. He's like the nicest guy ever, so we've made up this character where Toki is like this very angry...
Biting, angry, snarky, cynical.
So we're going to get 60 seconds of Toby's thoughts and then 60 seconds of Toki's thoughts. His alter ego. We're doing that this segment.
Toby versus Toki, a showdown.
Yeah. Ryan, don't say where, but are you at the place yet where we think Michael Vick is?
No, but I am turning the corner to be getting there, so I should be there literally in about 25 seconds.
All right, so let's see if you see him before we actually go any further here.
Yeah. Yeah,
because
I
it's
got
possible he popped in, had a quick drink, and now he's over at the ballpark or already moved on. But if you still see him, then we'll hang up and let you go approach him to try to get an interview at the top of the hour.
Yeah, I gotcha.
How we can handle this.
Should I say hi to him?
As opposed to just walking up and handing him the phone? Definitely say hi.
Get close and stare at him. See if that works.
I get there.
I think the plan of business here is you go up and shake your hand in a very professional manner, and you just say, hey, I'm with the local radio station, and maybe say, we'd love to have you on to talk about the Commanders and Terry McLaurin and, you know, your career.
Yeah.
And maybe Virginia Tech football. Are you at the place yet?
I am walking up to it right now.
Okay, very good.
So we are walking up right here. Okay.
All right, surveying.
Do you see him?
Looking.
Yep. Surveying, still looking. Still looking.
The picture I got, he is rocking a ball cap. It's green, and he's got a white dress shirt on.
Okay. You said a green dress shirt?
Nope, I didn't at all.
Green hat.
I said a green hat.
It's cool. Bring your green
a
hat.
White dress shirt.
Okay.
You know what Michael Vick looks like, right?
This is the football player? Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Very aware, very aware.
His beard is whiting,
Is this
but he looks...
person inside or?
He was inside at the picture I got near the bar.
Okay. Well, we are walking inside.
All right. Well, you go look around
All
and
right.
you report back to us on what you find. So Ryan's over there trying to get an interview with Michael Vick. Speaking of the Virginia Tech Hokies, it is time. 60 seconds is on the clock.
Oh, here we go.
So this will first be the very professional Toby Altizer with his thoughts on the Terry McLaurin situation before Toki makes his show debut to just bring the heat.
I'm really excited about this,
I
by
am
the way.
too. I think this could be a reoccurring theme on the show because of just what a sweet prince Toby is.
What a nice guy Toby is.
And Toki is just venomous.
A bastard.
All right, here
Yeah.
we go. Toby Altizer, 60 seconds is on the clock. Your thoughts on McLaurin against the Commanders?
Yeah, I mean, I can understand both sides of this. I'm obviously going to be on Terry's side. I can understand that a 30-year-old receiver, I get that there is going to be some trepidation in giving this guy $30+ million. At the same point, I think that you should give this guy the money. I think he's a number one receiver. I think he's shown that. I think he's been incredibly productive. I don't know why going into this year that you would want to bring any frustration, controversy, any of that towards this team when a team went to the NFC Championship game last year. You're hoping to build off that, go to a Super Bowl this year. You kind of want to have your number one receiver around. So I'm kind of surprised it got to this point, but I figured if it got to where we are today, he would hold out from the team. That's what he decided to do, and hopefully they get this thing figured out. I don't think it's time to panic just yet. You know, we got to wait until it will actually affect the early part of the season before I really slam the panic button, but I do think that there are, you know, definitely more concerns now that training camp has got underway. So I hope that they get this thing done soon. I think they will get this thing done soon. A little alarming that we've heard that they're not up to the $30 million threshold, but we'll see if they can get it done.
All right, very clean.
That was really
in it there.
professional.
That's very
Yeah,
well done.
good radio guy,
Ladies and
yeah.
gentlemen, you know Toby Altizer. But what you don't know, spin that hat around.
All right, he has turned his hat around.
Toki Altizer. Toki wants Terry McLaurin signed, and there's going to be hell to pay if it doesn't happen. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Toki's take.
I got a bunch of don't know ball idiots around this place telling me that Terry McLaurin's not good at football. They're trying to tell me that he's some jag that you can replace with anybody off the trash heap. And, I don't know, maybe they should have just kept De'Ami Brown instead of Terry McLaurin. Because according to everybody around here, he's not a top 15 receiver. Last time I checked, this guy goes for 1,000 yards every single year. He's finally got a quarterback in town, and now everyone wants to be, he's really not that special. He doesn't separate. His hands are... What are you talking about? This guy is a top 10 receiver in the NFL. I had to have the Giants fan that works here, a New York Giants fan, come and back me up. What are we doing? This is a special player. This is going to be a special season, and you've got a chance to have this dude on your football team, and you're just quibbling over. What are we doing? Pay the man his money. He should be wearing 17 for this team in week 1 against those Giants and crushing them. There's no question about it. This guy should be on this football team, and I don't know what the holdup is. I don't know why in the world you're continuing to go over this. He should be paid by he should have already been paid. I don't get what we're doing. Training camp started. Get the man his money.
I love these don't know ball idiots.
Yeah.
That's Toki.
That's Toki.
Toby would never say anything like that.
Toby would never, ever.
I want to check in with Clary as soon as we return. He's either going to be on the phone or he's going to have correctly found Michael Vick, and we'll talk to Michael Vick.
I actually don't know what's going to happen here.
I don't either, but I assume he's not going to be able to pull this off. Respectfully.
I mean, he is our corporate overlord, so
Right.
it'd be very difficult.
I told him the outfit, and twice he got the outfit wrong when he
green
repeated it back to
shirt?
me.
Nope.
And I realized at that time this might not work out.
Michael Vick, the football player?
Will Michael Vick join us? We find out next on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. Commanders training camp getting underway. Veterans were set to report today. All veterans reported except for one, that one being number 17, Terry McLaurin. He is holding out of training camp. Earlier today, Adam Peters had said that he expected everybody to be there, but he also said, we're going to do everything we can in order to get a deal done with Terry McLaurin, and then their goal is to get a long-term deal done. Other holdouts around the NFL, Bengals defensive end Trey Hendrickson is not present for the start of training camp for Cincinnati. The Bengals front office had said recently that they hope to get a deal done, but there's still a dispute over guaranteed money, so he's holding out, not even in the state of Ohio. Other news around the National Football League, the Raiders are signing veteran safety Jamal Adams. Another veteran safety, Tyrann Mathieu, announced that he is retiring from the National Football League. And 49ers wide receiver Brandon Ayuk is not anywhere close to having a concrete timeline, according to John Lynch. In baseball, Nationals beat the Reds last night 10-8. 15 hits for the Nationals last night, including 3 from Brady House, 2 from James Wood. Nats will look to keep their winning ways going as they take on the Reds for Game 2 of the series at Nationals Park tonight. 6:45 right here on the Fan. Brad Lord takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 2-5 with a 3.46 ERA. He'll take on the number 2 overall pick from the 2024 MLB draft and Chase Burns, who is 0-1 with a 6.19 ERA. Some roster moves for the Nats today. They added left-handed pitcher Connor Pilkington to the bullpen. Mason Thompson was optioned to AAA Rochester, and Dylan Cruz was transferred to the 60-day injured list. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
That was a mild-mannered gentleman giving you that update. That must have been Toby Altizer.
It was Toby professionally, yeah.
Our Metropolitan Moving and Storage poll of the day on Grant and Danny. Local, long-distance, residential, or commercial. 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience. We're asking you on the Fan Twitter page right now. The Commanders practice number 1 tomorrow. Training camp getting underway. Which position group has your attention the most? DBs, D-line, O-line, or wide receiver? I think wide receiver gets my vote because...
Got bumped up a little bit, didn't it?
There's no Terry McLaurin. Right now, the defensive line leading the vote at 29.6%, which actually does make sense. If you count Von Miller as a DN, not an OLB technically, like an edge rusher, there are a ton of new pieces there.
That's right.
They spent a lot of money on Javon Kinlaw. They brought in Eddie Goldman, who's out of retirement for the second time. They went out and got Jacob Martin. There's a pretty fresh-looking group, not to mention Von Miller, that's going to be trying to be used, I think, situationally. They got some big bodies to stop the run. They got some players like Von Miller who only went on the field on passing downs. They're sorting a lot of things out up front.
I voted defensive back. That was before the Terry McLaurin news hit. Otherwise, I think I might have been able to change my vote. But yeah, to me, it's the defensive backfield. Trey Amos finally signed. Second-round picks were very, very late this year. Curious to see what he develops into. They went and got Jonathan Jones kind of in the bargain bin. Will Harris, a guy that's going to replace Jeremy Chin. One of the tipping points of the team. I think there are a couple, the McLaurin situation notwithstanding. But Marshawn Lattimore, to me, is the biggest X factor. And I hate the term X factor, but I don't have a better one than that. That's a fork in the road. If he's good, it makes their defensive offseason look a lot more savvy and smart. And they double down on what they believe, their conviction that he would be the player that they traded for. He has not been to this point, the guy that was good 4 years ago because of a lot of injuries. If this is not a good season for him, this goes down as a pretty massive failure in terms of a trade. Still, the gavel's not slammed on it yet, but if he's not good, that looks a lot worse.
Training camp practice number 1 tomorrow. We'll have a full practice report. I'm going to get out there to watch practice. Unfortunately, we'll have a shorty tomorrow because the Nats play a noon game. So we'll be on after Nats baseball as they wrap up their series with the Reds. But we will be on sometime in the 3 o'clock hour probably for a shorter show for about 3 or so hours tomorrow. So make sure you lock in with us on the Fan for that. Zeke's been waiting in Southeast D.C. for a while. I do want to crowbar him in here because he had a long wait. Wanted to talk Terry McLaurin. Zeke, you get the last word today on McLaurin. We have been discussing him holding out and how this thing's going to end. What do you think?
All right. Hey, thanks for having me on, guys. Appreciate your show.
Yep.
I was the one that said that he was going to hold out for training camp, and I think also he's going to ask for a trade. The reason why, because Terry knows this is his last big money, and I think he's definitely a number 1 receiver. So he wants a 4-year, $120 million like everybody else is getting. So, but we got to put on our Peters hat. I love Terry. I think he deserves everything he gets. But as a GM, let me ask you guys a question. Would you pay a 34-year-old $30 million a year, no matter if it's Terry or anybody else?
A quarterback,
I think that's
yes.
a
Other than
stalemate
that,
right
no.
No, I wouldn't pay a wide receiver, but I don't think they'll be paying him that either. I mean, 4 years from now, that wouldn't be guaranteed money. That's just not how NFL contracts work. So yeah, you might give him a 4-year deal at $30 million, and the fourth year says 30, but there wouldn't be $30 million in guaranteed money left after 3 years. It's basically you're talking about the first 3 years being guaranteed. So age 30, 31, 32.
31.
Yeah, would I pay him at age 32 $30 million? Begrudgingly, yes. I think that's kind of the tax I would pay for what he's done.
Yeah, but I think what you got to understand, Peter said, look, you know that old saying, past performance does not guarantee future results.
True, and that's his job.
Appreciate you, buddy.
It's a great phone call. Thank you. His job is not to pay for services already rendered. It's to pay for services not yet rendered. All right, Clary's on the hotline here, so either we're going to hear from Michael Vick right now or our own Ryan Clary, who went to a bar to find Michael Vick, and it didn't work out. So without further ado, if this is Michael Vick, say hello. If this is Ryan Clary, say hello.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Hey.
Hey, buddy. What happened?
So, okay, here, I will say this. I do have a couple of sources on site here. Michael Vick was at this establishment. He was by the bar. He did get some food. He then left about 20-plus minutes ago. That are what my sources are telling me on the scenes. I went around. I double-checked. I even went into another bar next door to it to see if Michael Vick was there. He is not here at this time, but I can confirm he's a big Old Bay wings kind of guy.
Ooh, me too.
What is sources?
He's not the first person to eat Old Bay wings at that place over the last couple of days, if you know what I mean. All right.
No, I know.
Clary, good effort. We appreciate you.
Good hustle, bud.
Did he just admit to bar hopping on the clock?
Yes.
Is that what just happened?
Sounded like it.
Yeah, let's make sure we send that to various bosses. Yeah.
The boss gave him permission to go to one place to look for Michael Vick. Sounds like he's made the rounds at a couple places.
Went to another bar.
Earlier today, we gave you the audio that we were able to unearth of what we believe the conversation sounded like between the President of the United States, Donald Trump, and Josh Harris after Harris had to reach out to Trump after his tweets over the last couple of days. Here is how we think that call went.
Hello, this is Josh Harris. Josh, it's 47. So we're going to talk about it. So many people are talking about the beautiful team name. And you changing it. People are saying, they're saying this, it would be so great for you to do it. So much excitement and very big winning. Well, Mr. President, I can certainly appreciate that some of our fans would. I have to tell you, I thought it was so unfair how they made so much fun of you when you shook Joe Buck's hand. Everyone can see he overextended. He was so far out there. It was a no man's land. It was very awkward, and he deserves all the blame. Everyone knows it. Well, thank you for saying that, Mr. President. It was definitely a human moment. But our fans, and why don't you just pay Timmy, the receiver who's done so well there? He caught passes from so many terrible quarterbacks. They were doo-doo brown. Do you need any help with the deal? I'm very good at it. No, sir. We are actually making... Anyway, I gotta tell you, this is going to be so great. I've been thinking, and here's what we're gonna do about Trump Field at Trump Tower Stadium. I'm sorry, what did you just... It's gonna be so beautiful. We're talking some burgundy, but so much gold here. It will really pop and be so beautiful. Then remember the old drawings and the renderings. They were so bad, but there was one great idea there. We want the moat, okay? We're gonna have a moat there and actual alligators in it. And they'll be so strong that no one will jump in. Well, Mr. President, my partners and I are still working with the D.C. Council and the mayor, and we're going to build so well, so strongly. We'll have a big jail for the Cowboys fans. It'll work so well. Sir, I was listening to some sports radio the other day, the Failed and Weak Show. Grant and Dave. Not many people know them, but I do. I know so many things, believe me. But super loser Grant Paulson was talking about the stadium. Yes, actually, Grant has been one of our strongest stadium advocates. So-called Grant Paulson, he told his dumb, stupid, loser co-host, David, or maybe it was Donnie, such a bad show. Terrible. One of them who works on the show, Ryan, said he'd never seen Wedding Crashers. Can you believe that? But you won't talk about it because you're dishonest. Anyway, here is the deal, okay? Are you ready? Sure thing, Mr. President. So you have to call them Redskins, no problem. We're going to make them Redskins. It'll do so well, believe me. A few other things. In my suite, we're going to need so many Red Baron Circle pizzas. in the fridge at least 13 bottles of Sunny D. We're also going to have one of those TVs on that looks like a fireplace, but it's just a TV. Have you seen those? This is one of our great American businesses. They make such a great product. It's a video of a fireplace fire. Mr. President, I'm not sure we'll be able to change the name or name the stadium after you. Josh, so many years ago, when I was a fighter pilot, I did so well, believe me. I had such a strong record. I encountered a MiG-28 and went to an elite flight school, and I met a girl with a boy's name. I lost my very good friend, but I kept flying. Sir, isn't that just Top Gun? Is your point that, like Maverick endured a really hard setback, he kept going because the cause was bigger than just him? No, I'm saying a statue of me flying a fighter plane should go right at the front entrance, next to the other statue of me holding a space laser sword. Okay, well, thank you for calling, Mr. President. I have so many pictures. Believe me, some of the very best artists made them. One at a carnival who makes your head too big in the picture. He does such good work. He drew me flying the DeLorean. That one goes right next to me stopping the dinosaurs like Peter Quilt did when he was in a different movie about dinosaurs. Hello? Josh? Okay, for the record, I hung up first.
What we think the conversation
It's just what our best guess is.
may have sounded like.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get you ready for Nationals baseball tonight. The leadoff is brought to you by The Window Man. Since 1989, The Window Man's been the educational window company. Get your free in-home estimate or visit thewindowman.com's all-new Fairfax showroom.
Behind Brad Lord, making a start back in the rotation, leading off playing shortstop. See, Jake Abrams batting second in left field. That's James Wood. Batting third, your DH, Josh Bell. He's batting fourth. He's playing first. Nathaniel Lowe. Batting fifth at second base, Luis Garcia Jr. Batting sixth at third, that's Brady House. Batting seventh in right field, Dalen Lyle. Batting eighth, doing the catching, Riley Adams. And hitting ninth in center field, that is Jacob Young.
The day began with Adam Peters suggesting they expected Terry McLaurin to show up to camp. That did not happen. He is officially holding out. He will not be at practice tomorrow morning. Von Miller will be at practice, though. Peters suggesting that he's one of the best pass rushers of all time. And one of the things I really liked about what Peters said about Von Miller was when he put on the tape, he could not believe. He said, I was shocked with the speed he still had. I believe he said the get-off he still had. And what I love about that is it's backed up by data. It's backed up by actual clocked information, the next-gen stats, ability to show twitch and get-off. He had the fastest get-off in the NFL last year among qualifying pass rushers, still at 35 years old. And what Peter said was that jumped off the tape. He also suggested, Danny, that they had set aside money to come back to address pass rusher earlier in the offseason. They knew there were a bunch of veterans. What I would imagine is they told all the agents, don't sign anywhere until you call us because we're going to be paying somebody. And specifically Miller, I'm sure he had a good working relationship because they were together at one point many, many years ago in Denver. But it sounds like maybe he was always the plan. But regardless, whether it was Jadeveon Clowney or Zadarius Smith or Preston Smith or somebody else, they knew they would be signing an edge that can get to the quarterback. And Von Miller ended up being the guy.
You're one of those veterans looking for the right situation, right? Where listen, it's not going to be long-term. It's not going to be a huge contract like you would have signed in your prime. But the fact is we don't need that right now. We need a short-term solution to improve a group that, frankly, was in dire need of this very skill set. I think it's a great fit.
For our producers behind the scene, Darius and Toby and Ryan. We can't forget about him.
Can't, no.
He's not in studio right now because we sent him a few blocks away to go find Michael Vick. We almost found him. Sounds like we were about 20 minutes late.
Same place, but just later.
But he did eat wings. We got a full report on that.
Yes, he did.
Oh, look, there's Ryan right there.
Oh, wow.
Very quickly got back in
Promptly
studio.
came back.
For our trio of producers today.
Yeah, not like his trip from Maine where he didn't promptly come back.
No, but there were no flights canceled this time. Grant and Danny saying so long. Remember, tomorrow, Nats baseball in our slot. We're on in the 3 o'clock hour, and we will be with you for about 3 hours on the back end of baseball. Thanks for listening. Training camp starts tomorrow. A full report from Practice 1 on the Fan. Junkies get you started at 6 a.m. with camp coverage on the Fan.